CFL Hall of Famer Mark Steven is back with all the action, while Greg Peterson provides instant analysis. Jock Wilson and Dave McIver round out the team, providing in-depth coverage of the game.
QR Calgary is also proud to welcome back our title sponsor, your Alberta Ford dealers.
Our 90-minute pregame starts right now on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
So last Friday night, we were here at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino, and I got to admit, it wasn't a lot of fun. We had to slug our way through a 5-hour pregame show for a game that didn't take place until Saturday afternoon. However, when the smoke finally cleared in Regina, the Stampeders lit it up at Mosaic.
Welcome to Friday Night Football on Saturday afternoon. Adams takes the ball, looks left, sets up, throwing down by the corner of the end zone. There's a jump ball off his feet, pulls it in. It's a touchdown. Davey and Alford wide open. Second game, second touchdown.
We put ourselves in the mindset that it didn't matter who was in front of us. We just had to go out there and play our type of football, and that's exactly what we did today. We came up with the win. We're happy today, but we know we're so early in the season. We still got more to do.
5 receivers out for Vernon Adams. Adams back, looking middle, throwing middle, in the end zone, coming back, going down, pulling the ball in, makes the catch, touchdown! Eric Brooks pulls the ball in.
It's an awesome game, awesome atmosphere to play at. I think it's a great team, great opponent. I throw a pick on the first play of the game, and then we throw a touchdown on the first half, and the second half, so it was an interesting game, but just happy we got the win. Defense holding us down as usual, man. I think as an offense, if we can take care of the ball, we're going to be pretty good.
Adams has the ball, play fake, rolls right, turns, lots of rainbow downfield, caught by Alford, Saskatchewan 40, down the sidelines, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Stampeders, a sensational pass, 81-yard pass and run to Damian Alford.
It was very, I feel like it was a big distraction for us just having, had to go back to the hotel and spend that night here. And just being away from home, it probably could have had some distractions. But as a team, we came in this locker room this morning, and we told each other what we was going to do today, and we did it.
For the second consecutive week, the Calgary Stampeders played giant killer and knocked someone out of the ranks of the unbeaten as they come into Regina and knock off the Saskatchewan Roughriders by a count of 24-10.
I mean, on the road and what we went through to get on the field and play, and just such credit to our organization, starting with Jay McNeil, just what he did for the players, and seamless transition, the equipment staff to training staff. It was just amazing. Sherry Huffnagel gave our players the chance to come out with energy and perform, and they did.
And just like that, the Calgary Stampeders are in first place after 6 weeks of the CFL season, from worst to first. Remember, the Calgary Stampeders finished DFL last year, dead freaking last, but right now this team has turned things around. But I gotta say, it doesn't get any easier for the Calgary Stampeders tonight. It's a Stampede Bowl rematch, only this time it is in Winnipeg. It is sold out Princess Auto Stadium, where the red and white have lost 8 straight regular season games. Hello again, everybody. Good afternoon, and welcome to Stampeder Football for the Alberta Ford Dealers. I'm Jock Wilson, alongside of Dave McIver. We are live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Drop by, say hi. Of course, you can enter your name into the drop box and have a chance to win tickets to the next Stampeder home game, which happens to be next Thursday night against the Montreal Alouettes. Mark Steven and Greg Peterson, they're in Winnipeg. They will have exclusive radio play-by-play action of the Stamps and the Bombers just after 6:30 this evening. And it's interesting, Dave McIver, because I think you and I have both been checking the air quality index. Thank goodness this game is tonight and not tomorrow night, for goodness sake.
Yeah, just checking in. I think a little bit of PTSD going back to last Friday, Jock, when we were at the Deerfoot Inn Casino. A 3 for the air quality in Winnipeg tonight. An 8 projected from Environment Canada tomorrow night. I don't need to go through that again. You don't need to go through that again.
Could you imagine?
I actually can now that we've been through it. I can't imagine it. I don't want to imagine it. But hey, this is going to be a really, really good football game tonight, I expect, and looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson called this 4-game stretch the gauntlet. 4 very tough games against 4 very difficult opponents. A segment that really could define the 2025 season. You beat the Bombers in the Stampede Bowl. You beat the undefeated Riders, who are coming off a bye week. Now it's the Bombers again after the bye week. And this will not be an easy game for the Calgary Stampeders, because you look at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, they are good at home. They've won 8 of their last 9 games at Princess Auto Stadium, and coming off a bye week, just like when the Calgary Stampeders were the class of the league, they were unbeatable coming off the bye week. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are now unbeatable coming off the bye week. They're 12-0, and that does give them a distinct advantage going into this game.
Yeah, and they're playing the team they just saw, right? They're playing a team they just saw in the Stampede Bowl. They're obviously going to be ornery about that. But how about the Calgary Stampeders with adversity in their face so far this season? Yep. Nobody expected them to win that Stampede Bowl game. They're coming off a tough loss in a bad weather game against the Ottawa Red Blacks. Okay, we go to Saskatchewan. We get postponed through a smoky game. You heard Dave Dickinson talking about the great work the organization had to do. Some guys in a hotel, some guys in dorm rooms. I don't think a lot of people expected the Calgary Stampeders to wake up last Saturday and win that game. So maybe adversity is what this Calgary Stampeder Football Club team thrives on.
I think it's an excellent point. And I did get this text from Kirk earlier. And, of course, if you want to weigh in on the text line, 403-974-8255. Kirk says, at one time it was a gauntlet. Now it's a great opportunity. Montreal at home next week with no Davis Alexander. The next 2 are pure bonus. And Kurt makes a point, because I remember when you and I were talking about the gauntlet, a few weeks ago, I basically said, hey, if you can come out of this 500, I think that's a win. Now you're thinking you might come out of this more than 500.
You might come out of this at 4-0 if you can win this game tonight, and then take advantage of what we know is going to be a shorthanded Alouettes team next weekend, or next Thursday night at McMahon Stadium. So opportunity knocks for the Calgary Stampeders, something they've been able to take advantage of all season long, Jock. I know it's early, but they're 1 win away from totaling their entire win total from last season.
Exactly.
If they can get that done tonight, you can say the first 6 games are nothing but a success.
All right, we got a very busy pregame show coming your way this afternoon here on QR Calgary. We're going to talk to the coach, as we always do. Greg Peterson will have his keys to the game for the Alberta Ford Dealers, our title sponsor, the injury report for the Cooperators, and when we come back, it's a look at the other side, the CFL's most outstanding player in 2024. The Stampeders shut him down in the Stampede Bowl. Can they do it again tonight? As we're going to have a chat with Bombers running back Brady Oliveira. This is the Stampeder pregame show. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary on 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Explore Calgary's best rentals. Book your showing today at renttruman.com. Live better. Rent Truman.
Seeing some pretty light volume across the city today. If you're on northbound Deerfoot, it is taking 5 to 10 minutes from 32nd Avenue up to 64th Avenue. Past that, also some light slowdowns on the QE2 from Stony Trail up past Cross Iron Mall. Again, shouldn't take more than about 5 minutes. Southbound Deerfoot, just some light slowdowns near the Southland Drive overpass. Glenmore Trail moving pretty smoothly in both directions across the city. Be aware, if you're on the westbound Glenmore Trail, there is a rough roadway from 14th Street Southwest over towards Crowchild Trail. And tonight there will be some milling and paving progress on eastbound Glenmore from Crowchild over towards 14th Street. I believe that's set to start at about 7 o'clock tonight. Your Specsavers Beacon Hill and Co-op Crowfoot are offering a pair of glasses for only $49. Offer ends soon, so drop by today. Conditions apply. See Specsavers.ca. From the QR Calgary Traffic Helicopter, I'm Phil Jensen.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise. Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
And has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And your Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock says we're about 77 minutes from kickoff from Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg. Welcome back to the pregame show. When the Stamps are on the road, Jock Wilson and I are at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino as we are counting you down to kickoff between the Calgary Stampeders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And let's take a look at one of those players from the Bombers, Jock, as we go to the other side. And once again, we do know the Stamps, they'll have their hands full. The defensive line, the linebackers, the DBs coming up, stopping that run tonight because Brady Oliveira is the reigning CFL MOP. And once again will be the running threat for the Bombers today. But can the Stamps replicate what they did against Brady Oliveira in that Stampede Bowl 2 weeks ago? Just 61 yards on 13 carries. I think a lead will be important for that to happen, Jock. But Mark Stephen is with Oliveira at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg as we take a look at the other side.
Well, Brady, you guys have finished your bye week. Do you find it a bit of an oddity that you were coming off a game against the Calgary Stampeders, bye week, and now you prepare for the Calgary Stampeders? I guess one of those odd quirks.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a strange start to the season, I would say, with 2 bye weeks already done, having that week 1 bye and then already another bye done. So we only have 1 more left. We're going a pretty long stretch here moving forward. Obviously, our last game was against the Stampeders, and now we get to see them again. So, yeah, maybe we can still review our notes and been a little bit maybe redundant watching the same tape, but I think it allows us to maybe prepare maybe better heading into this game.
Well, what are some things, without giving away the whole game plan, what are some things you'd like to do differently in, as far as you guys go, game 2 against the Stampeders?
Yeah, I think just taking what they give us, with their structure on defense, how they want to play the game, and then also, just playing a clean game of football. I think, when we get in the score zone, we need to finish. But I think everyone being on the same page, trying to minimize the mistakes and errors. And I think if we do that and we just play our style of football, start fast, play how we want to play, I think it'll be a great game of football, and hopefully the favor's on our side.
Brady, the Stampeders had a unique situation of having to stay unexpectedly overnight in Regina due to all the haze and that, and they had a long delay. Do you have a little empathy for both teams there? Because I think you went through something like that a few years ago as well, where you just stand, you're in uniform, and you just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's insane what they went through, honestly. The fact that, like I said, I've been there. I think it was 2 years ago in Montreal. There was a thunderstorm going on, so they took us off the field, and we would kind of just have to, wait in the locker room until they gave us the green light to head back in the field. And I think it was probably an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours until we started that game. So yeah, lots of waiting around. You're in your, some guys taking off their uniform, some guys in their uniforms, taking their cleats off, getting their feet up on the wall, and just trying to stay in it, locked in mentally. So it's challenging, but I mean, it's very obviously unique with the Stamps and Riders situation last week, with the fact that, they're getting ready for this game, and then they have to kind of pack things up and come back the next day. And yeah, wow, definitely challenging situation for both teams, but obviously applaud the Stamps. Obviously they're on the road, and they don't have the luxury of going back to their house or their apartment, right? So good on them. They went out there and handled business.
Well, Brady, let's hope that this game goes on time as scheduled. And thank you very much for stopping by and sharing some insights on the Blue Bombers.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
3. That's the air quality in Winnipeg tonight. So I do think we're in good shape to get this one going. Supposed to stay at a 3 through most of the night, according to Environment Canada. So not a lot of worries there for the players, but also us. Jock, Brady Oliveira, obviously a huge key to this game will be stopping him. But as we saw last game, and maybe Greg will have this one of his keys to the game, you get the lead against a team like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, it changes the game plan.
Well, I tell you what, that is going to be one of the keys tonight, because number one, if you can get the lead, you take the fans out of the game as well. And then, of course, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers start chasing the game, and they got to throw the ball more. And then what happened is Zach Collaros made a couple of big mistakes and threw 2 pick sixes in that game, and that really turned out to be the difference in that football game in the Stampede Bowl. Great interception by Damon Webb, a great interception by Derek Moncrief, taking it to the house, and that really did put, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on their heel. And let's look back. If you look back at the game last week in Regina, the Stampeders took advantage of a depleted Saskatchewan team. They did not have their offensive line by any means. They didn't have their receiving core. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers don't have one of their best offensive linemen in this game. Stanley Bryant is hurt. So Kendall Randolph, first-year player out of Alabama, playing that right tackle position. Vanderpool is going to play the left tackle position. And they also don't have Dalton Schoen. Dalton Schoen is a game breaker. Dalton Schoen can really control a game. He is out, so Cody Chase is going to be in that slot back position, a first-year player out of Illinois. Maybe you can take advantage of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in that case. But I will say this: I still like this Winnipeg defense. And you look at the freak, Jefferson. He can still be a game breaker. James Botters as well. But I love this text from Ed. And Ed on the text line says, Winnipeg got old. They are not talking about this year. They're talking about success in the past. Their days of dominance is over. I'm happy it's a sellout tonight so all of their fans can witness the end of the line. Stamps by 17. I'm not sure the Stamps are going to win by 17. I think it's going to be a very, very close game. But do the Stamps have a chance to win this game? You bet they do.
Yeah, I mean, you look at, you mentioned in the first segment, Jock, with Winnipeg 11-0 coming off the bye since 2021, 8-0 at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg against the Calgary Stampeders over their last 8 regular season matchups. This team knows how to win at home, and they're going to be very tough to knock off at home. But I'm with that. I do think that the Calgary Stampeders can win this football game. And it's such a change from last year that you're going into this game in Winnipeg and you're not just writing down a presumptive loss in this game. You go, the Calgary Stampeders have a very legitimate chance to win this football game tonight. They got to get the lead early, I think. They got to take Brady Olive because, 61 carries or 61 yards on 13 carries. That first drive, Brady Oliveira ran the ball very well for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in that Stampede Bowl game. The Stamps were able to force a field goal. So can the Stamps continue that kind of bend but don't break defense and make plays at big times? I think they're going to have to do that as well.
Hey, the Stampeders gave up a lot of offensive yards, to the Saskatchewan Roughriders last week. But again, Saskatchewan was chasing the game. And you go back to the history, even though the Stampeders have lost 8 straight games in Winnipeg, which they have, that's a fact. 7 of those 8 losses were decided by 1 score, 8 or fewer points. And, 3 of those losses, a 2-point margin, and 1 was by a single point. So, the Stampeders get rolled, but they don't get rolled big time.
And that's all you can ask for.
And that's all you can ask for, and that's why I think this is going to be a close game tonight.
I think it's going to be a close one as well, Jock. I think that the Calgary Stampeders play the same way, be opportunistic, have a very good chance at winning this one as they did win the Stampede Bowl a couple weeks ago. Shane Holmes is once again partnering up with Kids Up Front through its Yards for Kids program. For every Stampeder offensive yard gained this regular season, Shane Holmes will donate $1 to Kids Up Front. The Stamps offense and Shane Holmes has raised $2,048 so far this year for Kids Up Front. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes, Calgary's favorite home builder. Coming up next on the pregame show, we go around the CFL with Mark Stephen. The Montreal Alouettes with a huge comeback win last night, but it did come at a cost as Davis Alexander, the quarterback for the Montreal Alouettes, coming up lame on that final touchdown drive. We'll hear from head coach Dave Dickinson in the interview with the coach, and Greg Peterson gives you the keys to the game and the marquee matchup. You found your home for Stampeders football, QR Calgary, 107.3 The Edge, and online at qrcalgary.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Time and effort, sweat and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs to build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees. Find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
And has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
It's a tough loss. It's, a tough pill to swallow, right? And, it's an unfortunate game that we should have won, I feel. Didn't make enough plays offensively in the second half, but we're all pretty down, right, as you would be, but, there's nothing we can do as far as, sulking and stuff. We got to find ways to get better.
That was Ryan Dinwiddie, the head coach of the Toronto Argonauts, the defending Grey Cup champions, who fell to 1-5 last night as they are beaten in the final minute by the Montreal Alouettes. Just a crazy, wacky finish to that game last night as we go around the CFL on the pregame show for the Furness family. And most notable in that game last night, as Dave mentioned, the Montreal Alouettes on the game-winning touchdown. Their number one quarterback, Davis Alexander, who's been dealing with a hamstring injury, missed the last couple of games, both losses for the Montreal Alouettes. He pulled up lame again. And Davis Alexander admits he's not likely to play in Calgary next week.
It's tough, but I trust our team to death. I trust the guys. Yeah, we're 0-2 without me, but I'm telling you, we're a different ball club. We're going to be okay, and I'm not going to check out in any sort of way. I'm going to be with this team the whole way, and we're going to be okay.
They're going to be okay. They are 4-2, and I do believe they are the best team in the East as we bring in Mark Steven. But without Davis Alexander, and when you're dealing with a hamstring, Mark, I think you've got to be very cautious with that player, because if Montreal is going to go anywhere in the playoffs and have a legitimate chance to win the Grey Cup, they need a healthy Davis Alexander.
Yeah, very good when healthy. He's a very good player when healthy, as I said. But that hamstring injury, I almost wonder if they brought him back too quick. But he sure didn't look very good, did he? Running or limping more accurately into the end zone last night. So when he plays again, I don't know. But I think it's safe to say it won't be next week, and unlikely the week after that, and maybe several weeks after that.
It's an amazing start. He's now 8-0 as a starting quarterback since he has taken over for Cody Fajardo. You could make a case, that's passing Bo Levi Mitchell. Bo Levi Mitchell started 7-0, and he has now tied Danny McManus. You could make a case, when healthy, he might be the number one quarterback in this league right now.
You could, yes. He is good. He's had success, no question about it, but small sample size. I guess that's the only thing right now that would hold him back from being the number one guy in the league. But he is good, and Montreal's on top, and he's a big part of why it is.
The other big story in Montreal was, of course, the reinstatement of Sean Lemon, former Stampeder, a guy that is probably going to go to the Canadian Football Hall of Fame. Of course, caught in the gambling scandal when he was a member of the Calgary Stampeders, bet on his own team to win. It turns out to be over a 1-year suspension, the longest in CFL history, Mark. He has re-signed with the Montreal Alouettes. He has to now serve a 2-game suspension for a drug infraction. But I guess I will ask you point blank, did you agree with the decision by CFL Commissioner Stuart Johnson?
To reinstate him?
Yes.
It's hard to say if it should have been a lifetime ban or 1 year. He violated the match manipulation rules of the CFL. 1 year is a pretty severe penalty, so I guess I don't have a problem with it. But it's a lesson to everyone else. Well, everyone else has learned the lesson. It's only him that chose to bet. There is, language in the match manipulation says you don't bet on your own team. So he played with fire.
Mark, let's go and switch gears and talk about the Toronto Argonauts, because that's a 1-5 football club that look more and more desperate to get back Chad Kelly every single week that they play a football game. Nick Arbuckle's trying his best out there, and we know, we've seen it. Nick Arbuckle, thrown into spots, can win you a football game, but consistently hasn't been able to find that as a starter in the CFL. And I don't know what he was thinking last night. I know he had a man in his face, but throwing up that football when you have the 5-point lead late in that game, it was poor decision making, and you don't ever want to throw a loss on one guy because there were a lot of mistakes, but that one sits probably pretty heavily on Nick Arbuckle's shoulders this morning.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that. He's got to bear responsibility for it, but it's not a great situation. I don't know exactly when Kelly's getting back, and already you're starting to see some separation in the standings. You've got Toronto at 1-5. Ottawa plays Hamilton on the weekend, and if Ottawa loses, they suddenly are 1-6, and I don't want to call it out of the picture, but that's a long way to come back, and you're starting to open the door to crossover. I understand the heat is starting to ramp up a bit in Ottawa. They're not happy. They didn't see this coming after signing a couple of prominent free agents, so we'll just see how it goes. I guess Ottawa loves rainy, cold, windy fields. It's the other ones they have a trouble with, but anyway, that's it. So both Toronto and Ottawa are on the verge of maybe falling out of it. And get it. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Just so we're not going to put the Stampeders in the Grey Cup here or anything. But, things are starting to crystallize.
I would say the biggest quarterback decision right now rests on the shoulders of rookie head coach Mark Killam in Edmonton. Now, Edmonton has the bye week. They will play next Friday night in Saskatchewan. And I don't know. If I'm the coach, I am seriously thinking Cody Fajardo would be my starter in that game. Do you agree or disagree, Mark?
I totally agree. The Trey Ford, look, he does some things in bursts and can look spectacular, but it's only in bursts. And, one more time, I know this is not all of this is on Mark Killam's shoulders, but this team has had for the last several years horrible starts where they're really by mid-August out of it, and they just can't afford that again for their fans and the team to stay in the playoff, Jay. So, Trey Ford's had his chance. They've backed him, but I think they've got to go with the experienced Cody Fajardo. I just think that, crunch time has arrived. So Mark Killam's first big decision is staring him in the face.
It's one of those things where, do you think that Mark Killam, if things continue to go south, is coaching for his job, Mark? Or do you think that with the new people in charge in Edmonton that they're going to have a little bit more patience with allowing a head coach to come in there and kind of build their organization back up?
Oh, I think he's a long way from that right now. I mean, inevitably he's going to have to start to turn the corner. But the fact of the matter is, he's inheriting a tough tradition of losses the last few years. I think they'll certainly give him enough time to turn it around because the team president, Chris Morris, says they're tired of the revolving door there. But, it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing, right? The door revolves, you don't win. Do you not win because you have the revolving door? I don't know. But I don't think there's any issue right today. But I think the pressure is going to ramp up substantially, especially if they lose that Saskatchewan.
We're going around the CFL here on the pregame show for the Alberta Ford dealers. The Around the CFL is brought to you by the Furnace family. And Mark Steven, this time last week, we were doing an extended 5-hour and 15-minute pregame show for a game that didn't happen until Saturday. There's been a lot of talk and a lot of debate this week. Did the league handle it properly last week? I know I got a little frustrated as we were 4.5 hours into it because I was disappointed that we did not have a decision from the league. Dave Dickinson, I talked to him on the coaches show, and he said, hey, look, there wasn't a 3-hour rule. We could have played that game technically at midnight, and they still firmly believed that they were going to play that game last week. Do you have any new information on that delay and how the CFL handled it?
Well, a couple of things. Yeah, you're right. Here's what the problem is. They've got to tighten up the language. Because they pushed the start time back to 7:45, they could then open the 3-hour window. So, in theory, they could have pushed the start time back to 9, and the 3-hour window opens up at 9, and they could have started at midnight or something. So that's got to be tightened up. You just can't have people hanging around there, and for that matter, players hanging around as well. This league did not communicate as well as they possibly could have. I think there should have been, between them and the Rough Riders, more periodic updates on what was going on. Thank goodness we had Jay McNeil around the Stampeders, because I had people in Regina saying that they were getting their information from us about what was going on. So, no, they need to. I hope there's lessons learned. I hope the language is tightened up. Look, you can't do anything about the system stalling and dying in Moose Jaw. That's out of your hands. I did also do some checking, and there's no. I remember we said about a giant contingency, special emergency fund. There isn't one, but there is talk that maybe they're going to have to sit and consider it because, a huge bill was handed the Saskatchewan Roughriders, basically playing another home game with no additional ticket revenue. The Stampeders had some big bills too. These are extraordinary circumstances, and we'll see if the league moves in that direction.
It certainly is something the league is going to have to look at, and they're going to have to come up with better protocol without a doubt. All right, let's bring it back to this game tonight, Mark Steven. Dave and I have already chatted a little bit about it. You've been around the team all week. It was a short week because the game was played on Saturday. How's the team feeling, and what is your thoughts heading into this game, a very important game against Winnipeg?
Oh, it sure is, because they could win the season series, which would be amazing. Mm-hmm. They'd be the first Western team since 19 to win a season series against the Bombers. That's how dominant they have been. They had the shortened practice week. The best thing that worked for the Stampeders in preparation is they just saw this opponent because it was a condensed week, and I think there was a little, physical and emotional hangover. I'm not sure they were at their absolute best all week, so let's see if that impacts the team. The mood is good. Are the legs there? We're going to have to find out.
Good stuff. We'll look forward to your call tonight.
Sounds good.
Mark Steven, voice of the Calgary Stampeders, longtime voice of the Calgary Stampeders. And yes, he and Greg Peterson will have the official play-by-play call here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge, coming your way just after 6:30 tonight. That wraps up Around the CFL for Furnace Family. Done right, day or night, furnacefamily.com. Around the corner, we're going to check in with our color commentator, Greg Peterson. And, of course, we're going to take a look at the injury report for the Cooperators. Just a reminder, tune in to Sports Talk with Jock every Tuesday, every Thursday, as I get to check in with our CFL insider, Glenn Suter from TSN. The CFL Insider brought to you by Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak. This is the Calgary Stampeder pregame show, warming you up for the Stamps and the Bombers. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Explore Calgary's best rentals. Book your showing today at renttruman.com. Live better. Rent Truman.
Looking around town at your major routes, it looks like a pretty smooth drive at the moment. Be aware that the 4th Street Bridge in Mission will fully close at 7 o'clock tonight until 5 o'clock Monday morning while they continue that bridge rehabilitation project. Again, that's the 4th Street Bridge between Elbow Drive and Roxborough Road. Down on Glenmore, if you're headed westbound, there is a rough roadway from 14th Street Southwest over to Crowchild Trail. And then tonight at 9 o'clock, eastbound Glenmore will have multiple lane closures and police on scene while they mill the eastbound lanes from Crowchild over to 14th Street. It's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride for the next few days. But once again, taking a look at Deerfoot, Crowchild, Glenmore, even Stoney, should be a pretty smooth drive on your way home. Get lost in the sauce with Popeye's new chicken dippers and signature sauce. A kick of heat meets hint of sweet with their famous Cajun spiced chicken, made for dipping. From the QR Calgary Traffic Helicopter, I'm Phil Jensen.
It's time to Toyota with Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Get up to $4,000 off all Tacomas. Plus, up to $2,000 in free accessories. Plus, free winter or all-season tires. Ask about the free lifetime oil and filter offer. Don't miss Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st at Canada's #1 volume Tacoma dealer, South Point Toyota.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
I'm excited, just a huge testament to the coaching staff believing in me and giving me this opportunity, my teammates as well. I'm excited to make my CFL debut as well as, just my professional career debut. So I'm very excited going into this game.
Anthony Johnson will be making his CFL debut tonight for the Calgary Stampeders. We'll take a look at that big change for the Stamps in just a moment here, because we do go back to Princess Auto Stadium with Greg Peterson, our outstanding color commentator, standing by. Mr. Peterson, how are things?
Pretty good. It's a beautiful day here in Winnipeg. Look forward to this.
Well, let's take a look at the injury report for the Cooperators, as this is going to be a big one tonight. And a big change, Greg, because at the boundary side corner, Tyler Richardson is out. Anthony Johnson is in. Richardson dealing with a groin injury. And let's be honest, Greg, Tyler Richardson has been very good for the Stamps this season, and it is a CFL debut for one Anthony Johnson. What can you tell us about Anthony and what he brings to the lineup in this one?
Well, I know he's a rookie. He's a big guy as well. 6'2", over at 210, which for a corner, that's huge. And he's got the big, long arms. And I'd like to see them maybe try and bump and run a little bit more. You got a bigger guy. But, yeah, Tyler Richardson, the entire secondary has been playing really, really good. And they've been gelling as a unit. And but you know what, as a corner sometimes, well, he's on that short side, so he's going to have a big job, because there are a lot of footballs come your way. But you know what, they're really impressed with him. Let's hope he goes out there and does a good job, just like the other defensive backs have done this year.
The nice thing, Dave, is Tyler Richardson is only on the one-game injured list.
Yes.
You know, you had concerns that maybe he would be a six-gamer and it would be a long-term injury. Doesn't look to be the case, so let's hope that is the situation. Because, yeah, the injuries are piling up a little bit for this football club.
I will say they've been able to plug and play outside of that one game against Ottawa where they weren't able to stop the run. Greg, you can talk to this. This is a team that, you know, at the linebacker position was a little bit not deep going into the regular season. They've been able to bring in guys. They bring in another linebacker in Jordan Herdman-Reed for this game, because Nicky Farinaccio moves to the 6-game list with a knee injury. This is a team that has been able to plug some guys in and still have success early in the season.
Yeah, they've been flying around, making tackles. But for that Ottawa game, I think they've done a pretty good job of stopping the run. And, you know, the big guys do the dirty work out, and they up front, and they have to be the guys to make the big tackles in the background there. So right now, the entire defense has really been eye-opening to the entire CFL. They're playing really well.
They're the best defense in the league. You look at the points given up, Greg. You know, they've played one more game than the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and they've given up 3 less points. That is a pat on the back. And it's crazy that, you know, this was one of the biggest question marks for the Calgary Stampeders going into this season, was how is this brand new defense, young defense, going to look? And I take a look at kind of the change in philosophy. You talk about how big Anthony Johnson is. That was one of the areas of change that we saw the Calgary Stampeders make in the offseason, was move from kind of a smaller defensive backfield to go with some bigger guys and give some quarterbacks some different looks from what they've shown in the past.
Well, yeah, and they've just come together. Defense is a type of thing where you play by a person, especially in the secondary, for a while. You get to know them. You get to know, okay, they do this, you're going to do that. And you feed off one another. But you got to give a lot of credit to the defensive coaches, in particular to defensive coordinator Bob Slowick. He's come in and put his own stamp on how he wants the defense to play. They don't do a lot of things. They just do things right, and they work on certain coverages. And I think most teams know, okay, they're going to be in this or in that, but they just decide, instead of trying to out-scheme teams, they go out and just do what they're doing right. So that's a big-time credit to the defensive coordinator.
When the roster came out yesterday, Greg, I was a little surprised Will Longley is out of this game, not because of injury, just a healthy scratch, and they decide to dress a 7th offensive lineman in Jack Kurtula. Is there any philosophy behind that you've been able to understand or get some information on?
No, I didn't specifically ask about that, but I know that, and I'd hate to say this to a lot of my friends that were fullbacks in the CFL, the position's kind of a dying position. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to be a fullback, you're just going to be a blocker. Unless you can, you know, I think Calgary going into this year, they wanted to put a guy in there that they were going to use, a guy that could both run and block and also get the ball once in a while and catch it. But if you're going to be a guy that can't catch the ball and go out in 6 receivers and be another wide receiver, but at the same time be a good blocker, you're probably not going to have a position in the CFL anymore. And if you're just going to run the ball and you know you need extra help to run the ball, why not bring in a big offensive lineman and just, you know, man up there on the O-line? And have two tight ends as offensive linemen. That's how a lot of CFL teams are now thinking.
Well, it's a great point, and let's not forget your number 3 quarterback is Quincy Vaughn, and Vaughn's handling your short yardage situation, but he can also, handle that role, and we've seen him brought in as that extra tight end. So, you're right. Maybe this is just a sign of things to come for this football club.
Well, yeah, and if all you're going to do is block, and you're a fullback, you put someone in there like an offensive lineman that maybe can move in space. So if you're a guy that maybe can go out and be an extra wide receiver, and they think you're just going to be a fullback, but unfortunately, I don't really like it but the fullback position now in the CFL has become just a guy just to block. Well, you might as well put an O-lineman in there. A lot of teams, that's what they're thinking.
The injury report is brought to you by Cooperators Insurance Plans, Investment Plans. They do both. Cooperators.ca. Coming up next on the pregame show, we once again take a trip down memory lane as it is the 80th anniversary look back with Mark Steven. Might be a little bit of a painful memory with this one. We'll tackle that next. This is the pregame show from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. You're listening to your home for Stampeder football, QR Calgary.
Explore Calgary's best rentals. Book your showing today at renttruman.com. Live better. Rent Truman.
It's looking like a pretty smooth drive across the city on all your major routes. Not seeing any significant delays on Deerfoot, Glenmore, Crowchild, or Stoney. Tonight at 7 o'clock, the 4th Street Bridge in Mission between Elbow Drive and Roxborough Road will fully close until 5 o'clock Monday morning. They're continuing the bridge rehabilitation project. That project is expected to end at the end of the month. Down on westbound Glenmore, there is a gritty roadway from 14th Street over to Crowchild Trail for westbound drivers. But at 9 o'clock tonight, they're going to start milling and paving the eastbound lanes of Glenmore. Expect lots of crews on scene, speed restrictions, and police directing traffic where they need to. And just a reminder that through the Northwest, Memorial is still down to a single lane in each direction between 10th Street and Center Street for the ongoing flood barrier construction project. Get lost in the sauce with Popeye's new chicken dippers and their signature sauce. A kick of heat meets hint of sweet with their famous Cajun spice chicken, made for dipping. From the QR Calgary traffic helicopter, I'm Phil Jensen.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice. Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
As a business, you rely on advertising. Buying media is a partnership. When did a tech billionaire buy a product from you or support your community? Ask how business is going. The advertising landscape in Canada is in crisis. Instead of supporting Canadian companies and jobs, Canada's ad market is dominated by foreign tech platforms that spread misinformation, hate, and foreign interference. Keep ad dollars at home on radio, TV stations, websites, streaming, and news services that are Canadian-owned. Buy Canadian. A message from QR Calgary.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Steven and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the 80th anniversary of the Calgary Stampeders. Time for a look at some anecdotes about the team. With the Stampeders in Winnipeg today, it's time to look back at one of the most crushing losses in Stampeders history. It took place in Winnipeg a long time ago in 1962. The backstory: the Stampeders and the Blue Bombers were playing Game 3 of the West Final. Yes, that's how it was done in that era. In Game 3, the Stampeders were up very late in the game, 7-6. However, Winnipeg came down the field, tried to kick the game-winning field goal. The ball went wide. To win the game, all the Stampeders had to do was kick the ball back out of the end zone. Harvey Whitey's kick-out attempt, though, was stunningly blocked by a Blue Bomber. The Bomber fell on the ball in the end zone.
The final score, Winnipeg 12, the Stampeders 6. The Bombers were off to the Grey Cup. Media reports of the day say the shattered Stampeders were in tears as they came off the field. There's no good way to lose a squeaker, but this may have been the worst. And that's a story from 80 years of Stampeder tradition.
I love that, Mark. Game 3 of the West Final.
Yeah.
Those were the good old days.
What happened in Game 1 and 2? I got to go
League.
back and do some research.
A 7-6 score. Yes, 12-6 was the final. Stampeders losing in Winnipeg in 1962. I was born in 1962, so I don't remember that game. But that means that was like 62 years ago, so that's a long time ago.
I wasn't around for that one.
I know you were not. I know you were not. Welcome back to the Deerfoot Inn & Casino. Jock Wilson and Dave McIver warming you up for the Stamps and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. A quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. 6:38 is your kickoff, so we are 48 minutes away from that opening kickoff tonight. And, of course, Mark Steven and Greg Peterson, they'll have the call for you from the Billy Powers broadcast booth at Princess Auto Stadium, which is powered by South Point Toyota. As we warm you up for the game tonight, and Dave mentioned this earlier, the Calgary Stampeders have had an issue with some injuries to Canadian players. And the Stampeders added a player this week who is a linebacker, but more importantly is a special teams player. His name is Justin Herdman Reed. And if that name sounds familiar, it should, because Justin played in the Canadian Football League. His brother was a member, Jordan, of the Calgary Stampeders, and he played for Craig Dickinson in Regina. So, Renee, I didn't give you the heads up back at the station, but let's hear from Justin Herdman Reed as he, signed earlier this week, is on the roster tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. Just being familiar with Coach Dickey is a big plus. I'm familiar with the system that they have here, so it felt like a good fit. And having Jordan played here at some point makes a huge difference. He loved his time here, so yeah.
What have you been doing since the end of camp when Saskatchewan decided to let you go there?
Just training, staying in the gym, working on my body, trying to get faster, stronger, right? That's kind of been my mindset, and just waiting for that call.
Yeah. Yep. When did the call come?
The call came, I would say, after last week's game is when that call came. So, yep.
Well, that was good, and nice to know that you were high on their list there.
Yeah, great to know that. Yeah. Excited to be somewhere where you're wanted, and and they appreciate the work I put in up until this point. So, yeah, I'm glad to be here.
And he has to put in the work tonight, Greg Peterson, because signed this week, playing in this game tonight. And, of course, he does have that national status. He has 94 games in the Canadian Football League under his belt. And we're going to see him on teams tonight.
Oh, yeah, he'll be playing on teams, and he'll be one of the guys they are going to expect to be making tackles. He's got 67 career special teams tackles, and he's just been around. He knows. He's someone you can just say, okay, you don't have to kind of reorient him to all the special team nuances that you have in the CFL. You bring in an NFL guy, some guy who's maybe a great athlete. Well, you know what you got with him, and he's been a great special teams player. And it's good that he knows Coach Dickey, and I think he'll step in and do a good job.
It just goes to show you, even though you don't get a contract in the offseason, keep yourself in shape, because you never know when that call is going to come in. Just like players in the practice roster. I know they don't make any money, but sooner or later you might get that opportunity, because injuries do happen, especially with the shorter rosters that they have in the Canadian Football League.
Oh, definitely. Injuries always happen, and you're right. Just like we went out and got our long snapper when we had, who was it that, we had to bring in a long snapper.
Injury,
Yeah, exactly. So you got a guy, and he's got a little experience. They scour the line, and the coaches are always looking for, okay, they think ahead, too. I know the coaches, what they do is they say, okay, if we get injured here, who we got? And they'll even give guys a call ahead of time and say, look, we're looking at you. If we get injuries, keep yourself in shape. And we know you got to go out and make money, but just stay in shape. And so that's just the way it is, the CFL is. And a lot of guys can continue to play and bet longevity with their career just by doing that.
So Justin Herdman-Reed is making his Stampeder debut tonight in Winnipeg against the Blue Bombers. When we come back after the break, we're going to bring you the marquee matchup. Greg Peterson sets up one of the key matchups of this game tonight. He'll do that for Country Hills Toyota. As you're listening to QR Calgary, we are the proud voice of your Calgary Stampeders.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride. It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Welcome back to the pregame show. Dave McIver, Jock Wilson getting you ready for this Week 7 matchup between the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and your Calgary Stampeders. Let's go back to Winnipeg and check in with Greg Peterson and take a look at the marquee matchup for Country Hills Toyota. Now, Greg, Jock's going to tell you whether you're right or wrong in a second, but what's the marquee matchup in this game tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to watching. Stopping the run's always a key to almost all the football game now, but for me tonight, my matchup that I'm going to watch is the Stamps front seven and Brady Oliveira. In the 4 wins that the Stamps have had, the Stamps D's held the opposition to an average of less than 100 yards rushing, with an average of 4 yards per rush. This week, with last year's MVP, Brady Oliveira, I think a key to the win is going to be stopping him, Brady Oliveira, with that run. So that's the matchup I'm kind of looking forward to. I know it could be a key to game. I'm not going to have it as part of my key to the game. I'm going to have instead my matchup of the day.
You know, it really is interesting with this Calgary Stampeder defense because they were the unknown heading into the season, and here we are heading into week number 7. The Stampeder defense has only allowed 5 offensive touchdowns, and they have scored 3 touchdowns, and they also have a safety. The Calgary Stampeder defense has really been the story. I think Vernon Adams has changed the dynamics in the quarterback room, but the leadership you're seeing, from a guy like Derek Moncrief and Damon Webb and Flo Remalade, it has really been a pleasant surprise for Calgary Stampeder fans. So I am not going to disagree with your marquee matchup for Country Hills Toyota, Greg Peterson, but can I throw it out here that I think I got the same marquee matchup for myself this week that I did last week? Because last week I thought, okay, the offensive line, especially with the rookie center, and I thought it was going to be noisy in Saskatchewan. Well, it wasn't. That was a non-factor. I do think tonight with the sellout crowd, I do think Winnipeg has the best fan base in the Canadian Football League, and they are going to be noisy. So I think the silent count is going to be a factor in this game tonight. Maybe I'm wrong again, but I will be watching that for sure.
You're not wrong, Jock. You just foretold my keys to the game, so let's wait to talk about that. But, okay. Matchup keys to the game, they kind of can flip-flop and be one or the other, but, yeah, that's going to be one of my keys to the game.
The marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. The pregame show continues after this short break. This is a Stampeder football on QR Calgary, a Chorus Entertainment radio station.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors Superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to the Deerfoot Inn & Casino. Jock Wilson and Dave McIver. We are live from the casino. Mark Steven, Greg Peterson, they're live from Princess Auto Stadium as we're getting closer and closer to the opening kickoff, the Stamps and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Greg, I do want to talk a little more about special teams, and especially the return game, because Kalen Horton, made his debut last weekend, and I do believe the Stamps are still trying to find their returner. Is Kalen Horton going to be the guy? On the punt returns, he didn't have a great game last week. He had 4 returns for 20 yards, and he bobbled the ball a couple of times. Didn't lose it, didn't fumble it, but, just didn't look comfortable when he was returning the punts. Now, on kickoff returns, he was pretty good. He had 2 kickoff returns for an average of basically 30 yards, so that's not bad. And then there were a couple of missed field goals by the Saskatchewan Roughriders where, Kalen basically had, an average of 32.5 on those 2 missed field goals, so that was good. I'm expecting more from him tonight now that he's got the jitters out of his way. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I thought that our return game improved with him back there, though. He's not a big guy. He's only 5'8", 170 pounds, but he's fearless. I love the way he just has no fear, doesn't stop at all. He'll hit the brick wall if it's coming, and he'll hit it going as fast as he can. Struggled juggling the ball. Mark had talked to him, and I said during the broadcast, because I return punts, and it's hard. It's very difficult. They're spraying the ball all over the field. You got to go get underneath it. Mm-hmm. But he had a hard time with the sun. And a couple times the sun was right in his eyes. Okay, not an excuse, but, you got to kind of take that into consideration. I think he did a pretty good job, and I think that they improved and just get the jitters out, like you said, about fielding the ball better. I'm expecting him to play better tonight because I thought our return game had improved last week.
Mm-hmm. And that's all part of it because field position, I think, is so important. And, of course, Mark Vassett gets another start as your punter in this game tonight as Fraser Mazin is still, dealing with an injury. So we'll see how that goes. And it was interesting. We did talk about the long snapper for the Calgary Stampeders as, Aaron Crawford is out. And Jason McGogan has come in. I would say Jason has done a pretty nice job in relief for Aaron Crawford.
Well, the fact I couldn't even remember his name, and we haven't talked about him for a long snapper, that says he's done a good job. Because I would know his name if he had 3 snaps going over the head of our punter or not snapping. So, yeah, sorry, Jason. Got to give him credit. The Wilfrid Laurier guy, he's done really did a good job coming back. And I agree with that. He's played well. As far as Mark goes, Mark Vassett, I think he's done really well. He's a great directional kicker. I mean, Fraser, it's up to the coaches. They're so equal, but he's playing well enough right now that why get rid of him if once Fraser's back, I think Vassett's really stepped in and done a great job. He averages 51 yards per punt, net 37. That 51 per punt is, and it's directionally kicking. He's getting them outside the numbers every time.
And talk about a decision you look at from the outside looking in at the beginning of the year, Greg. And yeah, I know that you had guys going down to camps in the NFL, so you draft 2 punters. But anytime you draft 2 punters, you still have kind of that question mark in your head, like what's going on here? And then they keep both punters at the end of the season. Kind of a unique situation, but it's paying off for them.
Well, it really is, because you don't expect the kicker and the punter to get hurt. They're not out there hitting, and you expect them just not to get hurt. So usually you don't have that backup. The fact the Stampeders did, I think it was more the fact that they were just so good, both of them, that they didn't want to get rid of either of them. But now in hindsight, being quite prophetic by the coaches in doing that.
I love the fact that it's a competition. Let the best man win. When they're both healthy, the best man will obviously be the punter for this football club moving forward. Up next, we're going to take a look at the other side as Mark Steven is going to have a chat with the new leader, the new captain on the defensive side of the ball for the Calgary Stampeders. Flo Aromalade is up next. Keep it locked right here on QR Calgary. Thanks so much for listening to 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to Toyota with Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Get up to $4,000 off all Tacomas. Plus, up to $2,000 in free accessories. Plus, free winter or all-season tires. Ask about the free lifetime oil and filter offer. Don't miss Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st at Canada's #1 volume Tacoma dealer, South Point Toyota.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon-per-minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
Welcome back to the pregame show. I'm Dave McIver with Jock Wilson. Your Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock says we're 31 minutes away from kickoff from Princess Auto Stadium. The Calgary Stampeders, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, taking on each other tonight in what should be a pretty darn good football game in Winnipeg. And the Stamps, well, they knew in the offseason that they had to make changes. After a 5-12-1 record last year, the club kicked off the revamping of their defense by making a blockbuster trade with the Toronto Argonauts, bringing back defensive end Flo Aromalade in exchange for all-star linebacker Cam Judge. The move has paid dividends as the Stamps' defensive line have been a huge part of the league's #1 defense through 6 weeks in the CFL. Flo is our guest in our player profile segment. Here he is with Mark Steven.
Flo, this is stint number 2 with the Calgary Stampeders. How's it gone through the first chunk of this season returning to Calgary?
It's been great. Guys are competing. Guys are trying to get better every week. Off to a good start. You just got to keep the momentum going.
All right. Well, you have been here, but let's refresh everybody that wasn't aware. Just give us your story in terms of getting involved in football. And I think you were a linebacker in college, if I recall correctly.
Oh, well, I can do a lot of things. I would say in college, I came in as a linebacker. And then by the time I got to my junior year, I was like mostly exclusively a pass rusher, like one of those glorified outside linebackers that dropped like a few times a game and played the end. But then my senior year, I actually played both inside linebacker and outside linebacker. So the more you can do, whatever the team needed, right? So then from there, went to the LA Rams, had a short stint there, and then came to Calgary. Did for 4 years in Calgary.
Yep, here we are. Yeah. Went to Dartmouth. Tell us how your path took you there.
Oh, yeah. So in high school, I didn't start playing football until 10th grade. I was playing but mostly basketball. And my the basketball coach's brother was a football coach. So pretty lucky for me that it was like, you should go try, play football as well. So most basketball coaches don't want their players playing football, but since his brother is like, who can use his athleticism, got on there. The rest was history. I had always had good grades, so I injured my senior year of high school, but Dartmouth pressed in during that time.
When did it sort of hit you that you think, maybe you were going to be a pro football player, that you had something maybe a little more than some of the other guys, that there was a shot to be able to do this? I think junior year of college, I had a really good season, and I was looking at the seniors who were like preparing for the draft ahead of me. It was good. We had a good culture. We won the Ivy League championship that year, so we had a lot of good players and a few guys that like
played on NFL in the NFL during the 8 years. So looking at them, I was like, well, I feel like I'm as good as them. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like playing pro football, especially coming from America, is really like tall order. So I think you have to be quite realistic. But I think it became a reality during that time. And, I went for it. And here I am, 8 years later.
Away from the stadium.
Yeah.
Let's get into that. What are you cooking or hope somebody is cooking for you?
Oh, what I'm cooking, I'll say jollof rice. What I hope someone else is cooking for me is inyo and egusi soup. So pande yam is like they're both Nigerian dishes. So
okay.
I would say Nigerian and Thai food are my favorite dishes, but Nigerian is where, obviously I'm Nigerian. So yeah.
All right, well, good luck with this one tonight, Flo. Seems like you just walked off the field in Regina and right back at her, huh?
Hey, that's the game. That's what we get paid to do. So whatever it is, we'll do it.
Thanks, Flo.
Yep, no problem.
Flo Remalade, outstanding defensive end for the Calgary Stampeders, checking in with Mark Steven. We got to take another time out here on the pregame show. More great Stampeders football coverage after this short break on QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
And welcome back to your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football broadcast here on QR Calgary. Jock Wilson with Dave McIver. We are live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Greg Peterson is with us live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth at Princess Auto Stadium. And since we just heard from Flo Remalade, Greg, let's keep it on the defensive side of the ball, because the Stampeder defense, even though they gave up a lot of yards, to Trevor Harris and Saskatchewan Roughriders last week, it was a very, very good game for Clarence Hicks on that defensive line. He had a couple of quarterback sacks. Hutchins had a sack as well. They put some pressure on him, and they're gonna need to do that again tonight, because we know when the Stampeders won the Stampede Bowl, they put pressure on Zach Collaros, and the 2 pick sixes really were the difference in that game.
Well, yeah, they're making big plays, but any good defense, it starts with the D-line, and that's the biggest improvement I think we've had is our defensive line. Clarence Hicks, he's becoming a sack master. He's really good at the sacks. Hutchings and Brown are really doing a good job in the middle. Hutchings got the most sacks at 3, and then, of course, you got one of the better guys, Flo Remalade. He's just doing a great job. So, yeah, you know what? I looked at this is a key stat, Jock. We lead the league in pressures. So you don't get the big flair and all the accolades of getting a sack, but pressures are good, and nobody has, we really lead it by a lot. As a matter of fact, Hutchings and Flo are the 2 biggest when it comes to leading the league in pressure. So that says a lot. You get after the quarterback and you pressure them, and they're not going to throw good footballs.
One thing that's, I think, is impressive about this Stampeder defense, Greg, is they seem to get the stop when they need it. Right? Yeah, maybe they're going to give up some big yards, but you look at those third down plays against the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they got the stops when they needed it, stopped the Riders from getting back into the game. That's a key component to this defense this year, that, yeah, they might bend a little bit, but when they absolutely need a stop, they've gotten it so far this season.
Well, they have. Like I said, they come up with big plays. They've not only come up, as you said, stops, and part of that is they've got guys in second and long, and you can play so many different coverage and more playing umbrella coverage, and yeah, you can stop them. And so the key to them is they're doing such a good job on first down. They're getting teams into second and long, and the odds are you're going to do well by stopping a team if you get them into second and long. So that's been their big thing. And what they're doing is they're really not rushing a lot. They're not blitzing a lot. They're just playing good, solid defense.
So Tyler Richardson had 14 defensive tackles last week. Tyler Richardson, as we talked about in the injury report for the Cooperators, he is out, with the groin injury. And so they are going with a young corner making a CFL debut, Anthony Johnson, tonight. If you're Zach Collaros, you're obviously going to test this player early, are you not?
Yeah, definitely. I think what they're going to do, though, they're going to say that's secondary to us establishing the run. They're going to try. That's just the Bombers. They're not going to. I think last game, and a lot of coaches said it to me this week, the Bombers felt like they didn't lose that football game, that they were just tired, and they didn't play good. So they're not going to go and change all what their game plan was. They just think, guys, we got to go out and play better what we do. Well, what do? They run the football. They run it really well. They get themselves into second and short with Brady Oliveira running. And then they do a lot of play action pass, and they like to go over top. They pick their 10. So I think our DBs just have to understand second and short, even second and medium, there's that play action. You don't bite on any of that. Let the D-line take care of it, and don't get beat deep because they love to go over top on that second and long, or second and short, I should say.
Fantastic insight from our color analyst, Greg Peterson. In 90 seconds, we're going to hear from Stampeder head coach Dave Dickinson. The interview with the coach brought to you by our friends at Tom's House of Pizza. This is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary.
Welcome back to your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary. Head coach Dave Dickinson. I would say a little less to worry about heading into this game in about 20 minutes tonight. We heard the coach with Jock on Monday talking about just how much that postponed game disrupted things before the game. Obviously, great work done by the organization to get figured out after the postponement or during the postponement to get the Stamps places to sleep in Saskatchewan. But it also did create a shorter week for the Calgary Stampeders. Dave Dickinson also dealing with the Bombers, a team that is probably looking for revenge after the beatdown the Stamps handed them in the Stampede Bowl. He is our guest on the coach's interview with Mark Steven. Here's Mark Steven with Stamps head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson.
Well, Dave, story through the first few games has been the defense. Just give me your thoughts on how they performed and how they've managed to hold teams to just 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, I think as a team we're doing some good things. We feel like we can win football games if we take the ball away and don't take selfish penalties. And then what our defense is doing, they're tackling really well. They're getting their hands on the ball. And, I do think it's been good that the offense has been able to get leads and defense has been then shutting the door. Overall, I think our team is improving. That's the big thing.
Anthony Johnson is the only change in the defensive side of things, has to play because of an injury to Richardson. Just tell us about Johnson, who's a guy you liked in training camp.
Yeah, he's continually gotten better, worked hard in practice. He has size. That's kind of his home. That's where he likes to be, on the boundary corner. So, a big matchup. Wheat Fall's good. They'll have lots of motion, too, on him. But, I think he's excited for his opportunity and ready to go.
One player is going to be plugged in. He's not a CFL rookie, but new to the Stampeders. Justin, I got to be careful, not Jordan. Justin Herdman-Reed, his twin brother. What's your expectations and thoughts on him?
A veteran special teamer that's smart and plays. He's an aggressive, physical player. Certainly, I think it's his 8th or 9th year. He should know the system because he's worked with Coach Dickinson there, Craig, before on special teams, and that's really what his focus will be, is helping us in the big four of the special teams, all 4 units, making plays on specials.
Seems every year one position takes over the injury total, and this year Fraser Solfit retires just before camp. Faranicio's out, and now you need somebody else to back up Micah Teitz. I guess nothing you can do, but it is odd how they seem to pile up at one position.
Yeah, and obviously Markel would be another one that we've really missed. But, you're right. But our guys, unfortunately, that have been getting hurt have been getting major injuries. We've had quite a few guys have to go for major surgeries. Nicky's following that track. I'm not sure exactly the extent, but I know he's going to be going for surgery. And that's troubling because those guys usually aren't going to be coming back. So we'll make do. We're doing some good things, but, it's certainly hurting our depth.
Offense seemed to really hit its stride last week, 500-plus yards offense, 428 through the air. Talk about the growth of that group because it was a very productive game in Regina. Yeah,
it started off poor. We threw the pick the first play and then fumbled the second series, but we were rolling that first half. Didn't take advantage of all of our opportunities. I thought second half we got a little conservative, which was smart. That's how you win football games. It's maybe not as exciting and the numbers won't be quite as big, but I think it was smart. So, once again, same thing is protect the quarterback, win the line of scrimmage battle, and make your plays when they're there.
A couple of key veterans are out for Winnipeg. I don't know how much it changes it, but Dalton Schoen's a fine receiver and Stanley Bryant as well, so they're missing some experience there.
Yeah, Stanley's been there forever. He was with us to start his career, great player. I'm sure he'll be missed, and I think Dalton's good receiver as well. They have talent, though. They have a lot of depth at receiver. One of their top acquisitions hasn't even played in the offseason, so they have depth. They like their guys. It starts with their quarterback. I'm sure he'll be motivated to play us, and we're going to have to play well to beat him.
Well, let's hope the game starts on time as scheduled, and thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
The interview with the coach is for Tom's House of Pizza, serving Calgarians pizza made to perfection since 1963. This is our final break here on the pregame show. When we get back, Greg Peterson gives us the keys to the game, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. This is the home of Stampeders football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun! Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary.
Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson called it the gauntlet a few weeks ago. 4 very tough games against 4 very difficult opponents. A segment that really could define the Calgary Stampeder Football Club in 2025. So far on the gauntlet, the Calgary Stampeders are perfect. They beat the Bombers in the Stampede Bowl. They beat the undefeated Riders, who are coming off a bye week. Now it is the Bombers again, and then next week the gauntlet comes to a close against the Montreal Alouettes. And Greg Peterson, as we talk about the keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers, this may be the toughest test for this Calgary Stampeder Football Club. We know the Stamps don't have a lot of success in Winnipeg. They have lost 8 straight regular season games at Princess Auto Stadium. The Bombers at home in front of a sellout crowd, they have won 8 of their last 9 home games. The Bombers are a perfect 12-0 coming off the bye since 2021. Those are the facts. But I still believe the Calgary Stampeders can beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers tonight if they play their game. So what are they going to have to do? What are your keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers?
key number one, don't get behind. The Bombers are tough to play against when you're behind. They bleed the clock better than anyone and make it tough to come back. It's important we don't get behind, and in other words, that we have to get off to a good start. That gets the crowd out of the game. And number two, adjust to the crowd noise. You talked about it. Last week they prepared for it. I don't think they even had to use it. This week they are going to have to use all that preparation on the snap, not being able to hear, because this is the loudest crowd in the CFL. And the third key is I just think they need to maintain that intensity. Last week was very taxing on both their body and their mind of the players. It's tough enough to get up for a game, but to do so in a 24-hour period and do it twice with that aggression and that determination and that energy that you need, it's very tough to do. And I could feel the Stamps are just maybe a little bit tired, but they're just going to have to gut it out and muster up that determination and that energy, because without it, they're not going to be able to win this football game.
Would you agree the Bombers are going to be an owly team tonight? They have something to prove? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They got beat. They didn't think, they thought it was all on them, and they're well rested. They're ready to go, and that's where it comes, this energy, this determination, and we're going to have to match it. So, yeah, I do agree they're very owly.
You know, we went through this whole pregame show, and we haven't even talked about Vernon Adams. Vernon Adams does have a winning record versus Winnipeg, so that is the good news. And he was saying last night, he still hasn't played his best game. He's far from it. So, you know, I'm curious to see how VA does tonight.
Well, I am too, and I'm just gaining so much respect. I go work out, and before the game on the road, and he's down there stretching, working out. The guy just prepares, and I watch him in the pregame. There isn't anybody that I've seen has more pregame rituals that he goes through, but he really does a lot for his craft. He prepares mentally, he prepares physically, and that's why he's the great quarterback he is.
Keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. What's going to happen? Well, we're going to find out in just a few minutes' time, because we're going to now hand off to Mark Stephen, as he is going to give you the starting lineups here on QR Calgary. And of course, when they kick the ball off, if the Stamps take the ball, we're going to get to the Stampeder opening drive. And the Stampeder opening drive is brought to you by Kloss Tractors. The starting lineups are next. For Dave McIver, I'm Jock Wilson. Thanks so much for listening to the Stampeder pregame show. We'll be back at halftime. We'll be back after the game as well. Thanks so much for the Deerfoot Inn Casino. This is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2, QR Calgary 770.
And welcome back to Winnipeg, Manitoba, your Alberta Ford dealer, Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. Now your starting lineups. Mark Stephen here. Yes, we will play on time as scheduled today. For the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, their secondary, left to right, Terrell Bonds, Diedrich Nichols, Jamal Parker, Evan Holman, Marquise Bridges. The linebackers, Kylie Wilson, Tony Jones, and Retta Cramdy. The front four, Vaughters, Thomas, Adams, and Jefferson. For the Calgary Stampeders, their offense remains static. DeMary, Winnipeg product, Zach Williams, Christy Fortin, Canu, and Coker are the starting offensive line. Vernon Adams, the starting quarterback. Dedrick Mills in the backfield. Tevin Jones, Dominique Rhymes, Jalen Philpott, Eric Brooks, and two-touchdown man Damian Alford are the receiving corps. Turning around for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, their offensive group, the line left to right, Micah Vanderpool taking over from Stanley Bryant today. Gabe Wallace, Chris Kolinkowski, Pat Neufeld, and Kendall Rudolph. Zach Calero is the starting quarterback, ranking MOP in the league. Brady Oliveira in the backfield. Carrick Wheatfield is a receiver. Cody Case taking over today for the injured Dalton Shum. Nick Dembski, Kevin Clerkius are the receivers for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Stampeders front four, Clarence Hicks, Jalen Hutchings, Miles Brown, and Flo Ormalab. Jacob Roberts, the middle linebacker. Micah Tykes, Derek Moncrief outside, but they'll play a lot of different players there. Damon Webb is the starting safety on the corners. Rookie Anthony Johnson, 6'2", 208 from Virginia, and Adrian Green. Sheldon Arnold and Jaden Grant are the team's halfbacks on the field. The Stampeders enter this game at 4-1. They're on top in the CFL West. The Blue Bombers are in at 3-1. They, of course, have gone through 2 bye weeks, so they're behind in terms of games played. Our play-by-play broadcast coming up on QR Calgary 107.3 The Edge.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com. Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll really know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort. Our promise.
Here we go, Stamps fans. The moment you've all been waiting for. Every hit, run, pass, and touchdown. Right here on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
Kickoff is now with Mark Steven and Greg Peterson on your home of the red and white for over 30 years. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
We're coming to you live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event under your Toyota tower at South Point Toyota. I got to tell you, a very moving moment here as the entire stadium is on their feet. A huge standing ovation for one of the most beloved Winnipeg Blue Bombers ever, Milt Stiegel, now a TSN analyst. Of course, he lost his son a few weeks ago, and this is his first time back to Winnipeg, and the crowd is just giving him the ovation and showing their love. We're going to have our national anthem momentarily, but welcome football fans. This is the time and the place for another edition of Calgary Stampeder Football.
Our home and native land, true patriot love, in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The anthem is in the books, and QR Calgary and the Canadian Football League are proud to bring you today's game featuring your Stampeders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We'll bring you all the drama and excitement from our broadcast location at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. In the booth, Mark Steven and Stampeder All-Star Greg Peterson forming the longest-serving broadcast tandem in league history. And Greg, what are you watching for today?
Well, it's we got the team that was picked to be number one or one of the teams up there in the league in the power rankings. And then we got a team that was picked to be bottom, the Calgary Stampeders, but they're now up with the big boys, and it's going to be a good contest tonight, a refreshed, rested Bomber team against a team up and coming, kind of the surprise of the CFL. I'm looking for a big one tonight.
Coming up, the opening kickoff, 90 seconds away. More great Stampeder football on your voice of the Stamps, QR Calgary.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Hi, this is Jalen Philpott. Your Stampeders play here on QR Calgary.
And welcome back to Winnipeg, where the Blue Bombers and the Stampeders are set to do battle momentarily. The Stampeders, of course, right now, momentarily 4-1 and on top. Winnipeg behind at 3-1. Just back to Milt Stegall and the admiration he has in this city. You don't have to look too far in the stands to find a jersey of Milt Stegall, and there's a road just north of the old stadium they played at called Milt Stegall Drive. So I would say that he has an amazing following in the city after a legendary career. So yeah, good to see him honored.
I look across the stadium and I see his name and number up on the wall. So
all right, well, we'll get to that. The Calgary Stampeders are in their road uniforms, the white tops, white pants with the red numerals, and the white socks. Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in their home uniforms, the gold pants with the white, with the blue socks, blue tops with the numbers in white. We'll get things going. We're going to play on time as scheduled, and looking forward to this game. And so glad you're with us wherever you are in Calgary, Southern Alberta, online, wherever. It's Calgary Stampeder football time. Let's get things going as the Stampeders return to the field as they take on the Blue Bombers today. A short week, but that's life. You're going to have short weeks in the CFL, and this is one of them. The Blue Bombers are going to return from our broadcast right the south end of the stadium. The Stampeders will kick off, give the ball up to get things going. So glad you're here today. It's a wonderful day in Winnipeg. Temperature 23 degrees, a bit of a wind. Sometimes in July it can get really hot here, but this is not one of those times. Very pleasant evening, kind of a shirt sleeve afternoon and evening here in Winnipeg. And the fans, as they always do, have jammed to the stadium.
Yeah, well, the Stampeders lost the toss, and I know that they want the game first off, or the ball first off, Mark, but the Bombers won the toss, so the Bombers are going to be on the receiving end of this kickoff.
Yes, we are. They're going to kick the ball off. Here we go. Randy Paredes tees it up. We're underway. 7:39 local. It's kicked off in the direction of Baval, and he will return it at the 20-yard line. Wedge forms. He moves right at the 30. Looks for a seam. The Stampeders trying to string him out. He breaks one tackle. Then he's cut from behind and thrown down as Arnold's over on the tackle. Arnold over on the tackle to pull him down. So the Blue Bombers start out at the 40-yard line.
Well, Baval tried to get outside, Mark. He couldn't do it, so got a pretty good return on that one.
All right, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will start out at the 40-yard line. Ball on far hash marks as the Blue Bombers start out. Zach Collaros at the quarterback spot. In the backfield, of course, is Brady Oliveira, all-time MVP from last year. And he gets the call, runs left, cuts right, gets to the secondary. That's where the Stampeders will tackle him just shy the 50-yard line as Moncrief is back to pull him down.
Well, we're going to see a lot of that on first down. They love to run the football. Good job by Brady Oliveira. He's great at hesitating and picking the hole, waiting for the hole to develop. Did that on that play off the right side and got a pretty good 8-9 yards.
It is, and that's where the Stampeders will send the defense on. The Blue Bombers come on, short yardage. Second down and about a yard to go. They'll break the huddle. Big Chris Streveler is in as their short yardage guy. Streveler under center. Takes the ball and surges straight ahead, and I'll await the spot on this one. Stampeders are saying they held him. Let's wait for the spot.
I think Streveler did. He's one of the better Streveler that is with his short yardage. Lunged forward and definitely got the first down, so the Bombers are off to a good start.
They are. They do have the first down, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Calgary Stampeders. Second of 3 meetings this year. They'll meet again in Calgary in early August. Yes, it seems like we've seen a lot of the Bombers, but so be it. Always nice to come to a nice full exciting stadium here in Winnipeg. Blue Bombers come out in a passing set. Long count by Collaros. Oliveira shifts in the backfield. Collaros is back. Looks left to the near sidelines. Corcoran catches, and he stood up right away. Wrestled out of bounds by Green into the Calgary side of midfield at the 53. That'll be short of the first down. We'll make it 2nd and 7.
Well, Bombers had 3 receivers. That's called trips to the left side. And then they had their tight end go out. So really had 4 out there. They ran 3 guys up the field. The outside guy just kind of did a hang route. Good job by Green, though, in 3 deep coverage. Have to come up and make a good sure tackle.
They do indeed. It's 2nd down and about 2.5 yards to go. The Bombers at the Calgary 53-yard line. We are just underway here in Winnipeg. We'd fall out of the huddle, right? Collaros from the gun. Now pre-snap motion towards the quarterback, but they'll ride Oliveira. He runs left. The Stampeders greet him in the hole and I think push him back. I think they stopped him as his forward progress was there. In a tackle, Webb was up for it. Miles Brown was in on it as well, along with Jalen Hutchings, and they are short.
Yeah, they're short, but it looks like the Bombers are going to go for it, Mark, early in this game. Yeah, good job by our defensive line to push up the field and push the offensive line back and give them the room for the linebackers to come in and make a good sure tackle. So it's a good solid 1 yard.
Yeah, it is a full yard. Stampeders stack up the middle of the line there. Brown, Hutchings, Sambu on the field. Lines are down. Streveler goes right, and if he got it, I think he did, but it wasn't by much. We'll wait for them to unpile and spot the ball.
Got a flag as well. The back judge referee called a flag. It's either going to be a hold or possibly a face mask.
All right, welcome to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR.
Calgary, number 48, 15-yard penalty, first down.
I wondered about that, Greg. He got his hand up and just reached across. And I thought I saw a face masking call, so that's the decision.
Jacob Roberts so the Bombers on the march. They're now in Stampeder territory, already in field goal position.
At the 34-yard line, that's where they are, the Calgary Stampeders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers just underway here in Winnipeg. That's where the Blue Bombers are. They break out of the huddle. Little Stearns goes left. Wheatfall outside him. Wheatfall matching up against Johnson, the Stampeder rookie, on this near side. Outside blitz coming. Snap screen to Stearns. He makes the catch, turns it upfield, makes one man miss. Then the Stampeders, Micah Tights greets him and bear hugs him at about the 28-yard line. So we'll make that a gain of about 6, 2nd and 4.
Yeah, Stampeders came on the blitz from the wide side, the right side of the Bombers, and they threw a hitch pass to the weak side, so they're man-on-man coverage. Bombers now going hurry-up offense.
That's what they do. 2nd down and 4 yards to go at the 27 of the Stampeders. Calero's changing the play, walking up to the line, barking out signals. Now retreats. Oliveira lines up to the left in the backfield. Calero's to the air. In his drop, pocket hole, standing, he's in trouble and sacked. Thrown down at the 40-yard line as Miles Brown breaks through and pushes him back to the 40-yard line. Nice play by Brown to put him on the ground for the sack, and the Stampeders chase them back near midfield.
Well, big play that time. Collares had pretty good protection, Mark, but he waited. Finally, the big guy, Miles Brown, at 307 pounds, got his first sack of the season. It was a big one.
Here we go with the field goal attempt. This is from 46. Castillo is on, veteran, and around the league. No real win to speak of. Ball is snapped, it's kicked, it's going, and it is good. And the Blue Bombers are on the scoreboard first. All right, Stampeder football has a home in its QR Calgary. The score, Winnipeg 3, Calgary 0. You're listening to Stampeder football, now streaming on QRCalgary.com.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal, get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
I don't know.
3-0 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The Stampeders offense is on the field. Welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. Stampeders are huddled up at their 35-yard line, being led by Vernon Adams, who had a fabulous 400-yard game last week. Stampeders offense time now for the Class Stampeders opening drive, the makers of Precision Farm Equipment. Class for more. Here come the Stampeders. Faced in 3 receivers right, including the rookie, the 2-touchdown man from a week ago, Damian Alford. Adams in his count. Receivers in motion to the line. He pats the ball, fires it out, going down and in and out of the hands of Dominique Grimes at the 47-yard line. Greg, tough catch, but he was near it, got his hands on it.
Yeah, it went down low. He down by his ankles, turned his fingers, his thumbs out, tried to get it. Had 3 receivers to that side. Just an out, straight out. It was just throwing a little bit low for Rhymes to get it.
Second down, 10 yards to go for the Calgary Stampeders. Philpott moves out of the huddle. Left, he lines up on the 40, outside the numbers. In the slot that way is big, tall Rhymes. Adams takes the ball. It's a pass, setting up, pitching to the far side. That ball is caught. Making the grab is Rhymes for the Stampeders, pushed out of bounds at the 51 of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and the Stampeders advance the chains.
Well, great job by the offensive line just to let Vernon Adams sit in that pocket. They rushed 4 and had lots of time to have a deep out by Rhymes, and you know, had to throw that in a real good window, good throw and a good catch.
Rhymes 15 yards, second on the team in catches, behind Aiden Philpott. Mills in the backfield. He starts to leak out of the backfield. Now they're checking off at the line. He's in the backfield. Adams to the air. He's back, shuffles the feet, throwing a long pass to the far side. That ball is caught before he's driven out of bounds into the far sidelines, into the bench area. Grab made by the Stampeders, Jalen Philpott, and the Stampeders again move the chains.
Well, Vernon Adams on fire right now with his excellent passing. Had Jalen Philpott in the backfield, and he just leaked out of the backfield just before the snap of the ball. Just did an out and a deep umbrella coverage of the Bombers. He could throw in front of it. Good play.
Stampeders are on the march there at the Winnipeg 38-yard line. Waiting for Mills to get the call. He lines up behind the quarterback. And he will get the call. There's a hole. He dances up the middle, veers right, gets the 25, down to the 20-yard line where he is tackled. He read that perfectly before he was hauled down and picks up a Stampeder first down.
Yeah, he did a good job. As you said, read it perfectly. Those were the words, Mark, because he kind of hesitated. Deep handoff. Credit the O-line. They got one-on-one and got to the second level, got to the backers, and Mills just did a great job of finding that seam and getting that 15 yards.
He really did. Big pickup by Dedrick Mills as the Stampeders are on the march. They're down 3-0, but they're on the move. They're at the Winnipeg. Make that the 21-yard line is where they are. Stampeders line up with a tight end right. Adams play fake. Dancing in the pocket. Throws the ball to the far sidelines. Jones off his feet. Makes the catch and then is driven out of bounds. Behind the play, a flag is thrown. So we'll see if the catch stands up and the flag.
Well, it's going to be roughing the passer. I don't know who the defensive lineman was, but they hit Vernon. Vernon had a guy right in his face, a big D lineman who hit him after, and he had to throw that over. And again, they're killing the Bombers on deep outs, and good play by Vernon Adams, throwing the ball very well.
Winnipeg, number 99. Ball will be placed at the 1-yard line.
Oh, that's
first down.
Well, that's those new penalties this year, Greg. That goes to the 1.
Yep. Super opening drive by the Stampeder offense.
So the Stampeders are on the 1-yard line. Yeah, they're roughing the passer. Moves it to the 1. Big Vaughn is in the ball game. He's the short yardage guy here. Stampeders on the Winnipeg 1. They were on the march even before the penalty. Vaughn comes up and under center, Chris Fortin. Lines are down. He takes the ball. He moves left, drives those legs towards the end zone. They're going to unpile and see if they award him a touchdown. They have not given the signal yet.
Not. I thought for sure he was in, but maybe he didn't get in, Mark. We're not getting any signal whatsoever. He went over the left side, over the left guard, and just a good, solid play by the linebacking core to not let the big Vaughn sneak into the end zone. But good thing he's got 2 more chances to do it.
Clock is ticking. 7:23 remaining in the opening quarter. 3-0 Winnipeg, but the Stampeders are on the Winnipeg 1. Vaughn again is under center. Stampeders bring in an extra offensive lineman, Thomas Jack Kurtula. Again, lines are down. Vaughn on the keeper, runs right. This time, no questions asked. He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Stampeders.
Well, what a super opening drive. The Bombers took the ball like they always like to do. They like to get the lead. They got down, got 3 points, but the Stampeders really countered back with an excellent opening drive.
Do they ever? So to take the lead with 7 minutes and 5 seconds to play in this quarter. A nice drive, a bit penalty aided by Winnipeg, and the Stampeders have the lead. This play by the Stampeders, the first time they had their hands on the ball. 4 first downs on that drive. Eddie Paredes on for the extra point.
15-yard misconduct penalty against Calgary, number 19. Those 15 yards will be applied on the kickoff.
Well,
stands.
That's on Vaughn, Greg. I'm going to assume that he said something after he got the touchdown. Or
well, he was hit. After he got the touchdown, and then he punched one of the
Blue Bombers
right in the head. He kind of like the Blue Bomber guy kept pushing him after he got his touchdown, so that's not good. Dave Dickinson talks about don't get disciplinary penalties.
The Stampeders have actually been pretty good on the penalty department.
Well, Dave Dickinson's now talking to him, or a couple of guys are talking to him. Just say, look, I think that's Dakota Ponca just saying, look, do not do that. That hurts you. You just got to ignore it.
Extra point has been kicked through. The score, the Stampeders 7. This is Winnipeg 3. This is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Calgary Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. Stamps defense will be on the field. We're bringing you all your CFL action for over 3 decades.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
This is Micah Tights, number 42. Now back to Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
After the penalty, as the Stampeders defense runs on the field, Stampeders leading 7-3. They'll kick off from their 15-yard line.
Yeah, that's not
because
good.
of the penalty.
The Bombers are already going to get excellent field position after this kickoff.
I mentioned the Stampeders have generally been very good on penalties. They're the least penalized team in the league, so that's really good.
Yeah,
but this one cost them a lot of yards.
Yeah, well, they got 27 penalties going into this game, and they average 5.4 penalties per game.
Redis kicks off from the 15-yard line, boots that in the direction of Vavel, who catches at the 30-yard line, comes near side, he's at the 40, 45, at the 50, runs into his own teammates, and the Stampeders stand him up. Kalon Thomas and others are right there to bring him down, so the Blue Bombers already have some fabulous field position. So the penalty puts the ball near midfield. We'll take a break here. This is the first quarter of Stampeder football. We are here in Winnipeg. The score is Calgary 7, Winnipeg 3. Stampeder defense on the field. We'll be back. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
It's time to Toyota with Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Get up to $4,000 off all Tacomas. Plus, up to $2,000 in free accessories. Plus, free winter or all-season tires. Ask about the free lifetime oil and filter offer. Don't miss Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st at Canada's #1 volume Tacoma dealer, South Point Toyota.
Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 at 107.3 The Edge.
And the action resumes with the Calgary Stampeders holding a 7-3 lead on Winnipeg. 6:43 to play in our opening quarter of the ball game. The Stampeders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The Blue Bombers will scrimmage on the Stampeder 54-yard line. I guess that's because of the penalty the Stampeders incurred, so the Blue Bombers get some tremendous field position there. All time, Zach Caleros 10-7 against the Stampeders in various uniforms, so he's a tremendous quarterback. He's bound to the Hall of Fame someday. They actually signed him to an extension, so he's here through 26. Is he going to retire? Someday, but it won't be this year, and it won't be next year. Oliveira's at the backfield for quarterback Zach Caleros. Now time about to be whistled in. Blue Bombers show tight end right. Caleros calling out signals. And you give Oliveira, he stops and starts, squeezes through a hole, but the Stampeders right there. Derek Moncrief pulls him down off the bottom of the pile as Wilson, the recently signed linebacker. So we'll call that about a 4-yard gain, 2nd and 6.
Yeah, Oliveira he's a pretty big guy at 230 pounds. He's only 5'10", got short, stout legs, and he was stopped at the line of scrimmage, first point of contact, but with his short legs just pumping him, he got another 4 or 5 yards.
It is a 4-yard gain, 2nd down and 6. Clark Kiss, the receiver, goes right for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Case the newcomer joining him that way as well. On 2nd down, Caleros. He'll go to the air. Has time back, dumps it out of the backfield. Oliveira in the open field, catches at the 50. Cut down in the open field for a loss by Roberts on the near side, so the Blue Bombers will punt it away. But let's credit Jacob Roberts, Greg, in the open field, pulling down the talented Oliveira.
Yeah, they love to do that. They love to look downfield, and then Oliveira acts like he's going to block, and then he just sneaks out into the flat. They do it all the time, but Roberts right there, almost expecting it, and you're right. Jacob Roberts had to make an open field tackle, did that, and they lost 2 yards.
Remember, welcome to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. This is a bomb from 57 yards. Or Castile, let's see what he does. Snap, it is down, he kicks it, he drives it, it's going, and it is good. A 57-yard bomb by Castile. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers find themselves cutting into that Stampeder lead at 7-6 with 5:15 to play in this quarter. So, there's a bomb, didn't expect that one, 57 yards. But
Sergio Garcia, he is consistent, super accurate, and he's got the leg, and he loves to kick here at home. As long as it was 55 going into this game, just broke that to make it 57 in his 9th year. He's now, 12, I think, 12 out of 13. So he's one of the better kickers right now in the CFL.
Yeah, no question about that. And he is one of 8 players on this experienced Winnipeg team with 800, at least with 100-plus CFL games. A lot of experience on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And, of course, the age-old question is, when does that experience become age? I would say I don't see it right now, but it's going to happen one day when they'll have to shake hands with some of the greatest to ever play, and there are a lot of them. By the way, Adam Bighill is on this trip. Speaking of greatest Blue Bombers ever, I get asked all the time, when is he going to play for the Stampeders? You know, with a short week this week and a short week next year, I just don't see it. In the next couple of games, maybe at the end of the month, or maybe when Winnipeg comes back to Calgary. I don't know for sure, but they're nursing him. They don't want him healthy. Let me be blunt about it. They don't need him healthy on July the 18th. They want to make sure he's ready to go on September the 18th.
Yeah, it was good to see him on the plane with us, Mark, and he's got a outstanding career, a long time in BC, a long time here with the Bombers. I think you were telling me 6-7 years with the Bombers, but they didn't want him, but he wanted to continue his career, and it's good the Stamps give him a ride back or a ride here and see his family or whatever, because he's also got his own business going here. I think he's a broker, financial broker, financial planner now, and with Invesco or someone like that, but it's good to have him on our trip with us.
Yeah, he's here in Winnipeg. He is one of the most beloved Bombers ever, so obviously a big moment for him to be here, but not in uniform. Here come the Stampeders, moving left to right to the scoreboard end as they open up play. They lead 7-6. They're at the 40-yard line after that bomb of a field goal. Adams barking out signals. Calling out signals. Vaughn lines up as a tight end right. The snap, it's bobbled by Adams. He picks it up, he dances, and then is buried back at the 35-yard line. Couple of Bombers over there to bring him down. The linebacker, Wilson, was there to put him on the ground. Pearson an end. So it's a loss of 6, 2nd and 16.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. The snap was right there, but Vernon was looking down, and you can't fault the center that time. The rookie Chris Fortin, he did a good job of snapping it. Looked like Vernon Adams was just looking downfield and took his eyes off the football.
Well, Stampeders out of the huddle. They send big, tall Alford wide right. He lines up on the line of scrimmage. Brooks inside him along with Philpott. 3-man pressure by the Bombers. Deep drop by Adams. He's standing, waiting, throwing downfield, extending, making the catch, then driven out of bounds into the Bomber bench is Jalen Philpott, and he is really close to the first down, pending the spot.
Well, that's just getting yourself. The Stamps have done that a lot this year. They're 2nd and long, and again, killing the Bombers on that out. They had 4 receivers, got a guy going the flat, a guy does a curl, and Jalen Philpott gives a deep out. Excellent throw again by Vernon Adams. Got him out of the hole.
Philpott leads the team in catches, and he leads the team in yards, but not in touchdowns. Waiting for him to find the end zone. That's going to happen. From the Stampeder 51-yard line. Vernon Adams with the ball. Gives inside to Mills. He finds some heavy traffic there. The Blue Bombers rally to bring him down. Lawson turned him back inside, and that'll be a gain of maybe 1, 2nd and 9.
Well, it looked like Vernon Adams wasn't really very happy with where Mills was lining up. He was kind of like telling Mills something before the snap, and wasn't the best blocking on the left side there, and Mills just ran into a brick wall, so 2nd and long.
Clock runs. It says 3:34 to play in this quarter. The Stampeders 7, Winnipeg Blue Bombers 6. Stampeders this season, 49.5 on second down conversions. Brooks is the wide man to the wide side. He tracks down the line of scrimmage. Adams takes the ball in a drop. Dancing, waiting, airs it out deep, looking for a target at the 20-yard line, extending the arms, makes the catch. Dominic Rhymes at the 10, and they say he was down at the 10-yard line. He got up, but what a superb grab. They say he's at the 15. A great pass, a great catch.
Rhymes was the slot back, and he just ran on the short side, and he just ran a straight streak and a busted coverage. He just ran right by the corner, and a great play by Rhymes to make a very difficult catch. Are we going to get a challenge? And it looks like we're going to have a challenge here.
Do the Blue Bombers say, I'm not sure what they're saying.
Well, I think they're saying he didn't make the catch, but he had to stretch out and make a great catch, and we're going to get the challenge. But that was a super play, and Stampeder.
Winnipeg's challenge the ruling on the previous play of a completed catch. The play will be reviewed.
Well, if it stands, it's a spectacular catch, spectacular play, and some huge yardage on the play.
Right now, Rhymes is the guy. He's throwing to him. I think he's been targeted about 4 times. Not only that, Mark, but the Stampeders have more plus 30 completions than anyone in the CFL. They throw the ball, they throw it long, and they're good at it.
If this stands, it's a 44-yard catch. Rhymes makes the catch. He went down. They're saying that he held on to the ball because it hit the ground.
He reached out and got it, and
I thought his hand was under the ball, Greg.
Well,
and
he's going to be tough. I think I just saw it on replay, and it could have gone both ways, Mark.
See, the ground can't help you catch it.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming back.
Oh my! Tough break. Great play.
Vernon Adams made the right decision. So Stampeders, instead of having the ball down on the 15-yard line, they're going to have to punt it away.
Yeah, so the Blue Bombers send on the return team. The Stampeders will punt it away.
After review, the ruling on the field is overturned to an incomplete pass. Third down.
Well, that's unfortunate, but it happens. Bassett is on 51.6 yards per kick. Greg, I think he's taken hold of the punting job.
Yeah, I do too, Mark. He's and even better, he's getting the ball outside the numbers, which is what you want to do. And the ball right now, right in the middle. I'm sure he's going to have to adjust. We'll see how he does on this punt.
Single returner back for Winnipeg as the Stampeders will kick it away from their 52-yard line. Valvo waits between the hash marks at the 5. Stampeders kind of slow to get into formation here. All right, now time is signaled in. Big Bassett is on the field. Big tall Aussie takes the ball, punts it away. Angles it towards the far side. Bounces outside the numbers at the 50. Bounces by Vavel. He picks it up inside the 5. He runs left. He's in trouble. Turned inside and finally brought down. Very, very limited return. The Stampeders hustle downfield. Anthony Federico led the charge for the Stampeders. Onyeka was there as well. And Winnipeg is pinned very deep in their territory.
Well, good play by Bassett. He did a good job of getting it outside the numbers, and the returner couldn't get to it. Vavel couldn't get to it, so it bounced. It bounced back to the inside. So a good Stampeder bounce in many ways, and then the returner tried to run it outside and good contain, and they had to go up the middle, so got him on the 4-yard line.
Winnipeg deep in their territory. They start out at their 5-yard line. 7-6 Stampeders. Nick Dembski's been kind of quiet today. See what he does. He goes out of the huddle right. Calero stands 1 foot in the end zone. He'll give it to Oliveira. He runs up the middle. The Stampeders slam the door and push him right back. Almost no gain on the play.
That's that read pass option, and it looked like
Sambu and Roddy were there.
Well, Caleres didn't really know it wasn't the best meshing point or mix. Oliveira didn't know whether he had the ball, and Caleres, he gave it to him finally, but he was right there. We got a big guy coming out and a little guy coming in, a little receiver, and I'm sure that they're going to try and put it up. So Stampeders take out a defensive line and bring in an extra linebacker.
Second down, 8.5 yards to go for the Calgary Stampeders. For the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Stampeder defense on the field. Calero sends the team out and over the ball. Caleros in his count. Play clock is at 9. He'll take the snap, retreats in his end zone, lines up, pitching deep, looking for Dembski downfield, up by the Calgary 50, makes the catch at the 40 of Calgary, at the 30 of Calgary, where he's caught from behind. A huge gain. The Bombers set that one up, and they're way out of the shadows of the goalpost. Deep, deep, deep into Calgary territory. I had to open my mouth. He gets the big catch.
Well, it looked like Sheldon Arnold was covering him, Mark, and he was right there. He had good coverage underneath. It was a deep post corner, and he just was looking at the ball. You don't do that as a DB. It's going to get you every time. He looked back. It went over his shoulder as he was looking back, and had good coverage, just didn't have good technique at the end.
73-yard pass and run. The Blue Bombers now at the Stampeders 30. 1:09 remaining in the quarter. Three receivers to the left for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Caleros takes the ball. He's scrambling, and he's back at the 40 and throws it away just before he was thrown to the ground by the very disruptive Jalen Hutchings, who has one of the most unique birthdays. December 31st, 1909, so he's by 1 day a 20th century baby.
Well, only a four-man rush, and great job, and had a little bit of what's called a twist where the inside guy goes out, and then you twist around as defensive end and cause another pressure. So the Stampeders lead the league in pressures, got one there.
They did. Winnipeg is second down and 10 yards to go. Reedfall has been kind of quiet. He comes left. Green is watching him to the wide side. Caleros with 4 on the clock. Takes the ball in his drop, lines up, pitching downfield, and that ball is picked off by the Stampeders. They'll return it. The newcomer Johnson has it 30, 35, at the 40, steps into touch on the far side. Another pick by the Calgary Stampeders as the newcomer Anthony Johnson pulls the ball in. Turnover, Stampeder ball.
Well, the Bombers had 3 receivers. One kind of did a stop route, and it looked like the wide receiver that was going to catch the ball fell down or slipped, and it went over his head right to Johnson. Did the right thing, made the catch, and after a big play for the Bombers, a bigger play for the Stampeders.
You got the answer to right back. So Johnson, he's a really imposing guy, Greg, 6'2", 200, really put well together. Obviously very excited when we spoke to him yesterday. So in his first start, he has his first touchdown in his first quarter. He steps out of bounds at the 45-yard line. That's where the Stampeders will start at their own 45. 25 seconds to play in the quarter. Jones and Rhymes splitting left for quarterback Vernon Adams, who adjusts his chin strap. Now he's ready. Looks over that defense. Linebacker blitz coming. Pitch downfield. The ball is tipped and goes to the ground. Went through a couple of hands, hit a bomber, and then another bomber in the secondary tried to put his hand up and couldn't pull it in.
Bomber down on the field, but Vernon Adams trying to hit a quick slant that time. Had a guy open, but looked like I think it was the defensive end kind of just got it, kind of hesitated, anticipated the pass, and got his right hand on that ball.
Well, there's a Blue Bomber who's doubled over, and that is Diedrich Nichols. Don't know exactly what happened. 11 seconds to play in the quarter. The
halfback,
Blue Bomber medical team is up.
Bombers got a pretty experienced secondary. 5 years, second years, fourth year guys, so they got lots of experience in that secondary, and he's coming off. But they love to play a lot of, they call it match coverage, and what I mean by that, Mark, is they play a zone for the first 7-8 yards, and then once you have a guy in your zone, you latch onto him and play man-to-man. It's kind of a new coverage invented a little while back, and they're very good at it. They play that match coverage quite well.
So the Stampeders on the deflected pass will start out at their 45-yard line. They break the huddle. Diedrich Mills in the backfield. Blue Bombers defense on the field. Vernon Adams works. Accepts the snap. In his backdrop. Pitching downfield on and out. That ball is caught by Jones. Catches inside the Winnipeg 50. Turns it inside. 40 at the 30, and that's where he's tackled. Great yards after catch. Safety Parker has to pull him down as we come to the end of quarter number 1. The Stampeders in great field position. Well, that's it for the first quarter. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 7, Winnipeg 6. Up in a moment, second quarter football action. You're listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Thanks for listening. This is Rene Paredes, kicker for the Calgary Stampeders. Now back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
And thanks for joining us. The Calgary Stampeders lead 7-6. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth. Brought to you by South Point Toyota at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Welcome to the second quarter action. And Greg Peterson now with the first quarter stat story.
Yeah, first downs, Calgary 7, the Bombers 3. Total offense, Stamps 109, Bombers 97. Offensive plays, both teams had 13 rushing. Stampeders only 19 yards. The Bombers only 20 yards. Both defenses doing good. Passing, this is where the Stampeders are lighting it up. 95 yards. Bombers 87 yards. So one turnover for the Bombers and total possessions 3 each. So a pretty good first quarter for the Stampeders.
Stampeders are +2 in the giveaway takeaway department after that opening quarter turnover. So Stampeders turn around and move right to left to the dressing room end. Their dressing room end is Jones, splits left. Lining up in the corner with Bridges watching him. Three-snap motion to the wide side with Philpott. Another give up the middle to Dedrick Mills. He breaks one tackle at the point of attack, gets up to the 25-yard line where the Blue Bombers tackle him. Second down and 5.
Stamps had 4 receivers to the right side. They brought the inside receiver and loaded up the box and had that receiver go through the hole like a lead. And Dedrick Mills doing a good job of reading where the hole was. Got a good 6 yards.
So they are. They're at the Winnipeg 25-yard line. They're leading 7-3. Just underway in the second quarter. Really glad you're with us here. Fortan is over the ball. Mills in the backfield. Adams will go to the air. He's in his drop. He spots out of the pocket. Turns, serves it out for the middle. Looking for Rhymes. In and out of his hands as he went up. Some really close coverage by Cramdy, the linebacker, as well. It was a tough play, tough throw. Just couldn't pull it in.
Well, the Bombers haven't been getting to the quarterback, so this time they rushed 7 guys, and one guy was not taken, Mark, and good job by Adams to escape, get back, and at least throw that ball away. Tried to get it up to the big guy, Rhymes, but he couldn't come down with it.
Yeah, it's fair to think that he might be able to pull it in, but just didn't happen. Rene Paredes now on. He's 10 of 13 this year. And are the Stampeders challenging the play, Greg? They may say that there was
interference.
Yeah.
Calgary is challenging the previous play for pass interference. The play will be reviewed.
Well, Dave Dickinson likes to get rid of his challenge early in the game. He looks for times to challenge, so would be a big one. He also wants to do it at a time that, maybe you can fortuitously get points out of it. That's what he wants to do.
Well, they're going to challenge it. The linebacker, Cramdy, went up with him. We didn't have the best vantage spot, but because Cramdy's back was to us. But nonetheless, we'll see what happens.
Well, Dave talks to the coaches upstairs and says, hey, what do you guys think? So obviously he's not going to throw the flag unless he gets confirmation from his coaches in the box. Plus, he was looking at it on the
big screen here.
On the screen, and right when he looked at it, now he's looking at it again down there on the sideline.
Well, let's wait and see what happens.
Hasn't been as many challenges this year as previous years, Mark.
Nope. Officials will come to a decision here.
Officials done a good job this year. Everybody criticized them so far, but I think they've been getting, except for a couple times, I really want them to get in and out of the huddle and get the play call. But overall, I think they've done a pretty good job officiating the games.
Well, this is a fairly lengthy review, and I don't know if that's an indication of anything.
It looked to me like he maybe had his hand on his back, so I'm seeing it now, the replay, and I definitely think that can be a pass interference, Mark. You have your hand on the guy's back. He kind of pulled him, too, as he was going up for the ball.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Calgary will be charged a timeout.
But then again, I'm considered a homer, and I would see what I want to see.
Ray Paredes,
I thought it
as
was
I
pass
mentioned, 10 of
interference,
13,
Mark.
inside the 45 of 5, yeah.
Well, this should be automatic.
Sam's going to get something out of his drive, yeah. No real wind at all, and a beautiful, beautiful night in Winnipeg. The snap, the kick, it's chipped towards the upright by Rennie Paredes, and it is good. So the Stampeders have extended their lead. The scoreboard shows the Calgary Stampeders 10, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 6. Defense soon on the field. You're listening to Stampeder Football, racking up another great season of football, something we've been doing for over 3 decades. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Hey everyone, it's Ben Mulrooney and welcome to my brand new YouTube channel. You have probably heard me on the radio. I hope you've heard the podcast. Well, now you can join us and see us right here on YouTube. Fearless conversations with voices you won't hear anywhere else. Topics that range the gamut from politics all the way back to pop culture like I used to do. So join us right here on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe and welcome to the Ben Mulrooney Show.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Stampeders extend their lead 10-6. Welcome back to Winnipeg, Manitoba. We're just underway. Played 1:11 of the second quarter. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will start out at their 40-yard line. They break out of the huddle with Nick Stemke, who's had the biggest single play of the game, part of a 4-pack to this side. But they'll go on the ground to Oliveira. He runs left, now tries to bounce it outside, spins, twists, gets up to the 45-yard line, but the Stampeders push him back down. Johnson from his corner spot is over to bring him down.
But you can't tackle Oliveira on your own. You need help. So Stampeders defense are really doing a good job of wrapping up on first contact, but more important, they're sprinting to the football, Mark, sprinting so that they got 3-4 guys making the tackle. That's what they did on that play, limited that game to about 3-4 yards.
Micah Teitz helping out on the tackle as well. 7th year, second year with the Calgary Stampeders from the University of Calgary. Blue Bombers 2nd down and 6. Case, who's taking the spot of Sean. He moves into the slot right. Therkus outside him. 4-man pressure by the Stampeders as Collaros is back. He's scrambling, he's dancing, comes to the line of scrimmage, flips it downfield. Caught by Dembski. Calgary 50, tackled near the 40-yard line by Moncrief, the linebacker, but that's the experience of Zach Collaros. Step up in the pocket, flip it downfield. First down, Winnipeg.
Yeah, he was pressured. Mark Stamps rushed 4 and dropped everyone else. He steps up into the pocket, and he was about to get tackled, and he just kind of saw a guy open and kept his eyes down the field and hit Dembski right over the middle for a big gain.
Winnipeg down to the Stampeder 42-yard line. Moncrief's kind of been everywhere today. Made the big tackle on that play.
Well, he's got 18 defensive tackles.
Blue Bombers breaking that huddle. They're on the march. Stampeders leading by a 10-6 count. Collaros has Oliveira in the backfield. Oliveira will get the call. He goes right, but the Stampeders, Micah Teitz and others there to hold them to very, very little. 2nd down and long, Winnipeg.
Yeah, good job by that D-line. Just don't let those big... Normally the Winnipeg O-line are known as being able to get the good upfield push, but our D-line's just not letting that happen. Limit that game to 2 yards, just straight handoff up the middle.
All in the middle of the field at the 40-yard line as the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are on the march. Newcomer Johnson has an interception. He's in the secondary. He'll match up with a dangerous Wheatfall as they go to their spots on the far side. Collaros takes the ball. Linebacker blitz coming for the Stampeders. Collaros is back. Has to pitch it downfield. Is caught by Dembski inside the 30. He's tackled right away on the play by Moncrief, the linebacker, but the Blue Bombers will advance the chains.
Well, Dembski making some big catches, and he's been Collaros' go-to guy on 2nd and long. And again, just this time the Stamps came on the blitz. They rushed 7. Collaros immediately just threw it over the middle. Pretty good coverage that time by Webb. He's just a well-thrown football and a good catch.
Winnipeg Blue Bombers move to the Stampeder 33-yard line. Stampeders sending personnel in and out of the lineup here. They're going to keep fresh legs on the field. Oliveira's in the backfield. Collaros calling out signals. Collaros will take the ball. He looks right, throws right, down by the goal line. That ball is caught. Wheatfall has it at the 5, lunges towards the end zone. Was he inbounds? No. He stepped out, they say, at the 3. So a nice catch, but he just stepped out of bounds as he was lunging for the end zone.
Carrick Wheatfall, the 6', 187-pounder out of Fresno State. He leads the Bombers in receiving yards and just seems to be the big go-to guy on big plays, as happened on that play. Bombers on their best drive of the game down in the 4-yard line.
Goal to go for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at the 4-yard line. They keep Zach Collaros in. Bombers line up with an offensive lineman as a tight end right. Collaros will go to the air. He's back, throws into the end zone, caught by Dembski. Touchdown, Winnipeg.
Well, that was the Collaros-Dembski drive, Mark, and threw it to him almost every time. And that time he was third man in on the left side. He just goes down and turns around in the end zone. Collaros just picked him out on a stop route. Nobody covered him. So Stampeder defense doing a pretty good job on this prolific Bomber defense up until that last drive.
Dembski, a local product, 10th year in the league, 7th year in Winnipeg. So he marches down the field, and his quarterback finishes it off. 12-10 Winnipeg, pending the extra point. Castillo is on. Extra point is kicked, and it is good. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have taken the lead. Winnipeg 13, the Stampeders 10. Stampeder offense on the field soon. This is second quarter CFL action on QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Zerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Zerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
This is Kalon Thomas, number 77. Thanks for listening. Go Stamps.
Go Stamps. They are down 13-10. Winnipeg will kick off. Ludovic Choquette, the rookie, and Horton, another rookie, are back to return. Talked to Horton this week, Greg. I credit one of the punt returns to the Sun. The other two he bobbled. He just said to me, I got to do better. So he is fully aware that,
Well, he's really good on kickoffs. He's fearless, so we'll see how he does on this one.
Fearless and fast. There's not a lot to that young man.
He hits it. He's not big at 5'8", 165 pounds, but got lots of speed. So kickoff return is really, he's a lot better on kickoff return than he is the punts.
Harton to the near side. Choquette to the far side as Winnipeg will kick the ball off from the 30. Castillo drives it with the right leg in the direction of Horton. He'll catch at the 10. Finds a seam at the 20, at the 30, down the near sidelines, 35, and steps out of bounds at about the 40, maybe the 42, pending the spot. Actually, the 44, a nice return by Horton, stands near midfield.
He doesn't stop his feet, doesn't hesitate, just goes, and he's got great vision and seems to find that little empty space, and he got a really good return there. Stamps almost got it to midfield.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR. A nice back and forth game with Winnipeg leading 13-10, 9:57 in the clock running to play in our opening half. Stampeders come out of the huddle. Two tall targets, big 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". Alford and Rhymes going right out of the huddle. Adams leans in. They fake to the line. He is back, loads up, pitching deep, looking for a target, looking for Alford up at the 35-yard line of Winnipeg. Just couldn't pull it in, was falling back. Nice try as they tried to set him up, Greg, but he just couldn't get the body in the right position.
Well, they tried to a little pump and go, a little fake. I think Alford just really didn't sell the fake good enough. You almost have to sell it and almost stop and then take off, so the defender was right there with him. Still, he went up and almost got it with his big 6'6" frame.
Yeah, they Chowden bridges the corner. Let's see what the Stampeders are going to do here. At their 44-yard line, Stampeders 4 of 6 second down opportunities. Brooks and Philpott come left outside them. Here's Alford. Full blitz on by Winnipeg. Back and pitching left. Brooks makes the catch. He's at the 50. Surges ahead to the midfield marker, and I think has the first down as he's tackled. Nichols gets a handout to put him down, but little guy Brooks advances the chains.
Yeah, good read by Vernon Adams and Brooks. That time the Bombers came on the all-out Brooks, and Brooks was he just did a little out, got it, and knew he had to put 7 yards to get the first down, got upfield right away with some yak yards and picked it up. Good play.
Ball is kissing the midfield marker. The Stampeders have a new set of downs. They send Alford wide right out of the huddle. Rhymes, Philpott inside him. Now Adams is checking off the line. Play clock is at 4. And he'll give to Dedrick Mills. He runs right, dances, and not much room there as Blue Bombers figured out what he was doing. Nichols up from his linebacker spot. Jake Thomas over, and that's a gain of 1.
Well, again, it looked like Dedrick Mills and Trevor Adams weren't on the right page. Trevor Adams trying to direct Dedrick Mills to the opposite side. They bring a receiver in to block, and there was just nothing there. It wasn't well executed at all.
Nope. 2nd and 8, Winnipeg 53-yard line. Clock ticks. It says 8:05 to play in the first half. 13-10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Stampeders out in a passing set. The receivers right. Now Jones down the line to help block. Adams takes the ball, gets a deep drop, pitches downfield, and that ball is caught going down inside the 40 by Dominique Rhymes. Shielded the ball and picks up a first down, and that was a nice throw and great body control to make the catch.
Yeah, good. Dominique Rhymes has been the target so far, Mark. Deep curl and 3 receivers to that right side. Pretty good block, and giving Vernon Adams a chance to step up and throw a good solid strike with lots of space to throw the ball as wide as the quarterback likes. Good play.
Stampeders marching to the Winnipeg 37-yard line. Adams motioning to get his personnel where he needs them. Take the ball, fakes to the line, half roll right. Now sets up, now he's pitching deep, looking for a target on the streak route down in the end zone, reaches out, makes the catch, touchdown! Stampeders pulling it in on the far side. Yes, another one by the big guy. The Moose,
well,
Alford.
They love going to Alford deep and letting the big guy just make big plays. And that's what he's doing. And they call him the Moose. And then all the old linemen and Trevor Adams, they all run down and make the old Moose sign. So
Winnipeg, number 93, That 15-yard penalty will be applied on the kickoff.
Well, same thing happened this last time, so that was just an excellent throw. He was well covered, Mark, but Vernon Adams is just having that trust. That's what happens when you have a wide receiver who makes plays for you when it's a 50-50 ball. But when you're as big as Alford is, he just goes up and gets the ball, and right now he's becoming the guy that's making big plays.
Well, the name Moose, they called him at Syracuse, the Canadian Moose, and it's followed him ever since. So here's an extra point as Alford, who's on a roll, picks up another touchdown catch. The snap is kicked by Rennie Paredes, and it is good, and the Stampeders have reassumed the lead. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 17, Winnipeg 13, 6:49 to play in the opening half. This is Calgary Stampeder football, and we're the voice of the red and white, QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHolmes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
And has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And thank you for joining us on this Friday night. The Calgary Stampeders are leading 17-13. Rennie Paredes will kick it off. A touchdown catch by Alford is 4th in 3 games. That's production.
Yeah, he's on fire. He's our go-to guy if you got to just throw the ball up and have someone make a play. But Mark, he's making the plays. As a rookie, he's been one of the best rookies we've seen so far as a Stampeder.
Stampeders after a penalty on the convert. They'll kick off in the 45. Paredes chips it to the far side of the field. Raval will catch it inside the 10. Ends left. He's at the 20, and the Stampeders special teamers charge downfield and hold him to very little on the return. Kalon Thomas was there. Kalen St. Cyr as well, second-year player, and the Winnipeg will start out on their 20-yard line.
Well, good strategy. They just didn't have Rennie pound it through the end zone, and then the Bombers get good field position. He kind of hung it up there, Mark, and got a lot of hang time on it, giving his cover guys a chance to get down there, and they pinned him on the 20-yard line. So they didn't want it to go through the end zone, but they wanted to pin him back, and they did that.
You're listening to QR Calgary 107.3 The Edge. The Blue Bombers take over possession. They're down by 4. Clock ticks with 6:33 to play in the quarter. Claros play fake to the line to Oliveira. Leans back. He's firing deep, looking for a ball up by midfield. There's a jump ball. There's a tug of war. Did the Stampeders pull it in? I believe they did. It's pulled in by the rookie Grant. A great interception. Turnover at Stampeder ball.
Yeah, just Grant was right there. I couldn't believe that Collares threw the football. Looks like he's hurt. He was smacked just as he threw that football, Mark, and he threw it into coverage, but good job for the rookie Jaden Grant to go up and get the ball. Came down with it, got it at his highest point, and you hear the fans now booing as Collares is on one knee. He was hit. There was no roughing the passer call. The fans don't like it.
That was Hicks that came up the middle and hit him as we go to timeout. The score, Calgary 17, Winnipeg 13. Stay tuned for the final minutes of the second quarter. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
On first down, the Stampeders give to Dedrick Mills. He powers up the middle, gets to the 50-yard line, where will be second down and 4. Zach Caleros, Greg, I think he came off, but...
Yeah, they're going to take him off, Mark. It looks to me like maybe a concussion. I don't think we're going to see him back in this game if it is a concussion.
Well, let's find out. In the meantime, the Stampeders are second down and 5 at their 49-yard line. Alford and Vaughn, 2 rookies, have touchdowns. Stampeders now +3 in the giveaway-takeaway ratio. Adams takes the ball, 4-man pressure, fakes into the line. He is back, pumps once, sets out, fires a deep strike, looking for Rhymes, down by the 10-yard line, and that is picked off by the Blue Bombers. Holm has it, returns 10, 15, 20, where he's tripped up at the 25-yard line. Making the tackle is Vernon Adams. After the play, we've got some kind of a fight going on. Dominique Rhymes and Parker, the safety, that is separated.
Well, that was one that Vernon Adams probably just should not have thrown. We got a penalty as well. I don't know what it is, but the back judge threw it.
Holding, Calgary, number 57. A penalty is declined. First down.
Yeah. Vernon Adams that was one that he's been doing such a good job, Mark, of making good decisions. That one, his guy was not open, and it almost was a repeat of the previous play the Stampeders just had.
Looks like he was going to find Rhymes no matter what the circumstances. That was his guy.
Well, it's not going to work. You just can't do that. You can't, because the defensive back, they're just sitting back there waiting for that. So,
well, Winnipeg will start out at the 28-yard line after the turnover.
Both teams got lots of turnovers so far.
Yep, each team tossing an interception. Winnipeg starts out at the 28-yard line. Reedfall goes right. Johnson close coverage on this near side corner. Streveler is in the game. They give to Oliveira. Finds a hole right side. Wiggles his way to about the 35. Then keeps driving up to about the 40-yard line. Before the Stampeders finally put him down, Micah Tights is there.
Well, the Bombers love to do that. They love to just get the big guys, and they all get around the running back, Brady Oliveira, and they just keep him up and push him. And they just kept pushing him another 6-7 yards.
All right, Streveler is in the game. Caleros left. He took a hard hit on the last series. Winnipeg is first down and 10. They take to the line. Streveler rolling right, looking for a target downfield. He pitches and basically just threw it away into the Winnipeg bench. So it's second down. I'm looking for Caleros on the bench, by the way.
Great play by Flo Ormolado. Mark, right now with Streveler in the game, he's going to fake that RPO a lot more. And that time he faked it, but Flo wasn't going to go for it. He was in Streveler's face all the way. He caused that overthrow.
All right, Streveler in the game. Second down, Winnipeg at the 39-yard line. Stampeders 17 and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 13. Beautiful, beautiful summer night here in Winnipeg. Lots of blue jerseys on, lots of shirt sleeves on as Streveler barks out signals. Play clock is at 2. He leans in. Take the ball, empty backfield. Streveler dancing in the pocket. He scrambles right, being pursued by Hutchings. Hit as he throws, and again throws it into the Blue Bomber bench as Hutchings was bearing down on him, and that's incomplete. So a quick 2 and out for the Blue Bombers.
Yeah, Streveler, he's going to scramble around. That's not what he's not going to be like Collares and make those pinpoint passes and make magic out of nothing, but he's going to scramble around trying to make something happen. Good job by the D-line, though, to keep in front of him, keep pressure, not let him escape up into the pocket.
Little Horton is back to return the punt of Jamison with 4:13 to play in the first half.
Well, Horton did a great job on that kickoff return. He's now see how he fields this punt, which are a lot more difficult to field.
Ball is punted away to the near side, bit of flutter to it. Horton will catch just across the 20, comes down the near side at the 30, reverses, but the Blue Bomber special teamers were waiting for him and tackle him as Howlett, the safety, makes the tackle.
Flags thrown everywhere, and looked like the Blue Bombers were pushing guys after the pile. Both teams getting a little testy, both teams talking here and there. We'll have to see how this flag goes.
It was on the near sidelines where he was tackled and a couple of flags came down.
Well, I saw Stampeder kind of fall down out of the, and I don't know who they're going to call it on, but right now we have head coach Mike O'Shea talking to the referee. It looks like he's complaining, so got to think this is going to go on the Bombers.
Mike O'Shea, two-time Grey Cup champion with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
15-yard misconduct penalty against Winnipeg, number 47. That 15-yard penalty, first down.
That's Cadwallader, and O'Shea is not happy and letting the officials know.
Well, Cadwallader is one of the better special teams players in the CFL right now. He's got 8 special teams tackle, and he's just a menace. They can't stop him. He is, I think, right now the best non-returning special teams player out there.
So the penalty moves the ball for the Calgary Stampeders to the 48-yard line. 17-13 is our score. One back set with Mills. And takes the ball. Deep hand off to Mills. He runs left, cuts it upfield, breaks a tackle. He's at midfield. Still on his feet. Finally knocked down at the Winnipeg 50-yard line by Jones, linebacker, and that should be a first down.
A great run by Mills. He got the ball deep. His feet were almost stopped, and then he kind of hesitated and then decided to pop it outside. You said it right, Mark. He broke a tackle, got up the field, broke another tackle, and great running by Dietrich Mills.
Stampeders are at the Winnipeg 50-yard line. 6 carries make that 42 yards for Mills today. Stampeders out of the huddle. Alford has a touchdown. He goes left. Brooks outside them. Inside them is Tevin Jones. Adams works. He'll ride out of the backfield. Mills again. He cuts right at the point of attack, but the Blue Bombers waiting for him there to bring him down. Very little gain on the play as James Vaughters, the former Stampeder, was in on the break. Well, the Stampeders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. 17-13 is our score here. The Stampeders getting touchdowns from Vaughn, the rookie, on a plunge. 7-play, 62-yard drive, and one by Damian Alford as well, plus a field goal. So that's the situation there. Dembski has Winnipeg's only touchdown.
Well, I'm pretty happy with the Stampeders' play so far. They've, especially on offense, they've really come out and played well and playing against a real good football team, a rested football team. And right now, I would say they're probably got the edge. If you look at the stats category, net offense for the Stamps is 200 yards, and for the Bombers, 178.
Vernon Adams, 8 of 14 passing, 159 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception as well. So Stampeders will get their hands on the ball. Top target for the Stampeders, Philpott, Rhymes, Jones all have 2.
Yeah, and this is very important here. You're under 3 minutes mark. You're not in field goal position yet, so you want to just get another couple first downs, maybe play. What I'm saying is you got to get some points out of this drive right at the end of the half. It would give you a huge boost going into halftime.
Stampeders are huddling up. Don't forget, another short week coming up. They're home on Thursday, 5:30 pregame show, 7 o'clock kickoff as the Montreal Alouettes will check into town. But we got a long way to go before that happens. By the way, if Rennie Paredes kicks 3 field goals tonight, he joins the 600 kick club. Quite an achievement.
Yeah, he's working his way up there.
Oh, in every category, yeah, that's right. Well, Paredes, he's kind of been quiet. He didn't kick in the Winnipeg game in Calgary and won in the Saskatchewan game. So I guess that's a good sign.
Stampeders have been scoring touchdowns. They
Yes.
started off first. They weren't getting a lot of touchdown passes, but what they've really done a good job of, instead of kicking field goals, they've been getting touchdowns.
Alford splitting wide right as the Stampeders are out of the huddle. 2nd down and 8 yards to go. Isolated on Bridges on that corner. Empty backfield. Adams leans in, checking off. Talking to 410. Calls out signals right and left. Clock is at 4. Snap is back, and the Stampeders were about 2 miles offside. I think Brooks is about 10 yards downfield as that ball is snapped and the play stops.
Well, Vernon Adams was trying to get out. If he saw something, he wanted to get everybody. So, you know what? That's where the crowd noise made
Offside,
the difference.
Calgary, number 87. 5-yard penalty.
They just
It
didn't
remains
know the
second
snap
down.
count because Vernon had checked out of it. So that's going to push him even 5 yards back. A very costly penalty in play at this time when, as I just finished saying, you want to get a couple first downs and get it into the score position. Sometimes you just go ahead and run the play even though you maybe see something, and you know what, with this crowd, pretty tough to check off.
Yeah, this is certainly the most boisterous crowd in the league, and they know when to cheer for their Bombers and when to rattle the opponents. Stampeders are out of the huddle. Tevin Jones, he splits left, Bonds on the corner watching him. Rhymes the go-to guy. He starts an early motion to the line near side. Adams deep drop on 2nd down. Standing, waiting, scrambling right, seeks a target. Now he runs, flag flies. He's at the 50, slides at about the Winnipeg 48-yard line.
Hold.
He'll be short of the first down, but also a marker on the field.
Yeah, we're going to have a hold mark, so we'll see if the Bombers even take it. It's going to be 3rd down, but that might even push them further back. I don't think they're in field goal position yet. Get the call now from the referee. I'm quite sure it's a hold call. And he's looking and saying, well, we're going to take it.
Holding, Calgary, number 65. It's 10-yard penalty. We'll repeat 2nd down.
The guy's saying, well, we wouldn't take it, but Christy Kanai, he's canoed, so he's now that punches him way back, so it's going to be 2nd and about over 20 yards to go.
Yeah, about 24 yards to go. 2nd down, 23. Ball's on the Stampeder 47-yard line. 2 minutes and 24 seconds to play in this quarter. The second quarter. Stampeders holding a 17-13 lead. Alford left out of the huddle.
Sorry, Mark. This is the time you might want to just throw a bomb.
Adams will go back. He's in his drop. Adams standing, turns, heaves it downfield, looking for Philpott, and that is almost intercepted by the Blue Bombers on the far side. The ball fell out of the hands of the defensive back. Holmes reached for it, just couldn't pull it in. So it's incomplete, and the Stampeders will kick it away.
They're going to have to kick it away, and they were almost in field goal range at the start of this drive. They were within 10 yards of being there, and now they're pushed way back, so they didn't do what they probably should have.
Trying to set up Rhymes on the far side, but Holmes, the veteran, got in the way. 4th year North Dakota.
Well, it gives them the Bombers a chance to get some points maybe before this half.
Big Bassett on, high snap, pulls it down. Bit of a chip punt coming towards the near side. It bounces, it rolls, is at the 5, it's at the 2, it's at the 1, right at the goal line. He picks it up and a run left, and he is tackled by Godfrey Onyeka on the 1-yard line. You just can't place it any better than that. The Stampeders top special teamers, so the Blue Bombers will start out at their 1.
Well, the returner, Mark, he tried to let it just go into the end zone because they always the Bombers love to get field position over down, so they tried to get it bounced, but Stamp's got a good bounce. It stopped on the 1-foot line, and the returner goes, well, I got to do something with it, and he tried to pick it up, and so the Bombers are on the 1-foot line right now behind the goalpost.
In their own end zone, right under their own goalpost.
2 big plays right here.
Streveler is in the game as Caleros was removed. Streveler lines up in the gun about 5 yards deep in the end zone. He'll take the ball and give it the ball to Vera. He runs right, then bounces left, gets out to about the 5 before he's knocked down.
Yeah, now the game plan of the Bombers totally changing. Streveler's running that where he hands it off, and he's almost running a draw himself. So look to Streveler sometime to pull that out. It's like he rides Oliveira wrong, and it's a read pass option, but instead of the pass, the second option is for Streveler to run it right up the middle as well. And
well, he's an extra running back.
Well, he really is, and so they totally changed their offense with him in there. 2nd
down and 6 yards to go at the 5-yard line. Winnipeg zone. Stampeders leading 17-13. Empty backfield now for the quarterback. Wide side blitz coming by the Stampeders. Snap screen in the left flat. Caught by Cairns. He turns it upfield. 10 and then is pushed out of bounds on the far side. Little Stearns got his hand on the ball.
That was just a great call, Mark. Stamps came on the all-out blitz. They blitzed the Sam linebacker, and they had a hitch screen to that very side that they were blitzing. So they had 3 guys blocking on 2, got outside, and good job that time by our corner to not give him the outside and push him out of bounds, but got the Bombers out of a hole.
Yeah, the little guy, Jarvis Stearns, 5'8", with Saskatchewan. With 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in this first half, the Blue Bombers have the ball at their 12-yard line. Stampeders holding a 17-13 lead. Strevler, the quarterback. Strevler will take it, charges up the middle, gets up to the 20, maybe the 22-yard line, before Webb, the safety, brings him down, but he just acted as a running back and bulldozed up the middle for 9, maybe 10.
That's the play, Mark. He'll ride Oliveira and then pull it out and go right behind Oliveira as a second guy, almost using the guy you're faking the handoff to as your lead blocker. So that's what they're going to do a lot with Strevler. He's not the greatest passer in the world, but he's very effective at that one play.
Well, this is second down and 6 inches, so no need for a pass here. They break out of the huddle. Well, next yard lining up the gun. And they'll give the ball to Oliveira. He runs right up the middle. Stampeders are quick to respond, but it's still enough for a first down.
Yeah. Pushing going on by the offensive line of the Bombers are known to be very aggressive, and they push and they talk. And if you're a defensive lineman or a defensive player, you want to push back, you want to talk back. And right now Hicks is yelling at him, but he's just got to keep his composure and not let those guys get into their head space.
That's exactly it. It's easier said than done, but it has to be
well,
done.
you want to just punch the guy in the mouth, but you're going to hurt your team if you do that.
Hicks and Flo Ormelad are the defensive ends for quarterback Chris Strevler. That's who the Bomber quarterback faces on the 23-yard line. First down and 10. Strevler has the ball. Snap it in the left flat on the wide side. Blue Bombers try to turn it upfield, but the Stampeders are right there. Green is on the field and throws the receiver out of bounds as Case makes the catch, and might have been a little aggressive for the crowd here.
It was a great play by Green, the corner. It was a snap screen to the wide side. He got it out there right away. Green did a good job. Didn't let him get to the outside. Wrapped up, kept his feet going. I thought that was just a perfect tackle.
Blue Bombers second down and 8.5 yards to go at their 24-yard line. Stampeders holding a 17-13 lead. Strevler has Dembski motioning to the near side. Strevler takes the snap. Play fake and a draw. Gives it up the middle to Dembski. He runs 25 to the 30. Has room. 35, 40, 45. Up near the 50. Knocked down finally by Sheldon Arnold as the Blue Bombers called the right play at the right time and are up near midfield.
Well, they were just looking to get out of this half. Now they're looking to get 28 seconds. They're looking to get a field goal. Well-run draw play. Good job by the offensive line to get to that second and third level, get on the blocks. And
at the 52-yard line, Winnipeg's own. Strevler is back passing, caught from behind and thrown down. Clarence Hicks busts through again for the Calgary Stampeders for sack number 3. And it's a big loss.
Clarence Hicks is taken off. You just can't stop the guy. He's not the biggest defensive end. He's only 220. He's almost like a linebacker, but he just showed his speed that time, went right around the tackle, got his 3rd sack of the year.
Winnipeg second and 19 at their 43-yard line. Strevler again will go to the air. Strevler is back, throws it a crossing route. Dembski makes the catch, but hit almost immediately by Roberts, the linebacker. So they pick up maybe a couple, but they're way short of the first down.
They're just going to keep their O on and let the clock tick down with 14 seconds left. But the Stampeders held them, and they're going to get out of this half probably. It looks like, I think they're just going to try. Well, are they going to punt it? No, they're just going to go in prevent mode, Mark, and let the clock tick down and go in at halftime. And good first half, I think, for the Stampeders. They got the lead.
On 3rd and 16, that's what the Blue Bombers are going to do.
Our defensive linebackers and defensive backs are doing an excellent job of tackling in the open field.
We'll try to get an update on Zach Caleros, by the way.
I think he's gone. I think it's a concussion.
Wait and see. Strevler is up and under center. Goes back and takes the knee, and that ends the opening half of the ball game as the Stampeders stream into their dressing room. The score, the Stampeders 17, Winnipeg 13. That's your second quarter. This is your radio home for football, QR Calgary.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
We're halfway done the game, but plenty more action is to come on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
But first, QR Calgary is your halftime haven as we break down what's taken place and predict what will happen next.
It's the Stampeders Halftime Show with Jock Wilson and Dave McIver on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
The ball takes to the line, half roll right, now sets up, now he's pitching deep, looks for a target on the streak route down in the end zone, reaches out, makes the catch, touchdown! Stampeders pulling it in on the far side. Yes, another one by the big guy, the Moose.
The Moose loose again. 3 touchdowns in the last, 2 games, Jock Wilson?
3 straight games he's had a touchdown.
3 straight games for the touchdown, 3 in the last 2, so let's say 4 in the last 3 for Damian Alford. The Calgary Stampeders have a 17-13 lead at the half. We are live at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Dave McIver and Jock Wilson, proud sponsors of Stampeders football and QR Calgary. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, proudly supporting our community and the Stamps since 1946. We jump right into that first half summary, very much like the Stampede Bowl. An 8-play drive for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers to open the game, but the Stamps hold them for just 3. And then what happens? A 7-play drive for the Calgary Stampeders, a 7-play, 70-yard drive for the Calgary Stampeders, capped off by a Quincy Vaughn 1-yard touchdown rush. The Stamps had a 7-3 lead. The Bombers would answer back. Sergio Castillo hitting a 57-yard field goal on the ensuing drive. The Stamps would then take it into the second quarter, and they would be down 10-6 because we would look at a they would take the 10-6 lead going into the or at the beginning of the second quarter. Rene Paredes hit a 32-yard field goal, and then it was a 13-10 Winnipeg game, a 6-play drive that saw Zach Laros find Nick Dembski. It was the Nick Dembski drive. 3 big catches on that drive, 6 plays, 75 yards for the Bombers, 4-yard touchdown to Nick Dembski. But the Stamps would answer right back on the ensuing drive. You heard it there, a 37-yard touchdown to Damian Alford, 5-play, 65-yard drive for the Calgary Stampeders, making it 17-13, and that's where we stand at the half. Take a quick look at the stat story here. The Stamps and Bombers both with 11 first downs in the first half. The Bombers with the edge in net offense, 222 yards, 199 yards for the Calgary Stampeders. 2 turnovers for the Bombers, 1 turnover for the Stampeders. VA 8 for 15, 159 yards, touchdown and interception. And Zach Laros, who we don't know the status of moving forward in this game, Jock, 151 yards and a touchdown, but 2 interceptions there.
I tell you what, Clarence Hicks is having a game. He is on fire again tonight. He had 2 sacks last week. He has a sack in this game, and he has knocked Zach Collaros out of this game. That was such a crushing hit
on Zach Collaros. That was on the Jalen Grant interception. And that one hurt just watching that on television. So you could tell that Zach was very shaken up. I don't know if it was more the arm or the ribs, but he did immediately go to the dressing room. We haven't seen him since. Are we going to see him in the second half? Probably not. You talk about the 2 interceptions. Anthony Johnson, the rookie, making a CFL debut, filling in for Tyler Richardson. He gets an interception, and that was just a bad throw by Zach Collaros on that one. But, Anthony put himself in the right place. So give credit to the defense where they're due, because they have given up the one Nick Dempsey drive, as you called it. But defensively, again, the Calgary Stampeders have this team in this game. And I tell you what, it's fun to watch.
Just taking a quick look at the marquee matchup before we take our first break here, Jock. The front 7 versus Brady Oliveira. That's the marquee matchup from Greg Peterson. 9 carries for 39 yards for Brady Oliveira. That's under a 4-yard average, or just over, I guess, a 4-yard average for Brady. So right where you want him, if you're the Calgary Stampeders. Let's take our first time out here on the halftime show. We'll be back talking a little American expansion, as it's been talked about in the last few days. We'll be back with that conversation here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
It's time to Toyota with Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Get up to $4,000 off all Tacomas. Plus, up to $2,000 in free accessories. Plus, free winter or all-season tires. Ask about the free lifetime oil and filter offer. Don't miss Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st at Canada's #1 volume Tacoma dealer, South Point Toyota.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play, QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
When the Stamps are on the road, our pregame home, or for the home for our pregame, halftime, and postgame shows are broadcast live from right here at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. And what Jock and I do often here at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino is we go and watch the game. And then Jock goes, what do you want to talk about at halftime? And then I go, I don't know, what do you want to talk about? And Jock goes, well, let's talk American expansion. It's the 31-year anniversary from the Stamps playing in Las Vegas, or the CFL.
It was sketch of Rough Riders. And that was that national anthem. Oh, Greg Bartholomew, it was just awful. And of course, the Las Vegas Posse were an awful team. And the first go-around for U.S. expansion was a complete disaster, except for, the Baltimore Stallions did become the Montreal Alouettes, and Mike Pringle and Tracy Ham became great CFLers from that. So there was a little bit of leftover history from that first U.S. expansion.
And the Las Vegas Posse gave us Anthony Calvillo, I do believe.
There you go.
Yeah, so you have at least a connection there. But it's been something that's talked about, Jock, and you had... Yeah, fairly, as a guy who, before we started this conversation, I was in no way. It's the Canadian Football League, Canadian. But you actually had a pretty decent explanation of what they could do.
Well, here's the deal. The CFL can't be a 9-team league forever. And is there an option for expansion in Canada? There is not a stadium. I would love to see it in Quebec City. I would love to see one in Halifax, but it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. And then it got me thinking about U.S. expansion, because Sarah Crosby asked me the question, and I'm going, no, you know what, I just don't think it would work. And then you think about it, where do the Stampeders do a lot of their recruiting? Because of Dave Dickinson's history in Montana, you go to the Big Sky Conference, and they don't have pro football in Montana last time I checked. And so could you go to some of these great college towns, on border states like Montana, like, Idaho, like Eastern Washington. I know they've got an NFL team in Washington. Could you expand? But the caveat would be you have to keep the Canadian rules in play. And Glenn Suter, when I asked him this question for Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, he said, look, from a national perspective, maybe their national players could be homegrown. So say if you go to Montana and the Grizz, if you have some Grizz developed players, and they're not making it in the NFL, that becomes, your local content, because it drives it from that standpoint. What would be, you've got the stadiums, obviously. If you go to University of Montana, that would be fantastic. So you have a stadium, you maybe get the expansion fee, $25 million, maybe even more, and you have your 10th franchise. Now, if it works in Montana, could it work in some of these other cities? I know St. Louis has been talked about. So I don't think we should poo-poo it right away. I think you really should explore it because I'm just not sure we're going to get that 10th franchise in Canada anytime soon.
The only concern I have is if you add 3 or 4, and you probably need to add, you're at 9 now, you probably need to add at least 3 so you can get to a 6 and 6. How much are you diluting the talent? And how much are you diluting the talent that you just said it? Calgary Stampeders love to go down and recruit in Montana. How many guys say, well, I live in Montana, I'm going to stay in Montana because now there's a team in Montana. How much does that hurt the Calgary Stampeders and teams in the CFL and the product on the football?
There's a lot of American players that play in the NCAA that don't make it in pro football. And I think we all agree that spring football in the United States, whether it's USFL or the XFL, it's garbage. It's not going to make it. It's not going to survive. So Canada has a 110-year history, of CFL football. Again, I don't know if it would work. I don't know if people in Montana would love to see Canadian rules football, and that was one of the sticking points back in the 90s, where the owners in the U.S. did want to change the name of the Canadian Football League. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that at all.
Well, it is something that if you have an opinion on, hit us on the text line 403-974-8255. Calgary Stampeders up 17-13 on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at the half. And that'll do it for your Calgary Stampeder halftime show. Second half action 5 minutes away. But first, this information update from the Global Newsroom.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
This is Global News. I'm Russell Skeet. The opposition NDP says the Premier's response to fire-stricken Jasper is putting politics above people's lives. The town commissioned a report on last summer's wildfire, which concluded the province hindered the fire response. First responders surveyed for the report pointed to Alberta trying to make decisions where it had no jurisdiction and regularly asking for information. Premier Danielle Smith has demanded the town of Jasper apologize and retract the report. NDP leader Naheed Nenshi says Smith's government is insulting others and refusing to accept blame for its mistakes. Federal officials say the current wildfire season is one of the worst on record for Canada, with a high risk of more fires in August. More than 5.5 million hectares of land have burned so far this year. That's more than double the 10-year average for mid-July. The UCP government says the Heritage Fund has hit a record high of $30 billion. The province put $2.8 billion from last year's surplus into the fund. In January, the province announced a plan to grow the fund to $250 billion by 2050. There's been 6 new confirmed cases of measles in Calgary, as the provincial total for this outbreak surpasses 1,400. Those 6 cases bring the total in the city to 42. The South Health Zone, where most of the measles cases in Alberta have been reported, recorded 5 new infections. Cleaning up the former Canada Creosote site where the old Greyhound bus station currently sits won't be happening anytime soon. Concerns over the chemicals and their migration across the river were brought up again this week during discussions around a new development across the river from the site. The city of Calgary says mitigation measures have been in place since the 90s. The last time remediating the site was discussed was during the Calgary Next area project in 2016, which was quashed due in part to the estimated cleanup costs. Mainly cloudy tonight with a chance of showers or severe thunder showers, a low down to 10. Increasing afternoon clouds tomorrow with a good chance of showers or thunder showers, a high of 20. Cloudy with a good chance of showers, and 19 on Sunday. Breaking news when it happens. Our next scheduled news after the game. I'm Russell Skeet.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyriq or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyriq Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit shanehomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
Hey, Stump fans, this is Jeshron Antwi, running back. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, brought to you by South Point Toyota in Winnipeg. Welcome to the third quarter, where the Stampeders hold a 17-13 lead. The Blue Bombers will kick off from the north end, and it's kicked downfield by Castillo. Returns at the 15, making the catch. At the 20, straight ahead, veers right. He's at the 30, breaks a tackle, trying to string it up, but the Blue Bombers' Holm is there to bring him down at about the 38-yard line, so some decent field position for the Stampeders. Greg, how about the opening half of the stats?
Well, first downs, both teams had 11. Net offense, Stamps 200, Bombers 222. Offensive play, Stamps 25, Bombers 32. Rushing yards, Stamps 45, Bombers 79. Passing yards, Stamps 159. Bombers 163, pretty equal in the stats category.
All right, here come the Calgary Stampeders. 2 touchdowns in the game, one by Alford, the Canadian Moose, and one by Vaughn, rookie who plunged over from the 1. Adams leads the Stampeders out, 8-15. Blitz is on, they'll give to Mills. He dances on the right side of the line, drives those legs, but the Blue Bombers stop his forward progress, maybe about a 2 or 3 yard gain.
Well, Bombers came on the blitz that time, right where Mills tried to run the football. That's on the right side. They blitzed the Sam linebacker, so that wasn't going anywhere because all the gaps were canceled.
All right, into the ball game is Big Vaughn to help block. Just underway. This is the second half. 4-1 Stampeders, 3-1 Blue Bombers going at it. Stampeders scrimmage at their 38-yard line. Big tall Alford goes left. Inside him, Philpott and Rhymes. Snap back to Adams. Takes the ball, dances, throws across the middle, looking for Rhymes. In and out of his hands. He went down on his knees, claps his hands in frustration. Make that Philpott. It was a great opportunity, but he just couldn't hold on.
Yeah, had 3 receivers that side. They've run that pattern quite a bit, and that curl route's been open quite a bit as well. But Vernon's throwing it low every time, and that time, yeah, Philpott could have caught it, but just got away from him.
And Bassett will punt it away. One returner back. There's a towering kick. Good hang time here. Elbow will catch inside the 15, far side of the field. He runs right, looks for a seam, gets up to the 25, and the Stampeders swarm to bring him down. Several special teamers downfield. Ludovic Choquette and others racing downfield. So the Blue Bombers will start out at the 25-yard line with Chris Streveler at quarterback. Now, I'm looking on the sidelines. I don't see Zach Caleros. It's possible I've overlooked him, but I don't see him on the sidelines, Greg. I don't think he's there. I'm not sure what they're attending to, but here we are.
With a concussion, there's no way they're bringing him back, Mark. So Strevler's going to be it the rest of the game. Stampeders have to adjust their game plan to how Strevler's going to adjust his game plan.
Because he can certainly run, make no mistake. He's a tremendous, powerful runner. On the 27-yard line, Winnipeg's own. Strevler is the quarterback. And he'll go, play fake to the line, dumps it off to Dembski, but there was no real room. Webbs was right in his way. There's just no chance. Flo Ormelad dropping as well.
Well, all the football mechanics for a quarterback when you're rolling to your right, Strevler didn't do. Fake the handoff. His shoulders are facing the sideline and tried to throw it sidearm to a little curl route, stop route right there. And they tell quarterbacks you got to turn your shoulders and almost be throwing downhill. He didn't do it that time.
Second down and 9, second down and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. One back set with Strevler. Clarkey is going right now. Pre-snap motion to his wide side. Strevler takes the ball. Draw to Oliveira. Has room at the 30, up near the 35. That's where he's upended. Tackled in that open field by Sheldon Arnold, the halfback. And let's see where they mark him. It'll be, I think, about half a yard short, Greg.
Yeah, they're just going to get over the ball and get right away and do it. That draw play is just killing the Stampeders.
Strevler is under center. And Strevler hesitation move, runs left, pushes ahead across the 40-yard line, and has the first down. Hey, our broadcast team, Mark Steven and Greg Peterson, Jock Wilson, Dave McIver, at Deerfoot Inn and Casino for the post-game show. Matt Eiber from 680 CJOB Winnipeg. Our engineer on site, studio coordinator Rennie Kaiser at our 17th Avenue mansion. We're up again another short week on Thursday. 5:30 pregame show, 7 o'clock kickoff, Stampeders and Montreal. First down for the Blue Bombers. Stampeders. Defense on the field. Ormelad at one end for the Stampeders. There's Strevler in at quarterback. And Strevler will toss left. Oliveira out of the backfield trying to get outside, but Roberts, the linebacker, pursues and drags him down. A gain of a yard at most. Nice play by the middle linebacker, Roberts.
Yeah, great read, great hustle to the football. They just a toss to the same side. A lot of times when you toss the ball, the quarterback does a reverse pivot and tosses it to one way. That time Strevler takes it back and just tosses it, trying to get Brady Oliveira outside. And the middle linebacker, he just shot from his middle linebacker position and dragged Brady Oliveira down for harmless no gain.
Strevler in the game at quarterback. He sends Wheatfall left. Stamps show a four-man front. They send four. Strevler back to pass. Strevler dancing in the pocket. Slings it out of the backfield. That ball is caught by Oliveira. He gets up to the 50-yard line. That's where he's tackled. And I don't know if he has the first down. All the way to the spot on the far side.
Strevler stepping in the pocket and dumping. They're going to dump it to Oliveira. You're not going to see Strevler throw the ball down the field much like Collares does. He's going to dump the ball off Brady Oliveira. They need to spy Oliveira a little bit more because Oliveira made a guy miss, and they're third down and about a foot.
That's where they are. And Blue Bombers will go for it. Strevler takes the ball, runs left, and pushes up to the Winnipeg 53-yard line and advances the chains. Stampeders 17, Winnipeg 13. 10 minutes, 34 seconds to play in this quarter.
Well, this is exactly what the Bombers want to do. It's just power football now with Strevler and Oliveira. That's all it's going to be. So the Stampeders got to buckle down. They're starting to get a little bit tired right now, Mark, on a little bit of a drive here where they're just getting kind of pushed back, overpowered at the line of scrimmage.
Winnipeg is leading in time of possession in this game, 19-10 to 15-18. So you're right about that. Stampeders crowd the box. Strevler takes the ball, play fake, turns, rolls right, flips it out of the backfield, downfield to the Winnipeg 50-yard line. That ball is caught.
A 5-yard gain. Little
tackle by Grant, on little
read pass
Stearns.
Option again. Yep. And that's all Strevler's going to be. Short, quick passes, run by Strevler, get Brady Oliveira, but that's going to be out a 9-yard pickup. And as I said, their D-line now really starting to huff and get a little bit tired on this opening drive.
They're going to give Strevler a bit of a breather. Wilson, the third-string quarterback, comes in from New Mexico. Actually made the team when we were here last year for a preseason game. And
they might want to be throwing the ball up a little bit more.
Well, second down, about a half yard to go. Safety Webb, though, goes back about 15 yards off the ball, just in case. Wilson rolls right, rolls off a tackle, and has the first down at the Calgary 4-yard line.
They're just going to give Strevler a little bit of a break. Normally, he's the guy doing those third down carries and bring someone else in. So, Stampeders, I think they got to buckle it and not anticipate the deep throw and just know that they're going to go that read pass option. Strevler's going to run here and there and dump the ball off and just adjust their defense.
Hicks, Ormalad, Wiley, and Sambu, the Stampeders' front four at this stage. New set of downs for the Blue Bombers. Their first down and 10 at the 45 as they move left to right to the scoreboard end of the stadium. Trailers the quarterback. They bunch the right side. They try a receiver sweep. Give to Casey. Runs left. He's at the free, looking to turn the corner at the 35 down the sidelines and pushed out of bounds. We'll see the exact spot around the 25. Make it the 26-yard line, but they are pulling all the weapons out, and a receiver sweep gets them a first down.
Yeah, that fly sweep by Casey, and perfect timing. The ball snapped to Strebler right away. He's handing it off, and they had good stock blocking down the field, and Casey showed his speed when he got around that corner.
Really did. Down to the 26 of the Stampeders. 8:31 remaining. This has been a long Winnipeg drive. Strebler has Oliveira in the backfield. Dembski comes towards the formation to help block. They fake to the line. Strebler is back. Reads the coverage. Firing a strike in the end zone. There's a jump ball, and it is deflected away. Nice play by the Calgary Stampeders. Wheatfall went for the ball. Close coverage by Sheldon Arnold as well, and it's a long incompletion.
Yeah, good play by Sheldon Arnold. He was right there, and that's Strebler throwing the ball up, kind of trying to keep the Stampeder defense honest. I think their Bombers still not totally disappointed with that. They're just going to keep doing what they're doing, pounding the ball. Expect a repass option here with Strebler again.
Second down and 10 at the Stampeder 26-yard line. Winnipeg in those blue uniforms out of the huddle. Oliveira to the right of the quarterback. Strebler to the air. Strebler is back. Dumps it off out of the backfield. Caught on the fingertip by Oliveira. Gets to the 15. Down to the 10. Down to the 8-yard line where the Stampeders tackle him. Nice play by Brady Oliveira because the Stampeders almost caught a break. He almost dropped the football. Instead, he's down to the 6.
Well, that's all they're going to do. Brady Oliveira is just acting. They got to spy him because he gets a little dump-off pass. First he acts as if he's going to block, and then he just leaks out of the backfield. You've got two big guys in front of him, and they just have to know that's all they're going to do, and they just have to spy him just like they spy a running quarterback.
Goal to go from the 7-yard line for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Stampeders leading. This has been a lengthy drive by the Blue Bombers. Strebler in place of Caleros is in the gun. Strebler takes the ball. Dancing in the pocket. Now he tucks it away. He's going to run to the open field. Tries to turn the corner. Instead pitches into the end zone, and it is intercepted. The Stampeders will bring it out down the far sideline, and they get the ball on a turnover on a forced pass. A great grab by Green, who pulled the ball out of the end zone. We'll talk about it in a moment. This is third quarter action. The score, Calgary 17, Winnipeg 13. This is Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Stampeders 17, Blue Bombers 13. Stampeder ball. Adrian Green with his third pick of the year. Greg, that was a touchdown pass. They were trying to set up the receiver. He was in the end zone, brought it out, and the Stampeders scrimmage at the 21-yard line.
Well, you look at the end of the game, that could be a turning point, Mark, because the Bombers are about to score, take the lead, dominate the line of scrimmage, and come up with the big turnover.
All right, the 21-yard line, Vernon Adams calling out signals. With Mills to the left. Mills gets the call, cuts off tackle, and turns it upfield. The Blue Bombers over there to pull him down, a short gain, 4 or 5 maybe on the play as the Blue Bombers unpile. And it'll be Jefferson on the tackle.
Yeah, I got 5. They would like 6 or 7, but still not bad, so they're probably going to have to put it up. Stampeders wanting to stick to that run on first down.
Second down and 6 at the 25-yard line. 6:16 to play in this quarter. Stampeders 17, the Blue Bombers 13. The Bombers had the ball for about 7 minutes there, Greg, and got nothing out of it.
Yep.
Rhymes goes in the slot right to the far side. Adams barking out signals. Jones outside him, lining on the line of scrimmage. Adams will go to the air. Adams passing a stop route downfield. Jones catches at the 30, falls forward, and pinning the spot. We'll see. He does have a first down. Stamps move the chains.
Yeah, good way to move the chains. Just Tavon, he's the slot back on the weak side. Mark, the right side, he just goes down. It's a 3 coverage. He just does a kind of in or slant route. And just pitch and catch for the first down. That's what you want to do.
That's where the Stampeders are at the 34-yard line. 5 receivers out. Stampeders 17, Blue Bombers 13. Stampeders on their 34-yard line. Good Adams, play fake, turns, pitches right downfield. That ball is caught at the 40, getting up to the 45-yard line before the receiver Brooks has knocked it to the ground, but I think, and it is a first down.
Well, Brooks, the little guy, he's really got good hands, Mark, and he runs good. Well, he's a good route runner that time, and he knew where to settle, and he just goes down and kind of finds the man-to-man coverage, and as soon as the linebacker goes out, he settles in that hole, and Vernon Adams sees him, and he's always good on the yak yards.
So the Stampeders keep the chains moving. 4:50 remaining in the quarter. Diedrich Mills is set back. 5 receivers out. Alford has a receiving touchdown for the Stampeders. Draw play given to Mills. He cuts left, runs to the open field, picks up a block. He's at the 50, at the 52. Holm, the halfback, brings him down, but looks like he's short, just a hair short of midfield. And the Stampeders are second down and about 4.
Yeah, pretty good. They got past that 5-yard on second down. Mills hesitating, then popping it outside. And I think he got more than 6. He got more like 7, 8. So a good first down run.
Well, they're averaging 7.3 yards on first down plays. That tops in the league. Sure makes a difference. And here come the Stampeders. Second and 4 on their 54-yard line. They have a receiver over to block on the left. And Adams will give it to Mills. There's a hole left side, squeezes through 50 up to about the 47-yard line where he's upended, but behind the play, a flag was thrown.
Yeah, you can't have the flag. He's just killing himself with the penalties, Mark. And as you said, we were the least penalized team in the CFL, but this game we've had quite a few, and at critical times, that would have put him into field goal range almost. And giving him a first down. Now they're going to be pushed back, and it's going to be second down instead of having a first down, second down and long. Have to get the call here from the referee. Now they're not moving the football. I don't know what the call would be.
Unnecessary roughness, leg whip, Calgary, number 54. It's a 15-yard penalty. We'll repeat second down.
Okay.
Josh Coker, they're going to say. Josh, he's a very intense guy, and he's the type of guy you want if you're in a dogfight to be with you, but that time maybe got a little bit too aggressive. Like I said, that O-line getting a lot of penalties. Second down and 20.
Stampeders must advance to the Winnipeg 54-yard line. Second and very long, Stampeders. Crowd trying to rattle Adams. Blue Bombers send 5. Deep drop for Adams, scrambling right away from the pressure. He's dancing in the backfield, flag in the secondary. Adams running left, motioning downfield, throws, and that is incomplete.
We got another flag
lands
down
on the ground, but one in the secondary, and I'm not exactly sure what that's
Well,
about.
usually if one's in the secondary, it means pass interference, so Stamps could maybe have a break. That would give him a first down. Well, when Adams starts scrambling, that makes the defensive back.
Illegal contact, Winnipeg, number 1. It's a 10-yard penalty. We'll repeat second down.
Oh, I thought it might be a first down. It's not going to repeat second down, but give him a little bit of a better chance. That's what Vernon Adams can do. He escaped out of that pocket, nobody open, scrambled around. You get a defensive back that sees this guy going away and a little bit of a latch on to the wide receiver.
So by a penalty, Stampeders are second down and 7 yards to go. Brooks is the wide man to the wide side. Inside him, Jones. Alford. Snap back to Adams. He looks left to the short side. Pitches, finds Philpott. He gets to the midfield marker. Falls ahead after being tackled by his one-time teammate Michael Griffin. But it is a Stampeder first down.
Stampeders just doing what they need to keep the chains a ticking. That time Philpott, he's over on the left side, the wide receiver, and he just kind of runs and settles in a hole. And Vernon Adams picks him up right away as the Bombers go in that big umbrella coverage. So you're going to be able to throw in front of them.
Stampeders on a big drive now to the Winnipeg 53-yard line. Jones solo receiver to this side. Bonds watching him on the corner. Adams takes the snap. He throws downfield. A quick hitter caught by Damian Rhymes. And he's knocked down at about the 42-yard line, but has enough for the first down.
Yeah, read pass option, fake the handoff to Mills, keep that linebacker in. And right away, Rhymes, a big guy. They had 4 receivers to the right side. He goes down and just stops as the linebacker goes to the guy in the flat. That opens up the window there to throw that little stop route.
And that's what Rhymes, Dominique Rhymes, picks up first down yardage. 2:05 to play in the quarter. They're at the 42-yard line of Winnipeg. He empties the backfield as quarterback Adams. Adams takes the snap. Short drop. Hunts once, steps up to the line of scrimmage, spins away from trouble, now leans back, firing a straight into the end zone for Alford, wide open, touchdown! Calgary Stampeders as the Moose is loose.
Holy cow, it's just credit that though for Vernon Adams. He was pressured, he pump faked, he got into the pocket, didn't like it, and then he threw a route, and it looked like the defensive back thought that Vernon Adams was going to get stopped, and the guy to go to when you want to go to the end zone is Damian Alford. Just a second time. He's got, 5 touchdowns in the end zone. That's incredible, but that could be a turning point, Mark. You're going to have the Bombers go ahead. You get an interception, the Stampeders march down the field. Just a turning point right now in the football game.
Perez on for the extra point. Stampeders leading 23-13. Perez kicks through the extra point and even further silences this crowd. Welcome back to Stampeder football and 107.3 The Edge. Calgary 24, Winnipeg 13. This is the third quarter of Stampeder football with the Stamps up by 11. Got HD radio? Tune us in to 105.1 Channel 2 for high-def radio quality.
It's time to Toyota with Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st. Under the tower at South Point Toyota. Get up to $4,000 off all Tacomas. Plus, up to $2,000 in free accessories. Plus, free winter or all-season tires. Ask about the free lifetime oil and filter offer. Don't miss Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st. At Canada's #1 volume Tacoma dealer, South Point Toyota.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon-per-minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business.
Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
This is your home for St. Peter football. I'm Falari Rimalade, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
Stampeders 24-13 over Winnipeg. Yes, thank you indeed for listening. As the Stampeders will kick off after that 42-yard. Vernon Adams swirling in the backfield, got free and sent it into the end zone.
Well, that's what he can do, is make something happen with his feet. And that time he made a touchdown happen, and it's tough to get him down so he can scramble around. That just gives a guy like Damien Alford a chance to do streaking down the field like he's doing. It looked like his defensive back didn't see Vernon Adams, thought he was not going to get out of that cluster, and next thing you know, he's got a touchdown. He stopped his feet.
Paredes kicks the ball off. Yes, he did. Towards Vavel. The catch is outside the 10-yard line, far side. He's at the 20, 25 at the 30, and then went down just before he was beheaded by, or almost beheaded by Thomas. Good thing he went down. He did take a hard hit. If he took that face-to-face, would have been worse. All right, we'll go to break here. Welcome back to the third quarter of Stampeder football in QR Calgary. After the game on Thursday, be sure to get up and close to the Stamps House with entertainment, live music, and your favorite Stampeder after every home game. You're listening to live third quarter football action on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR, 107.3 The Edge, and scored Calgary 24, Winnipeg 13.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power Onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit shaneholmes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
24-13 for the Calgary Stampeders over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Waiting for time to be whistled in. 1:25 remaining. At the 26-yard line, that's where Winnipeg is. Strevler is the quarterback. As Strevler play fake, snap screen in the left flat. That ball is caught. Trying to head upfield to Stearns. He's pushed right back by the Stampeders. The defense rallying to the ball. Sheldon Arnold's been everywhere today.
Yeah, Sheldon Arnold, what an excellent tackle. And he's not, the defensive backs are just not diving in the legs. They're making good, sure tackles, wrapping up and keeping their feet pumping. And that was just a good, solid tackle. A quick screen to the wide side, come up and make a good tackle. Limited it to a 4-yard gain.
Winnipeg second down and 6 at the 30-yard line. Zach Caleros left the game late in the opening half. We do not have an update, but we also don't see him on the bench. 4 receivers right for Strevler. Play fake to the line. He's in the pocket. He scrambles. He's in the grasp, and he is throwing down. Who gets credit? That is Jalen Hutchings who put him on the ground. The Stampeders get yet another sack as he busts through for his 4th sack of the year.
4 sack tops on the team. That D-line are just playing excellent mark. And Strevler had no chance to throw that football. They're starting to dominate the line of scrimmage. You really can feel the momentum going the Stamps' way right now.
And you can feel this crowd is kind of shocked. Really quiet right now. So Horton is ready to return. Now Jameson's on to punt. Really no wind. It's a beautiful night here. Likes taking hold. Jameson gets it away. An end-over-end kick. Ford catches at the 40-yard line, runs straight ahead. He's at the 50 up near midfield, and that's where the Blue Bombers special teamers meet him to put him on the ground. All right, the Stampeders 24, Winnipeg 13 in 2 minutes. We're back into fourth quarter play-by-play action. Get the iHeart Radio app and listen to our football broadcast or tune in on your smart speaker.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
In times of crisis, Canadians support each other. The state of the advertising landscape in Canada is an emergency. Canada's ad market is increasingly dominated by billionaire-owned foreign tech companies. Instead of supporting Canadian jobs, communities, and local business, they spread misinformation, hate, and political interference. Let's keep ad dollars at home on radio and TV stations, websites, streaming, and news services that are Canadian-owned. It's time to buy Canadian. A message from QR Calgary.
Thank you for listening to Stampeder Football. This is Dominic Grimes, wide receiver of the Calgary Stampeders.
Calgary Stampeders, we enter the fourth quarter, are leading by a count of 24-13. We'll take a break. This is your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder Football and your Stampeder radio station QR Calgary. We'll be back with more fourth quarter action on Stampeders Football. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
It's time to Toyota with Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Get up to $4,000 off all Tacomas. Plus, up to $2,000 in free accessories. Plus, free winter or all-season tires. Ask about the free lifetime oil and filter offer. Don't miss Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st at Canada's #1 volume Tacoma dealer, South Point Toyota.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
The Stampeders offense is on the field, hoping to add to their 24-13 lead. Here we go live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth in Winnipeg. This is fourth quarter action. Greg, what about three-quarter statistics?
Well, after three quarters, first downs, Calgary 16, the Bombers 16. Total offense, Calgary almost 295, almost 300 yards. Bombers almost 300 yards with 296. Offensive play Stamps 34, Bombers 46. They've really had a lot of football plays. Passing yards, Stamps 241, Bombers 200. Rushing yards, Stamps 59, Bombers 121.
And here come the Calgary Stampeders at the 54. First play, their own 54. They move left to right to the scoreboard end of the stadium. First down and 10, Stampeders. Diedrich Mills crouches in the backfield. Adams gives Mills, big hole left side, gets into the secondary before he's upended across midfield to about the, they'll make it the Winnipeg 52, really close to a first down.
Well, I like the play. They brought wide receiver across the formation. If it's going to be a fly sweep, and they quickly do a quick hitter to Mills right up the middle. Good solid drive blocking, got a good 7 yards.
They did. Second down and 3. Ball is spotted at the 54-yard line of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Second down, Stampeders Adams now checking off. 3 on the play clock. Play fake to the line, fakes the receiver sweep, then dumps it out of the backfield. Caught by Mills. He's at the 50, breaks the tackle, maintains his balance, down to the 40-yard line where the Bombers home the halfback. Finally throws him down, but that was nifty open field running by Dedrick Mills.
Well, a well-drafted football play. It looked like they brought a big guy in. They thought that it was going to be a handoff up the middle, faked a reverse, and Mills just leaks out into the flat and then breaks a couple tackles. Tough for a defensive back to bring him down, so Mills racking on the yards right now.
Stampeders 24, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 13. It's at the 39 of Winnipeg with a fresh set of downs for the Calgary Stampeders. They've done it in all phases of this game tonight. Jalen Philpott cracks to the right to line up at a spot. Mills again gets the call. He busts through the first wave, gets stood up by the linebackers. And we'll get the exact spot on the play as the Blue Bombers over to put him down.
They're just right now. Mills is trying to eat up the clock here with the Stamps with the lead in this fourth quarter. And they're going to give Mills a break and bring another running back in. He's been a workhorse tonight.
At the 32, that's where the Stampeders are. It's second down and 7.5 to go. 24-13 Stampeders. Kevin Jones goes left. Rhymes in the slot that way. Adams calling out signals. Bombers rushing 4. Back is Adams. Sets up. Throws wide open. Jones over the middle. At the 30. Spins. Twists. It's down to about the 28-yard line before he's knocked on the ground. And after the play, a couple of flags were thrown. I thought a Blue Bomber got their elbows up to hit him, but we'll see if that's the call.
Well, that's what I saw, Mark. He had a guy around his feet. He was up, and someone came in with an elbow and just looked to me like hit him in the head. So good play by Adams to stick in that pocket. As the pocket was collapsing around him, he's just waiting for that to open up and got it to him right away. And yeah, Jones was hit right in the head, so that's going to tack on another 50.
Willie Jefferson,
yards. Can't hit the head. They got to protect the football players.
So it was head-to-head contact, yeah.
Good play by Von Jones. He just kind of settles in the hole once again, and Vernon Adams finds him. He's hung up and a little bit of a shoulder to the head.
Well, when the game is done, and that's Thursday night, no need to rush off. Be part of Stamps House.
Winnipeg, number 5. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Oh, boy. Players, music, Stamp fans, and so much more. Stamps House after every home game, so the big gain and the big penalty.
Well, Willie Jefferson, a long-time 11th-year player, a big, tall guy at 6'7". He's got to hit him a little bit lower, but this is just another great drive by the Stampeders.
At the 14-yard line of Winnipeg, this is where the Stampeders are. They lead by 11. 12:27 remaining as time is now whistled in. Alford goes to the wide side. He's the wide man to the wide side. Brooks inside him. Adams taking his time. Play clock is at 4. Adams takes the snap. And he gives it on a draw to Mills. He slices inside, gets a couple of yards where the Blue Bombers bring him down on the play. Wilson, the linebacker there.
I saw that developing into a pretty good play because they blitzed from the outside. A draw up the middle is what you want called, but just a good play by the linebackers and the defensive line to not get sucked in, only picked up 1 yard.
Go down 8.5 Stampeders. Ball resting between the hash marks at the Winnipeg 12. Alford has 2 touchdowns. He splits left for the Calgary Stampeders. Looks back at the formation, right leg that way. Adam takes the snap. Pressure is on. He gets it away as he's hit. Floats it into the end zone. Diving for the ball. Couldn't quite pull it in. Dominique Rhymes. Did he make the catch at the spotting it at the 1?
They're going to say it's pass interference, Mark. Dominique Rhymes came from the right all the way to the left side. And right away, Adams had to throw it. He was under pressure, but it looked to me like a guy got on the back of Rhymes as he was about to make the call or make the catch. So it definitely was pass interference.
Okay.
That's going to give the ball to the Stampeders down on the 1 or the 2 yard line.
All right, I saw him.
Pass interference, Winnipeg, number 31. Spot of the foul, automatic first down.
The Blue Bombers are just murdering themselves with penalties.
Well, they really are, but right now the Stampeders are just taking over. Good creative play calling, Mark, and definitely was a pass interference. He was skiing in behind him as he was trying to stop him from the big Rhymes from making that catch over the middle.
Yeah, Holmes got on his back. I wasn't sure if he knocked the ball away or caught it, but doesn't matter. It's all taken care of now. The Stampeders via penalty are on the Winnipeg 2. Mills in the backfield. Vaughn is a blocking tight end left. Adams is back. Pitching to the near side. It's caught for a touchdown. Grabbing the ball. Dominique Grimes, and the Stampeders explode to a 17-point lead.
Yeah, they're just taking over right now, and everybody expected on the 2-yard line to have Mills running up the middle, and nobody covered. Dominique Grimes way to the wide side, so Vernon Adams just steps up and throws it way to the wide side. No one's out there, Mark, and he just walks into the end zone. I think the Bombers thought that, well, we're going to fool you, and we're going to get you in the middle, and nobody covered him.
That's his first touchdown of the year. For Dominique Grimes, big free agent signing in the offseason. Well, the Stampeders are in charge at 30-13 pending this extra point.
This crowd is just silenced and a little bit in bewilderment.
Extra point is kicked through, so the scoreboard shows the Calgary Stampeders 31, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 13. Let's get things going with our play-by-play fourth quarter action. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com. Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Time and effort, sweat and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs to build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees. Find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
This is Derek Moncrief, Sam Linebacker. Thanks for listening to the Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
The Stampeders are ahead 31-13, 10:49 remaining on that last return. Vavic was hit by Thomas, although he slid to avoid the full measure of the contact. Nonetheless, he's out of the game right now, and they sent Case, the receiver, back to return. Nonetheless, a dominant performance right now by the Stampeders.
Oh, yeah, the Stampeders are really looking good. Offense, defense, all aspects of the game are clicking, and they're just right now totally taking over this game.
Paredes kicks it off. A Case is going to settle under to return to the 15-yard line. He comes to the near side, 20 at the 30, flag in the air, 35 at the 40, loses his footing and falls out of bounds at about the 45 into the Blue Bomber bench, but we should point out flag down about the 25-yard line.
Well, Thomas, he was right down there ready to make the tackle. All of a sudden, he went flying, had a guy clip him right from behind, but that's coming back. So the Bombers are usually one of the better teams for penalties. Both teams haven't done as well, but the Bombers are hurting themselves right now in this second half.
Illegal block, Winnipeg, number 48. It's a 10-yard penalty, first down.
Make sure you join Jock and Greg after the game for the fifth quarter call-in show.
Well, they haven't got Collaros in, so the Stampeders know what Strevler can do, and that's run at you, run the read pass option, run the quarterback draw, and throw quick passes. And when you know there's not really a deep threat to get the ball down the field, you can tighten it up there in the defensive within the box.
Strevler calling out signals for the Blue Bombers. Their first down at the 18-yard line. He snaps to the left side. It is picked off. Webb has the ball, heads to the end zone. Touchdown! Calgary Stampeders, their 4th interception, and this one goes to the house.
Well, they're just taking over right now. That defense, how good are they playing right now? All aspects, defensive line, the backs now, and Damian Webb, the safety, just read that. And you know what? I bet you they went back and they said, look, all Streveler's going to continue to do is throw those outs to the wide side. One of you guys just get up there and you can anticipate if you're the free safety, that gives you full liberty to do that, and they've just totally taken over this game.
Well, he has another. This is his second, and yes, the Stampeders are in full command now at 38. Well, 37 soon to be 38-13.
Good play, good read by Damian Webb.
No question. Extra point is pounded through, and the Calgary Stampeders are in complete command, leading by a score of 38.
Well, you would have thought the Bombers, being the rested team, haven't played in 2 weeks. Stampeders had that rough week last week where they had to have the extra day, and we're going to go to a timeout. I'll talk about this in a minute, Mark.
Calgary 38, Winnipeg 13, 10-18 remaining in the 4th. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary.
Stampeders with 2 touchdowns in this quarter. Dominique Grimes, Damon Webb on an interception, and they lead 38-13. They led 7-6 after 1, 17-13 at the half, 24-13 after 3, and they are in total charge right now.
Yeah, Stampeders racking up the interceptions now. They got to be getting up there in lead category because they certainly got a lot tonight.
Let's see what the Blue Bombers do here. As Casey, the returner back, and the ball is kicked in his direction. He'll catch across the 10. He's on the near side. He's at the 20. He's at the 30. Breaks a tackle up to the 40 where he's tackled. Stampeders tackle him at about the 45-yard line. Herdman Reed, the newcomer, tackling.
Yeah, good job by Herdman Reed. Good pickup, good solid special teams player. In his 8th year, you bring him in from Simon Fraser, and you don't have to coach him up too much on scheme or anything.
That's just it. You saw him today and around the team. He just looks like he's been here. He's not, some of the rookies are a little quiet, and I get it, but he doesn't look like a rookie. He's a rookie to the Stamps, but he's not a rookie to football. So the Blue Bombers, how do they dig out of this hole?
I don't think they can, but we'll see if Strebler tries to throw the ball down the field.
No, he's going to give it to Oliveira. Big hole, races up the middle. Midfield, Calgary 50, Calgary 45. Or he is finally tackled by Webb. First down, Winnipeg.
Yeah, Strebler, they're going to continue with that read pass option. So that time just a good offensive line block. And whenever you can chip block and get to that second level, that's what they did. Got into the middle linebacker, and he couldn't get a tackle on Oliveira.
Winnipeg at the 46-yard line of the Calgary Stampeders. See what they do here as Strebler takes the ball, rolls left to the wide side, throws on the run, is caught by Wheatball, then he's hit right away by Green. That's about a 5-yard gain.
Moncrief, he was on a blitz mark, and He didn't even read the read pass run. He just thought it was going to be run all the way, and he was right in there. But good job by Strevler to pull that out and throw it. And Green's doing a good job in the open field by coming up and making tackles and not giving the wide receivers of the Bombers any time to run.
Well, he had
out and throw it. And Green's doing a good job in the open field by coming up and making tackles and not giving the wide receivers of the Bombers any time to run.
Well, he had a key interception inside the end zone, brought it back out earlier in the game. 2nd down and 2 at the 38-yard line for Winnipeg. On the ground to Oliveira, stop and start, then jump cuts to his left before he's tackled. And let's see.
I don't think he got it.
No, Micah.
I don't think he got it, so it's going to be 3rd down. I'm quite sure the Bombers will go for it. They'll get up right over the ball.
Zambu and tights on the tackle.
Yeah, he got nothing, so it's still going to be. Depends on where they put this football. And, well, it's probably going to only be about a foot.
Traveler behind center. Takes the ball, surges right, and falls forward to the Stampeder 31-yard line.
Well, those offensive linemen of the Bombers are getting a little bit chippy, and right now, you got Hicks kind of clapping. They're loving to go down and hit defensive backs. Well, that's real good, guys. You know, you're going after a 180-pound defensive back and killing them way down the field. You're not doing your team any good. Kind of irritates you if you're a defensive guy.
And the Stamps are trying to goad them into something, that is for sure. The Bombers have 3 receivers left. Stampeders by 25. This is coming by the Stampeders. Give to Oliveira. He tries to run right at the point of attack, but the Stampeders were all over him.
Well, that's how you shut the O-line up. You just stop them.
Micah Tights, who seemingly has been just about everywhere tonight.
He's been playing a pretty good game. He's all over the field. All the linebackers have been running to the football. But there's a little bit of chippiness going on right now between the lines of scrimmage, both sides of the football.
That was Micah's 5th tackle. So the Blue Bombers lose yardage. They're back to the 33 at 2nd down and 12 yards to go. 7:28 remaining. Case comes in as a receiver. Dembski this way. He has Winnipeg's only touchdown. Strevler checking off at the line. Play clock is at 4. Stampeders drop 9. Strevler hit as he throws, sends it to the near side and overthrows Case out of bounds.
Yeah, that's where Strevler, he just doesn't have the accuracy that you're going to get with Collaros that time. And right away we had Hicks has just been a menace. He's so quick, Mark. He's not a big defensive lineman, but they can't stop his athleticism. He was right in the face of Strevler.
Actually, he's going to come off. I think he was getting a little heated out there.
Yeah,
enthusiasm was going to boil over to maybe
both sides are going back and forth, and there's a lot of talking going on. Stampeders just have to keep their cool. They got a good, comfortable 38-13 lead with 7 minutes left.
Winnipeg is 3rd and 12 at the 33, and of course, down by 25, they will go for it. Stampeders show a linebacker blitz. The play is blowing dead. I think Kelly came into the 1-yard area, and that's why the play was stopped.
Yeah, Devon Scott Bailey, he was blitzing from his...
Offside, Calgary, number 31. 5-yard penalty. It remains 3rd down.
So that means Winnipeg moves up to the 28-yard line.
Well, now the Stamps are just shuffling in that defensive lineman to keep them kind of... they're a little bit tired down there, so every play they're putting about 2 new guys in and bringing 2 guys out.
3rd down and 7 for Winnipeg. Case going left to this wide side. Now the backfield is empty. Traveling a deep drop, setting up, firing strike at the post corner downfield. The ball is broken up. Almost caught, but broken up by Sheldon Arnold, who's had a monster game tonight for the Stampeders. And the Blue Bombers, well, they give the ball up. Stampeders defense has just been tremendous.
It's a 3-deep zone, 2nd along. We're going to go to a timeout here.
We are the Stampeders 38, the Blue Bombers 13. You're listening to 4th quarter Stampeder football action. Stampeders offense on the field. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit shanehomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
This is number 21, Bailey Devine Scott, defensive back. Thanks for listening to Calgary Stampeders football. Go Stamps.
Stampeders get the ball on downs, and they'll try to add to a 38-13 lead. Burden Adams remains in the game at quarterback, checking that wristband. Yep, Stampeders in full charge of this game. Ortan's over the ball as Adams is in the gun. Letting the clock run down. Play clock is at 3. He takes the snap, and I don't know if the snap came early or Fortan didn't snap it on the appointed count, but it's a penalty for the Stampeders.
Josh Coker popped offside.
Calgary, number 54. It's 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
Adams has really been waiting and adjusting and going right down the last second on every. That's what you want to do if you got this type of lead, but sometimes your guys just get a little antsy and pop offside.
First and 15 Stampeders. They're back to the 23-yard line. 6 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the ball game. Adams will ride and give it to Mills. He runs between the hash marks, but the Blue Bombers pull him down, cram to the linebacker. And when they get up off the bottom of the pile, Griffin,
Stamps,
about a 4-yard gain.
With this 38-13 lead, they just want to eat out this clock and get on the play, and they got this game, I think, in hand, Mark. 5:51 and ticking. They just want to see that clock ticking.
Yanusis in the game. The rookie is an extra receiver for the Stampeders. Second down 11 at the 27-yard line. They'll break the huddle. Jones goes right. Rhymes with him this side. Bombers show a 3-man front. And they'll just ride it on the ground. Choquette has the ball, runs up the far hash marks, get up to the 35, maybe the 38, pending the spot. Let's see where they put it. The linebacker for Winnipeg is over to bring him down on the play, Jones.
Yeah, Ludovic Choquette, the 5'9", 210-pounder. He's got those short, choppy steps. Good, solid run, the rookie on that draw play. And
it is a first down.
Got a first down, yeah, so good run by the rookie.
Alford's getting a break right now. He has 2 Calgary touchdowns, 5 on the season. Clock now becoming a factor in the Stampeders' favor. 4:50 remaining. Adams in the gun with Choquette in the backfield. Clock at 3. Adams takes the ball. Again, rides Choquette. He runs into the teeth of that Winnipeg defense, drives for yards, gets up to about the 42-yard line, lost in the tackler when they unpile.
Well, I like Choquette. He just goes hard. I like how he's got good, quick feet. Doesn't got blazing speed, but runs hard. He's got a low, good center of gravity, and got 5 yards, 4 yards out of nothing that time.
Yep. 4:12 remaining as the clock running. Stampeders leading 38-13. Play clock is at 12. Adams calling out signals. 3 receivers right. Philpott tracks down the line towards the formation. Linebacker blitz is on. Give to Choquette. There's a hole left side, and then he's pushed back at the 45-yard line as the Blue Bombers rallied to bring him down as Wilson was over. So it's 3rd down and about 4, maybe 3 for the Stampeders, so I think they're
going to have to punt this away, but they had a little seam there. Choquette saw it, but great linebacker play. He got Choquette and just drove him back, but the Stampeders did what they wanted to do, and that's eat up about 4 minutes off that clock.
Yep. Bassett is on to punt.
Interested to see, Mark, whether we're going to see P.J. Walker in the game.
Yeah, I wonder on the next possession. That would be a reasonable assumption. Stampeders squeezing the clock pretty good here. 3:43 remaining.
Yeah, another great game by Vernon Adams.
Yep. Face of the punter. And Bassett kicks it away. Low kick, bounces on the far side and will bounce out of bounds on a couple of hops. About the 30-yard line. We'll see where they spotted, about the 29, 3:36 remaining. But I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but you look around the league right now, you'd have to say that Vernon Adams is making a strong case for the league MLB.
I was thinking the same thing, Mark. Just before you said that, I thought, if you want to talk about someone who's the MVP of the league right now, it's Vernon Adams. But it's been that way many prior years, and then Vernon seems to get hurt and things happen.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got to keep up. Right now, I think he is the MVP of the league, but we're only 6 games in.
Oh, lots of time to go. You got it. At the 30, that's for Winnipeg is first down and 10. They're keeping Streveler in the game, and Streveler will pass. He's back, throws a strike downfield, a sliding grab made by the receiver for Winnipeg. That was pulled in by Wheatfall. Well, this tackled by Kelly, the linebacker. 3:10. We're coming up on the 3-minute warning here. Blue Bombers trying to get up and over the ball. Streveler again takes the snap. He is back, throws a look into the far side. Going down is Clarkus and did not make the catch as we go to the 3-minute warning. All right, the score, Calgary 38, Winnipeg 13. This is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort. Our promise.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2, QR Calgary 770.
The Calgary Stampeders hold a 38-13 lead on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. 2:58 between them and their 5th victory of the season, and maybe most importantly of all, the season series against the Blue Bombers. I mean, I don't know how the rest of the season is going to turn out, so hey, win the season series against the West opponent. You can put that in the bank, right?
Right now, the hottest team in the CFL, picked last by the power rankings going into this year. Everybody thought that they would be the deadbeat of the West Division, and right now they're tops in the CFL.
They're down in 3, Winnipeg. They're at their 37-yard line. Streveler on a draw, gives to Oliveira. Stampeders wrap him up right away. They were waiting, and it's a turnover on downs. 1, 2, 3 Stampeders were right there. Who's off the bottom of the pile there? That is Big Brown. That's what he's brought into to smother ball carriers, and that's what he did.
Well, and you know what? They kind of caught on to what the what the Bombers are going to do every time. They're going to do draws. They're going to do snap screens to the wide side, and they're going to have Streveler run. Stop those 3 plays, and Streveler just doesn't have the throwing ability to get it down the field like Collaros does. So when Collaros went out of the ball game, I just could see what's going to happen to their O. It was going to be pretty one-dimensional.
You asked if P.J. Walker would see any time. The answer is yes. He's in the ball game as Vernon Adams, after a fabulous night, is going to get the rest of the game off. So here's P.J. Walker as the Stampeders hold on to a 38-13 lead. And Walker comes up to the ball.
And then he walks away. I think that there's a little confusion there, but P.J. Walker's got a rifle. He can really throw the ball. They're going to get back in the huddle. We saw in the preseason how hard he can put that ball in a window, and sometimes tries a little bit too much.
Yep. So Walker is the quarterback, sends 4 receivers right for the Calgary Stampeders. P.J. Walker from New Jersey, deep handoff out of the backfield to Choquette. He gets up 40 to the 35. Bombers hit him there.
I like to see him let PJ throw the ball down the field. You know, you never know what's going to happen in the middle of the year. So even though you've got the 2 points on the Bombers, really want to see if PJ can throw the football.
Yep.
I think they're going to do exactly that as they bring in a couple more wide receivers.
A little trouble getting personnel in, it looks like, because there's so many different
they're
combos
confused, especially where the wide receivers are, but they got everybody who hasn't played in the game yet, they got them in.
Yeah, trying to get everybody in. Second down, Stampeders, 7 yards to go again on the ground to Choquette. Hesitation move, then squirts through a hole, gets up to the 30. He'll be stopped short of the first down.
Well, P.J. Walker's complaining he can't hear in his headset, in his helmet, what the plays are.
Ah, that makes sense.
So they're going to go kick the field goal, but he's pointing to his ear saying, I can't hear.
Well, that makes it pretty tough.
Call from the coach. You can't get the call, but...
All right.
Well, we got the long plane ride. Well, not a long one. It's about 2-hour plane ride back late at night. It's going to be a pleasant one for the players, though, Mark.
Very much. And, fighting through a short week.
Lots of singing going on in the plane.
Fought through a short week. 2:04 remains. This is from 37. No wind tonight. And this stadium has really emptied out as Paredes strokes the ball towards the uprights. No questions asked. He splits the upright there. So, yeah, this was a raucous full house about 2.5 hours ago. Now it's a quiet, empty building, and I get it. The Stampeders came in here and just took the game from the Blue Bombers.
Well, the Stampeders are doing that to a lot of people. They're just making things that what the expectations of what was going to happen don't happen. They come in, nobody expected them to beat the Riders, and they beat them quite handily. Nobody expected them to beat the Bombers that first game. They beat them. Nobody expected them to come here with the rested Bomber team and blow them out 41-13. I really didn't expect it. I thought the Stampeders, but this team has something about them. They're a very tight-knit unit. I can just tell when I'm on the plane with them, Mark. They seem to have fun around one another. Now, everything always goes good while you're winning.
Yes.
We'll see what happens when you get a couple losses.
But just the attitude, they stay on the field voluntarily at the end of practice. And players are running sessions, just working with each other. Say, guys, let's come on over here. Let's try this. And, it's really refreshing to see. And it's working. But you're right. It's 5-1. It is July 18th.
Yep,
enjoy it while it's here, and it is very enjoyable.
Well, it's something we haven't really seen in 2 years, Mark.
Yep. Yeah, this is their best start since 2018. And some good things happened in 2018, I think we can recall. Okay, Randy Paredes tees this one up and kicks it off. The Blue Bombers are going to return. Case will catch at the 20 outside the hash marks. He runs right. He's at the 30, then is hit hard and goes down. He absorbed a hit and then went down. I think that was on Yeka. Now the Bombers just throwing
they just
a player
threw a guy.
around.
I can't believe the referees missed that one.
Just threw Bailey Scott Devine down.
Yeah, just threw him. And Stampeders just got to keep their cool right now. The Bombers are frustrated. They just got shellacked. So don't do anything stupid. Keep a good, tight defense. But, yeah, that was just saw a guy just throw him down right after the play.
Yeah, don't take the bait here, Stampeders. Well, the Blue Bombers are keeping Streveler in. Not exactly sure why, but Mike O'Shea's won a lot more games than most coaches in the league. Streveler is back passing. He sets up, pitching across the middle in full stride. Dembski makes the catch. He's at midfield to the 52-yard line, and that's for the Stampeders. Arnold tackles him. It's a first down across midfield.
Well, Stampeders are just going to sit back in that umbrella defense and not let anything get in behind him, so that's going to open up that long, deep dig route.
5 receivers out with 1:40 remaining. The ball's at the Calgary 54. Streveler retreats, throwing a ball to the far side. Catch is made by Wheatfall on the far side. Was he in bounds? Yeah, I guess he was. That was actually Stearns that made the catch, so he was inbound, so they'll advance the chains. Ball's at the 39 of Calgary. More interested in the clock right now as 1:34 remains. The receiver stepped out of bounds, stopping the clock. Bombers calling out signals. Stampeders with a 4-man pressure. Starler is back, dancing. Nobody open, throws to his check down man. That's caught out of the backfield. Making the grab as Oliveira gets up to the Calgary 30, maybe the 29-yard line, where he's tackled there by Anthony Federico, but it is a first down for the Bombers at the Stampeder 27-yard line.
Well, that was going to be a dump to Brady Oliveira all the way, but the Stampeders just knew that, and they had a guy, the linebacker, come up, but they still got 10 yards because he missed the tackle.
Dribbler is back on the pass, dumps it again out of the backfield to Oliveira. He goes upfield, and Kalichi Anialabici tackles him at the 25. Short gain. Bailey Scott Devine in the area as well, as they are Stampeders now liberally substituting.
Yeah, liberally substituting, 1:15 left, and got Thomas in, and a lot of guys that don't get usually play defense.
With 1:13 remaining, Strebler pitches to the near side. That ball is caught. Making the grab on the near side is Clarkus before he is tackled.
Yeah, Anthony Johnson read that all the way in his first games. Played pretty well. I haven't picked on him too much. Got an interception.
The Bombers are 3rd and inches after that. Strebler, the short yardage guy, takes it and pushes ahead.
Well, this is all just for not racking up the stats. That's all they're doing.
Yep. Nothing much coming out of this except a few extra yards on the old resume. Blue Bombers at the 17-yard line of the Stampeders. 1:02 remaining. Back is Strebler. Little pressure by the Stampeders. He pitches left on a curl comeback route caught by Dembski. He's at about the 9 of Calgary. Johnson, the rookie, on the tackle.
Well, I think the Bombers were 8-0 their last 8 games
against the Stampeders. Yeah.
Here.
Second down and 1 yard to go for Winnipeg in the Calgary 9. Sheffield takes the ball, hard roll right to the wide side. He's throwing. He throws in the end zone. The receiver is down. Did he make the catch? He did. Touchdown, Winnipeg. That was Case. That was not easy. He slipped. He was on the ground. I'm not quite sure if he got it, but nonetheless,
Trevor
it counts.
again, not the best throw when he's rolling to his right, but excellent catch. So as I said, this is all semantics. It's the Bombers aren't going to win.
That's of the few fans remaining in the stand. That's the first time they've been out of their seats in a long time.
Yeah, they're just not used to this. This Bombers. Nope. You got to start wondering whether the Bombers, maybe they're in a little bit of a rebuild, but they still got a lot. They're probably one of the older teams when it comes to age-wise in the CFL.
Oh, they're still very good. I wouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves and count them out. Extra point try. Snapped, kicked. And the Blue Bombers had a touchdown late.
Well, you just got to hope right now. We got guys going at each other after the play, Mark, and this time they were going after Arnold. We got to hope that we get out of this game without any injury and without a couple of punches and fights thrown, because Bombers are frustrated and they're trying to take it out after the play, and especially on special teams. So this kickoff, we just got to hope nobody gets hurt.
Just get out of town.
Yep.
Get ready for Montreal on Thursday.
As you said, Bombers got a good veteran team. I'm sure they'll bounce back from this.
Oh, yeah. However, we'll have to get the update on Zach Collaros. Well, all bets are off if he's out for an extended period.
Because teams are just going to game plan as Strevler's in and know how to stop him.
So 48 seconds remain. The Calgary Stampeders in a great spot right now.
Well, their offense is just racking up the yards. They're on fire right now. They got to be leading in a lot of offensive categories the way they do it. They got 20 first downs and total offense 360. They're almost getting 400 yards now. The Bombers, on the other hand, had 400 yards as well, but Stampeders came up with some big plays.
Interceptions,
so we're going to see
sacks.
we're going to see a short kickoff here. I cannot see with 48 seconds left the Bombers coming back 20 points.
No, or they might just boot it downfield. Realizing exactly what you realize. Yeah, they kick it downfield, and Brooks is the solo returner for the Stampeders. When sails over his head, he picks it up on a hop at the 6. He runs left, looking to turn left, and then goes down.
Well, he's just saying, I'm going to protect the football. They're going to be trying to strip it from me. So Brooks doing the good, smart thing. Stampeders 43 seconds. They should be able to just down it with 43 out and kill this clock, and as I said, have a good plane flight home.
At the 14, that's where the Stampeders are. They're in a terrific spot right now in the standings. PJ Walker is in the gun. Ludovic Choquette is the running back from Long Island University, a draft pick this year, very powerfully built in the lower body.
He's going to give him the football.
And he will get the call. He has a hole left side. He's off to the races, up to the 30, 35, at the 40, at the 45. Oh, my goodness. Found a hole left side and picks up 32 yards.
Well, the guy's got great acceleration, those quick chirp. He's got very quick feet. As I said, he wasn't highly drafted because he didn't run the speedy 4.40, but he plays faster, and he's got those quick feet. That time he shot up the hole, and he looked really good. Now they're just going to eat up the clock.
They are. 25 seconds remaining. Play clock says 9. There's a difference there, and they're looking at the clock, that being P.J. Walker. He goes down, and they'll do it one more time.
Well, the Bombers got some soul searching to do. This is the second game in a row they've lost, right?
Yep. The Stampeders will do that one more time. Impressive effort. Clock says 0-0.
2 road wins against 2 good teams.
P.J. Walker takes the ball, takes the knee, he goes down, and there's your ball game. The Stampeders on July 18th are solidly in top spot in the Canadian Football League as they come into Winnipeg tonight with an overwhelming, overpowering 41-20 win over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The final score, Calgary 41, Winnipeg 20. Up next, the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show, including the Hearth and Home coaches interview. This is QR Calgary Stampeders football.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
And that's the game.
The final whistle has sounded, and now it's time to tackle how it all unfolded. The good, the bad, the ugly.
The Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show is just around the corner on the proud voice of the red and white. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Well, welcome back. We're not going to be able to go to the dressing room just yet. We had some issues at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. We can't broadcast from there. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but that's the way it is. And I guess, Greg, we got to take some stats here.
Well, yeah, we got some. I don't have any end stats here, but here we go, Mark. First downs at the end of the game. We had Calgary with 21 and the Bombers with 23. Net offense for the Stampeders, they had 390 yards at the end of this game. The Bombers 407. Offensive plays, lots of plays now in the CFL. 49 for the Stampeders, 65 for the Bombers. Average gain on for the Stampeders at 8 yards, which is quite good per game. The Bombers 6.3 yards. Rushing yards, Stampeders had 130. The Bombers 146. Passing yards, Stampeders had 267. Bombers 287. Turnovers, check this out. Bombers 6 turnovers. Stampeders only 1. That could be a difference in the game. Bombers had 3 sacks, Stampeders 1. So I think the stats of the game are those turnovers. So the Bombers had lots of stats, but who cares about the stats when you get beat 41-20?
Yeah. Well, that's for sure. Let's see what happens here as we try to sort things out. The Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak post-game show. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, proudly supporting our community in the Stampeders since 1949. When the Stamps are on the road, we're broadcasting live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. We just had the stat story. We'll catch up with Dave Dickinson in a moment. This is the only place for Stampeder football. QR Calgary all season long. Dave and company have the pregame, halftime, and postgame shows. When the Stamps are on the road, we do it live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Next, the drive of the game brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment radio stations.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal, get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
Well, welcome back to the post-game show. Dave McIver in for Jock Wilson on the post-game show because we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. Greg, hope you can hear me well, my friend. Let's get to...
I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, we're in good shape then. Let's get to the drive of the game, Greg, because it's brought to you by our Alberta Ford dealers. I think there's one that stands out here, Greg, and maybe it was right after our turning point, but take it away because I know I have mine. What's yours?
I think I'm going to agree with you on that one, Dave. It was the 8th drive of the game. Mark, we can hear you, Mark. Yeah, we'll get down to you in a minute. But going over back to the drive of the game, it was the 8th drive of the game. It was the third quarter. The score was 17-13. The Stampeders had just intercepted the ball on a huge turnover. They then went for a 94-yard total yards, ate up 5 minutes on the clock. There were 7 plays, 2 runs, 6 passes. It was capped off with a 42-yard touchdown by Damien Elford. It made the score 24-13 at that time. That, to me, was just a great drive at an appropriate time. That was my drive of the game.
Yeah, that's the one I had too, Greg, and we'll get to our turning point in just a second, but we'll go down to the Stampeder locker room. Mark has the coach.
Not right this moment.
No, he doesn't have him quite this moment, so I
Okay.
guess we go to the turning point if you
Well,
want
let's
there,
go
Dave.
to that turning point, Greg, by Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. I mean, we talked about the drive of the game. What set up that drive of the game? An unbelievable interception for the Calgary Stampeders. Would that be your turning point as well?
Well, you and I are in the same wavelength. Yeah, it's the third quarter. The score is 17-13. The Bombers opened up the second half and just marched the ball right down the field, and you could see that their momentum was starting to flow. They were really taking over the line of scrimmage play, and it was just a great drive, and they would have scored there. They were dominating. They would have been a different game. Oliveria was dumping, but before I finish that turning point, let's go down to the Stampeder locker room, and Mark, I believe you had the head coach, Dave Dickinson.
Well, we do have the coach outside a very noisy dressing room, and Dave, it just looked like at all phases you were clicking in the offense. You had multiple interceptions, multiple sacks. Just seemed you were right on top of everything.
Yeah, but it was a very aggressive, physical, hard-fought game. You know, what I was hoping happened is we weathered the storm early. Obviously, the game changes a little bit when Zach gets knocked out. But, yeah, when we weathered it, then we took over, and then we kept coming. At the fourth quarter, we were the stronger team.
Just how about the secondary? He took one to the end zone, but Green made maybe a game-turning interception at the goal line. Overall, I just thought they were tremendous.
Yeah, I agree, and they've had some good things all year. Tackling well as well. Yeah, I'd like to watch the tape as far as singling guys out, but Adrian's play on the goal line basically changed the tides, gave us a chance, and then offensively we were able to get some points aboard and then separate from them.
The Moose was loose. 2 catches again for Damian Alfred.
Listen, people are playing off of him softer, but he's just a big man, and the one that Vernon threw to him for the touchdown, I swear to God, look at the film, look at the tape. Vernon's not even looking, but he knows where Damian's going to be, and he just trusts, and he just launches it. It's an amazing play.
All right, just what does it say about this team? 5-1 at this stage, lots of adversity to fight through. What's your take on this team?
Well, we're getting better. We are. You can tell the guys are trying. We're hungry. We're trying to get better each and every game, each and every week. We like where we're at. Obviously, we want to keep building, though, because every other team's going to get better as well. We've got an unselfish group, though, across the board. I think everybody's contributing and enjoying the team wins.
Thought the front four hounded whichever quarterback was in there.
Yeah, I thought Miles, set the tone early, and then Hutch, the interior guys, they did get some run game going at times, but I thought we definitely got after their quarterbacks. And, once again, it starts there. It really does. Our linebacker play was solid again, but it's the D-line that really starts it.
Dave, congratulations, 5-1. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Dave Dickinson joining us. Guys, more guests momentarily.
The coach's interview brought to you by Renovations by Hearth and Home. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com. Greg Peterson, let's go back to that turning point, because it did seem like the Bombers they found their groove. They knew exactly how they were going to play with Chris Streveler in the game, and they were going to throw those little hitch screen passes. They were going to run the ball with Brady Oliveira. They would see the odd Chris Streveler rush. But then they get that interception, and it just completely flipped everything because the Stamps go on that drive after. But just when you needed a turning point, when you needed a stop, and we talked about it in the pregame show, Greg, when this team, when they need stops, when they need a big play, they get them.
Well, exactly. And you know what? That really did. No, most of the time we got mini turning points, and most of the time there's arguments about what the turning points are. I think everybody can agree there was a definitive turning point in this game, and it definitely was that interceptions, because the Bombers are moving the ball down. They're going to take the lead. They're going to get momentum, and it would be a different game if they would have scored, and then they had Shriveler. I thought he should have run the football if you're a Bomber fan. So he's going to, he decides to run it or to pass it instead, and we have that interception. That definitely is a turning point. But let's go down to the Stampeder locker room, and Mark, I believe you have Vaughn with you at this time.
Yes, we do. You scored your first touchdown, Quincy, on a short yardage play out of that field.
It was amazing. It was all up to the O-line up in front of me. In the huddle before we even got down there, they said, hey, let's go get this. And it just kind of fired me up to know they had my back. But that was all them up front, pushing and shoving. It kind of just happened to be in my hands. And I had to make sure I could get Zach Williams the football to spike it while he's at his hometown. So,
well, speaking of hometown, you're practically in your hometown, given the number of your North Dakota buddies that were here today.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. Grand Forks has done so much for me in my life, and it turns me into the man I am today. And, you know, I'll always have ties back to Grand Forks, and just to see the support that still comes from there, even though, you know, I'm in a different league and they're still doing their own thing. It's great to feel that love and support from a home away from home.
You are a rookie. How does this feel walking into the pro game and here this team is chanting up a storm in the dressing room and 5-1?
Oh, yeah, it's great. Obviously, we know we have high expectations for ourselves and always want to set the standard as high as we can. You know, it starts early in the week in practice, and it's very fortunate for me to come into this situation and have such great vets. You know, William Langley has taught me so much and how to be myself, be a pro in this league, and play the fullback position. So just having that support from older guys, you know, coming in here as a 23-year-old, just it means so much to have the support of older guys who have been doing this for multiple years, and it just gives me the confidence that I can do this at this level as well.
Well, it looks like you're learning a lot of lessons, and thank you very much for stopping by.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Go Stamps.
Guys, we've got one more guest here as Damian Alford. Now, you have in your hands, I know you can't see us at home, a big moose stuffed animal. Tell me about that. Who gave that to you?
It was just, I was in the mall with Ludo, and I'm just like, it would be cool if I just go to a store and buy a moose. So we went into some store, and after I found the perfect one, and I got it.
Yeah, it's a little handheld one there. So, you like the nickname?
Oh, yeah, I love it. Love it. I loved it in college, and I love it now. So I'm really just embracing it now.
Talk about the plays. You know, the second touchdown looked like Vernon. I don't know if he was not aware you were there. He's certainly under a lot of pressure, and he trusted you to go get the ball.
I didn't even see the play on the second one. I just seen the ball in the air, stopped a little bit because I didn't know where VA was. Seen the ball in the air, restarted, and I was wide open, and then I got my second touchdown. I'm happy. So,
what does it say about this team? You went through some real adversity a week ago, had an unexpected short week, and you come into a notoriously tough place and just took the game away from them.
It just goes to show what type of team we got in that locker room. You guys are relentless. They're gonna. It doesn't matter the situation. We've been through so much adversity already this early in the season, and we came into here a hostile environment, but we did what we had to do. We played Stampede football, and we came out with the win.
Well, you did indeed go enjoy. I don't know where you're going to put that moose, but it's in your hand. I'm sure you'll find a home for it.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you.
Damian Alford joining us. Guys, more guests in a moment.
Damian Alford, the Moose, the superstar receiver, maybe emerging for the Calgary Stampeders. What is that, 5 touchdowns in the last 3 games? Hey, we need to take a time out here on the post-game show. The Turning Point, of course, brought to you by Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. Amazing inventory, selection, same great team, same great service. We'll take a time out here. We'll be back in a second. We'll get to Greg Peterson's keys to or marquee matchup, rather, and the 4 stars of the game. I'm Dave McIver from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. We're back after this.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Western Financial Group, Canada's insurance broker, a proud partner of the Calgary Stampeders, has been insuring Canadians since 1905. Western's insurance brokers will save you money by bundling your home and car insurance and find you insurance for all your needs, including business. Protect your turf with the right coverage, and you can stay in the game. Visit westernfinancialgroup.ca or call 888-594-3120 to get your free quote.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Welcome back to the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, proudly supporting our community and the Stamps since 1946. Dave McIver live at the Deerfoot Inn Casino. We go back to the Calgary Stampeders dressing room, and Mark Steven has Adrian Green, the man who holds our turning point. Off to you, Mark.
Well, let's go with Adrian. First of all, Adrian, talk about that interception. You were just a foot inside the end zone and snuffed out a drive. They were coming back. You still had the lead, but what happened on that play?
Yeah, they came out. They was applying some pressure. It was a long drive. They got into that red zone. Quarterback rolled out towards me. Just kind of playing in between two routes and then just breaking on the throw. And then once that ball's in the air, you got to go get it, make that play.
How about the entire secondary? Not just taking one to the house like Damon did, but you guys had multiple interceptions from all different players. Jaden went up and got a ball. It was just a dominant performance, I thought.
Yes, sir. Honestly, we always preach in our DB room, go get the ball, right? Like, it's not for the receivers, it's for us. Go there and take it. And, we always got to tip our hat to the front seven. They help us out, right? They applying that pressure up front. It makes it a lot easier for us to.
How about coming in here? You've played in this building many, many times. It's an extremely hostile, intimidating place to play, and the place was quiet at the end of the game.
Yes, sir. Honestly, Winnipeg's a great team. They win games at home. They're known for that. So any opportunity you get to kind of take a win away from them at home, especially when you see them for the second time in the season, it's phenomenal.
Well, you won the season series against them. I don't know how the rest of the season's going to go, but you always got that in your back pocket.
Yes, sir. We just focus in on 1 week at a time. That's it.
All right. Well, this week was very good, Adrian. Thank you very much for stopping.
Thank y'all for having me.
Adrian Green joining us, guys, from the Calgary Stampeder dressing room, and that is the story from here. As you can appreciate, they're bailing, trying to get out of here. They'll touch down in Calgary about 1:15 tomorrow morning, and it's another short week. Montreal is in town. The pregame show on Thursday. Yes, Thursday, 5:30. They kick off at 7 for the first place Calgary Stampeders returning home. And that's tonight's dressing room story.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. That means if Mark's leaving and the Stamps are leaving, that means Greg's got to go too, Greg. So let's jump right into your 4 stars of the game. Who'd you have on offense tonight, my friend?
Well, everybody's playing well. You go around and all the receivers are getting lots of footballs, lots of catches. But the guy I thought really stood out tonight was Dominique Rhymes. I believe he led the Stampeders with 5 catches. He just had a great game, had 1 touchdown. And, today was his day to be the guy. It seemed like they were really going after him a lot, so I picked Damien Rye's offensive player.
It'll be interesting to see. He looked like he was favoring maybe that left wrist a little bit, so playing through some pain. Dominic Grimes, your offensive star of the game. Who do you got on defense, Greg?
Well, defense, once again, the D-line just did a great job. I could pick any one of those guys, but our secondary's playing very well. Sheldon Arnold is the guy, though. He was all over the field. He was making tackles left and right, very difficult tackles in the open field. The entire D played well, but at the end of the day, I had to go with Sheldon Arnold a lot just because of his style. He had a couple knockdowns, 2 knockdowns, I believe, so I picked Sheldon Arnold.
It was interesting, Greg, because he did kind of try and jump that big 73-yard gain by Nick Dembski there in the first quarter, maybe early second quarter. It seemed like he tried to jump the route, and then he found himself just playing a solid game the rest of the way.
Yeah, he really did. And what I was impressed with was his tackling in the open field. I mean, tackling Brady Oliveira is a pretty tough thing in the open field, but they were running a lot to the outside, and he was coming up and just good, solid tackle the entire secondary. And when you have it so that they don't have any yak yards, it makes it, instead of being second and short, it's 2nd, 7, or 8, and it's a different play to be called the next play.
Anytime the defense gets 4 interceptions, it's a good chance that one of the defensive backs is going to be your defensive star of the game. Let's go to special teams, Greg. Keelan Thomas obviously had a big hit, but Kalen Horton I thought was pretty good as well. Who do you have on special?
You're right. I thought our return game was good. Horton was good. I think Keelan Thomas was fantastic, but at the end of the day, I had to pick Mark Vassett again. Great punch. He was directionally kicking. He's getting the ball outside the numbers every single kick, and then he had that one that sat down on the 1-yard line. I mean, he's just really, really taking the return out of the opposing team, and he's really playing good. He averaged 53 yards on each punt and 49 and net. He's averaging 49 yards. The longest one was 57, so I had to pick Mark Vassett.
It's crazy that this team just keeps finding guys who are stepping up, an X-Men mentality. Fraser Minton goes down, and you bring in Mark Bassett, and he comes in, and he's kicking just as well, if not better. So a well-earned special teams player of the game, special team star for the Calgary Stampeders. One final one here, Greg, before we get to a recap of our marquee matchup. Your top Canadian in this one.
Well, this one was a little bit tougher. I thought Tights played really, really well, a lot of the Canadians, but you know, at the end of the day, even though Damien Alford only had 2 catches, they were 2 catches a game for touchdowns. And so the guy, you know what, he's going to get his own little fan club, and they're going to start selling Moose helmets at the McMahon Stadium. But he's right now not just developed into probably one of the better rookies on the team. He could be one of the better rookies in the CFL right now. So I had to go with Damien Alford.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he keeps this going, that he's not the Rookie of the Year in the CFL. Obviously, a ton of football left to be played, but 5 touchdowns in his last 3 games. Damien Alford, a star again in this one. And, hey, if you're going to get 2 targets or you're going to get 3 targets, you're going to make 2 catches, you might as well crank out 2 touchdowns. So Damien Alford, your Canadian star of the game. Just to recap, 4 stars. Offensively, Dominique Grimes. Defensively, Sheldon Arnold. Special teams, Mark Bassett. And on Canadian star of the game, Damien Alford. Let's get to that marquee matchup, Greg. I know that it was an interesting one. To start this game, you had a few options you could have gone with, but you did go with the front 7 versus Brady Oliveira. And, Greg, it was so funny. Me and Jock were talking here about just how similar this game started to the Stampede Bowl. It was almost the same script. Winnipeg gets a big drive. Brady Oliveira has some good rushes on that drive, but then the Stamps hold him to a field goal. So let's talk about your marquee matchup for Country Hills Toyota.
Yeah, I just think that they did another very good job. Now, he still got a lot of yards, and they racked up a lot of yards offense, but they eliminated him when they had to. But Brady Oliveira is tough. He's becoming more of a wide receiver. They like to just sneak him in there and then dump him the ball and give him the ball more instead of just the runs. But they killed him, Stampeder defense, with that draw play, and they killed him with a little of the dump passes. But at the end of the day, we stopped him when we had to, and that's on the running right up the middle. So I'd have to give it to our Stampeder front 7, although it was very close. Many people think maybe Brady Oliveira won that one, but anytime you win a game by so many points that you did, and you had your defense play well, you have to give it to the D.
Yeah, I thought Brady Oliveira had a good game. I mean, 15 carries for 68 yards. The Stamps did a great job in terms of running. He did have 40 yards through the air, but certainly a win for the front 7 over Brady Oliveira in the marquee matchup. The marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Greg Peterson, you got to get out of there.
Yeah, they're looking to get out. It'll be a very vocal plane, and the wives of the coaches went to this game, and it couldn't have been a better game for them to see. And so it's going to be a real happy plane tonight on that 2-hour plane ride home.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. It's me and Jock were talking. The Calgary Stampeders, they equal their win total from last year, just 7 weeks into the season. I'll say, my friend Greg, it's been a lot more fun this year, but you have a great flight home and travel safe.
All right, and good luck on the call-in show and the rest of the post-game show.
Thank you so much. Yes, we do have Jock getting back to the station. I think we've got things figured out here down at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. So we'll take a break here, but just want to get this in before we do such thing. The Calgary Stampeders, they do win this game in Winnipeg against the Bombers 41-20. A bit of a statement game, a game where the Calgary Stampeders probably thought the Winnipeg Blue Bombers were going to come out looking for revenge. The Bombers probably did do that, but the Stamps with a statement victory on the road in Winnipeg, a place they haven't won in their last 8 games, now 1-8 in their last 9 games in Winnipeg. Every home game this season, you can visit Stamps House. Stamps House featuring your favorite players, music, and other loyal red and white. This is the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show on QR Calgary 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Zerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Zerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Welcome back to the post-game show, the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak post-game show. We are broadcasting live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Well, I'm broadcasting live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Jock Wilson has made his way back, or is making his way back. From what I understand, there's a pretty big storm going on right now outside of Calgary, or in Calgary, sorry, outside of the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. My wife texted me, said it's coming down pretty hard. Jock texted me, said he was in traffic with this storm. So we'll keep you going here. There's no doubt about it. This is another big win for the Calgary Stampeders. And you heard Dave Dickinson talk about the gauntlet, ladies and gentlemen, the gauntlet. Well, let's just take a little bit of a look back at that gauntlet for the Calgary Stampeders, because it started off during the Stampede Bowl when the Winnipeg Blue Bombers were in town. The Stamps coming off that loss to the Ottawa Red Blacks. And obviously that was not a game they were happy to lose. So they had the loss against the Red Blacks, and then they had the bye week. And after the bye week, it was Stampede Bowl time. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers coming into Calgary. The Calgary Stampeders handled that game. An eerily similar start to this one here in Winnipeg tonight. 37-16, they win that game. The next week, they travel into Saskatchewan. All that's going on with the smoke and the postponement and the delay. Are they going to play? And it gets postponed to the next day. Well, what do the Calgary Stampeders do? They win 24-10 against the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and that's game 2 of the gauntlet. So here it is. This is where things must hit the wall, must hit the bricks a little bit. They are on a shorter week than they thought they were going to be at. They are taking on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who are coming off a bye. And the Calgary Stampeders roll into Winnipeg and roll the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 41-20. What a start. I guess almost finished when it comes to the gauntlet for the Calgary Stampeders. They are first in the West Division, 2 points clear of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The Roughriders have a game in hand, so obviously that'll be something to watch tomorrow night for Calgary Stampeders fans, because the Bombers, or the Riders rather, are in BC taking on the Lions. So another impressive victory for the Calgary Stampeders. Of course, we do have time right now to announce our winners. Every time we host a road game here at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino, we bring the street team along with us, and they decide that, or they don't decide, they bring out a ballot box. Of course, we give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Calgary Stampeders' next home game. Of course, that is next Thursday against the Montreal Alouettes. We'll dig into that a little bit more in a couple seconds after we do our winner here, but Howard Porter is our winner this evening. He's got a 4-pack of tickets to that next game next Thursday night, July 24th, against the Montreal Alouettes. A 7 o'clock start from McMahon Stadium. The Stamps are back home to kick off Week 8 in the CFL. So Howard, the promotion team will be in touch with that 4-pack of tickets to check out the Stamps and the Alouettes. And we know the Montreal Alouettes will be without starting quarterback Davis Alexander in that game. He pulled the hamstring last night in their victory over the Toronto Argonauts, 26-25. So the Calgary Stampeders, a 41-20 victory in Winnipeg. A big statement win for the Calgary Stampeders. Our final score, as I said, 41-20. Up next, the 5th quarter call-in show on QR Calgary. I'm Dave McIver. Let's get this thing going. Let's fill up those phone lines. Looks like Jock is not going to be joining us because, well, he's got some terrible roads to deal with, and just asked if I can handle the rest of it. Jock, I got you, buddy. I know you're listening, so we'll take it home here for the fifth quarter call-in show. Dave McIver at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. We'll be right back, getting ready to take your calls and texts. 403-974-8255.
You've heard from our football gurus in the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. Now go grab your expert's hat.
The fifth quarter call-in show is coming up with Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson.
Call or text 403-974-8255 on your voice of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com. Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Time and effort, sweat and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you, armchair quarterback. Think the coach called the wrong play? Did the ref blow the game? Here's your chance to get it off your chest.
It's the fifth quarter call-in show. Call or text 403-974-8255.
This is Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Yeah, it's time for the fifth quarter call-in show, and it should be a fun one tonight because the Calgary Stampeders double up +1. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers 41-20 in Winnipeg. A dominant performance by the Calgary Stampeders, a specifically dominant performance by the Calgary Stampeders defense. 4 interceptions in this game for the defense. They were excellent all night. Bend but don't break, but for the most part, not even really bending for the Calgary Stampeders. So an excellent football game. And I do want to start the fifth quarter call-in show tonight by going back and reading this text because it's going to go perfectly into our first call. We got this text from Ed. Winnipeg got old. They're not talking about last year. They are talking about success in the past. Their days of dominance are over. I'm happy it's a sellout so all their fans can witness the end of the line. Stamps by 17. Go Stamps. Well, let's bring Ed on here to the fifth quarter call-in show because, Ed, you called it. The only thing you missed, you were 4 points short of how much the Stamps were going to win this game by.
Well, I'd say 11 points short because that last touchdown was garbage time. But, yeah, a lot of talk from the Bombers players, fans about, we've done this and we've done that. Well, guess what? That's then. I mean, it's an old team. Did anybody see Willie Jefferson or any of these guys on the field tonight? I mean, this is a young, hungry football team with talent all over the field. They're resilient. They make big play after big play on both sides of the ball. I'm amazed at how good they are. I know it's July, but this team, I mean, we're the best team in the league. If anyone doubts that, I mean, you're crazy. But anyway, that Mr. Hutchings, is it Hutchings, the defensive tackle? This guy's an all-star. I mean, insanely powerful. The guy blows over centers and tackle double teams. Our secondary is just lights out. I really like this Croquette kid. I know Mills is definitely the starter, but I like the change of pace because the kid can fly. Very happy. Very happy. I got some Bomber fans that were talking smack all week about enjoy first place. It's only going to last for 20 more hours. And they're eating crow right now. They're not responding to my text. So anyway, Willie Jefferson, that spear on number 4, our receiver, he got a 15-yard penalty. If that isn't a 25-yard penalty and injection from a football game for deliberately spearing a player in the side of the head, I don't know what is. He needs to be fined and suspended for that hit. Anyways, that's all I got. And go Stamps, bring on the Alouettes. It'd be nice if their starting quarterback was playing because you always want to beat them at their best, but we'd win anyway. So go Stamps. Thanks, guys.
Great call, Ed. And me and Jock talked about that. It was a surprise, the Willie Jefferson hit. That was a bit of surprise to me that he wasn't ejected from the football game. I mean, that was dropping your head into the right side chin of another player. Just not a clean hit, and it is what it is. I'm sure the fine committee will be looking at Willie Jefferson and chatting to him later this week because those are one of those hits where you're just trying to get it out of football. And it's a blind side, kind of a crown of the helmet hit, which is not what you want to see when it comes to a hit in the CFL or any level of football for that matter. Let's go to the text line here. Brad is on the text line. He says that was a beatdown with or without Collaros. And people wanted to turf Dickinson. Go Stamps, go. We are starting to hear a little bit of that on the text line tonight in terms of a little bit of support for head coach Dave Dickinson and, of course, the GM as well. We got another text here. This one saying, congratulations to Jay McNeil for having faith in GM and head coach Dave Dickinson. I am wonderfully surprised how Dave revamped the coaching staff this year. The Stampeders are the most entertaining and well-coached team in the league right now. Keep it up, boys. Go Stamps, go. Hey. There was a lot of people who were criticizing Dave Dickinson at the end of last season, probably rightly so. It wasn't a good year. It was a 5-12-1 season. But I think a lot of credit is due to Dave and what the rest of this coaching staff has done, and the president and Jay McNeil, and let's be honest, the entire front office staff for the Calgary Stampeders. They've turned this thing around. And yes, it is July. You heard Ed say it in our first call on the fifth quarter call-in show. It is July. But these aren't one-score wins. These are dominating victories for the Calgary Stampeders. So we'll continue to read your texts. We'll continue to take your calls. We'll take one more call here before we take our first break on the overtime or on the fifth quarter call-in show. Let's go to Brad. Brad, you're on the fifth quarter call-in show.
Hey, how's it going? Okay, so you guys have taken all my points. It's kind of funny because I'm like, oh, that's what I want to say. That's what I want to say. Yes, the first thing, but I want to add something to it. So the first thing I want to say is, I wonder if Dickie isn't giving someone the pocket finger, right? I mean, he took so much heat last year, and he's been so gracious. He hasn't said a word about, he's just been, well, we're doing our best, we're trying. But I got a feeling if you looked at his hands inside his pockets, he's got a pocket finger going. But, okay, so here's what I wanted to say to Ed's point. I don't know if you guys heard Lapo at the start of the game on TSN. He said that the Bombers, he was talking to the Bombers coaches, and he said that the Bombers coaches told him they didn't really feel they lost the game in Calgary. They were just tired. Okay? So this goes back to Ed's point, because it's like the disrespect that the Stamps are getting, but more so you've got the Riders and the Bombers, and I'm always thinking who's the most annoying fan base, right? It used to be the Riders hands down. But I think in years it's become Winnipeg. And what I like to do, and I did it last week for the Riders game, and I'm going to do it after I'm finished up here with you guys, is I'm going to go listen to their post-game shows, which you can get on the internet. And the amount of excuses they make and the bad calls that they took and the calls that were missed against Calgary and all the other stuff, you should go in and listen to it. It is really, really entertaining stuff. That's all I wanted to add. And, I'm a true believer. Way to go, Stamps.
Thanks for the call, Brad. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, it was one of those games where the Calgary Stampeders went out, and who knows? Maybe they heard some of that. Well, I didn't hear any of that before the game. Obviously, we're doing the pregame show. We're getting all transitioned over into the Wild Horse Pub here to watch the game. But if that's what was being said, I mean, you'd hope that the Calgary Stampeders had a microphone or a headset or some headphones in terms of being able to hear some of that, because that's excuses. That's making excuses. Basically, you know, if you're saying that you're retired for a game, that's an excuse. I don't think you would expect to hear that. And I guess if they retired that game, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, maybe they retired tonight as well. Who knows? But it was a 41-20 victory for the Calgary Stampeders. An absolutely dominant fashion by the defense. 4 interceptions. Vernon Adams Jr., I mean, excellent again for the Stampeders. Did have the 1 interception, but 267 yards, 3 touchdowns. You take a look at the receiving corps, really spread it around again. Tevin Jones, 4 catches for 64 yards. Dominique Grimes, he had the 4 receptions for 49 yards. Jalen Philpott, 3 catches, 37 yards. Damian Alford, obviously, only 2 catches in this game, but both catches are touchdowns. Longest one being 42 yards rather. So 79 yards on the day for him. Eric Brooks, 23 yards receiving, and Dedrick Mills even got in on the mix with a 15-yard reception. So an excellent game from the Calgary Stampeders, all 3 phases. We'll take our first time out here on the 5th quarter call-in show. We'll be right back taking more of your calls and your texts. I'm Dave McIver at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. This is QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to Toyota with Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st. Under the tower at South Point Toyota. Get up to $4,000 off all Tacomas. Plus, up to $2,000 in free accessories. Plus, free winter or all-season tires. Ask about the free lifetime oil and filter offer. Don't miss Tacoma-thon. Now till July 31st. At Canada's #1 volume Tacoma dealer, South Point Toyota.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
And has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Welcome back to the 5th quarter call-in show. Dave McIver from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Taking your calls, taking your texts. We got one call on the line right now. We're going to take this to about 10:30 tonight, folks. So if you want to call now. We'll get Dan. Dan's on the line. Dan, welcome to the 5th quarter call-in show after a big Stampeders victory. How are you?
Hey, thank you. I'm good.
Your thoughts on the game tonight?
Avid Stampeders fan. I want to give special accolades to the defense.
Okay.
4 interceptions. Vernon Adams was good. He was good enough to win the game, but the defense secured it.
Yeah, the defense was excellent. Vernon Adams Jr., he's almost at 300 yards again, about 31 yards short. He was took care of the football. Other than the 1 interception, that offense took care of the football again.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
When is the last time that a CFL team finished last in the CFL and then won the Grey Cup the following year?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one, Dan, but hey, the Stamps are certainly off to a great start this season. Let's not kid ourselves. 5-1 is a great start. They've matched their total wins from last year. there is a ton of CFL football left to be played. This is, 6 games in. They're going to play 18 of them. How can this team keep this going and keep building, right? Because we know over the course of a CFL season, as exciting as the starts can be, you gotta keep that going.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for the drought.
Right, and if you can keep that going, if you can be consistent, you'll be in that conversation to, maybe host a home playoff game or, have a chance to host a West Final. But there's a ton of season left to play, and I know that.
Yeah, I know, but in the beginning,
this division will have something to say.
In the beginning, they said they were optimistic the Stamps might be 9-9. As soon as I heard that they got Vernon Adams, I thought they're an 11-17.
Yeah, no, if we go back to our very early preseason rankings, I believe I had the team finishing at 10-8. I'll speak for Mark Steven and Jock Wilson here, and I know Jock had them with 7 wins because we talked about it during the game tonight, and
right.
I believe Mark had them at 500. So, hey, no, let's be fair. Nobody knew what this team was going to be. They
are overachieving.
This was not a reload. This was a rebuild. There's 12 new starters on the defensive side of the football for this football club. Basically a brand new receiving core, especially now because you look at an injury to Clark Barnes and you look at an injury to Reggie Bagleton.
Yeah.
This is pretty much a brand new football club outside of a few pieces. So a very impressive 6 games to start the season, and we'll see if they can keep it going.
Another thing I want to ask you, Greg Peterson, he was a defensive back in the 80s with the Stampeders.
Yep.
Did he play in 92 with Doug Flutie?
He did, and actually a great story from 1992. Greg Peterson was the one who got to sleep with the Grey Cup that year.
Is that right?
That is correct. Heard that story a few times.
Cool.
From Greg. So yeah, he was the one that ended up in their room at the end of the night, and Greg was lucky enough to have a sleepover with the Grey Cup the night they won it in 1992. Cool. Great way to go out in a great CFL
Anyway,
career.
I'm so proud of the Stamps. I'm so happy for them. I've loved them for 50 years, and it's never going to stop.
Yeah, I appreciate the call tonight, Dan. We'll see how the rest of the regular season going. But hey, we're getting a lot of that kind of feedback on the text line because you look at this.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate the call. You look at the text from Wade. This team is frightening. I would put them up against the Bo Levi winning teams from 2015 to 2018. The way they are winning, the game is over by the third quarter. And I agree with that, Wade. It's funny the conversations that you guys don't get to hear that we have off air because there's only so much time on the air. I was chatting with Jock and I'm like, it's kind of been a fun season in terms of just feeling comfortable in the third quarter and in the fourth quarter where you're like, okay, we're prepping here for a post-game show where the Calgary Stampeders are most likely going to win this football game, or it's going to take an epic collapse. Got another text from Will here. It says, so good to hear the best play-by-play in the CFL. Love listening to the Calgary Stampeders. Appreciate the text, Will. Hey, Mark and Greg, they are the best in the business when it comes to CFL play-by-play. There's no doubt about that, my friend. 3 decades together? It's been an awful lot of fun getting to work with those two guys. So thanks for that text, Will. No doubt about it. We'll take another break here on our fifth quarter call-in show. We'll come up, wrap up the show, read more of your texts, and take another caller or two. If you want to reach me, you can. 403-974-8255. We'll be back on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR, and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com. Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to the fifth quarter call-in show. Once again this season, Shane Holmes is partnering with Kids Up Front in our Yards for Kids program. For every offensive yard gained during this regular season, Shane Holmes donates $1 for Kids Up Front. So far this year, the Stamps had netted 2,048 yards of offense, but they added another 390 yards of net offense in this football game, bringing our total to $2,438 to Kids Up Front by Shane Holmes. If it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes, Calgary's favorite home builder. We'll go back to the text line here. We got one from Steve. He says, I've been a fan for 60 years and a season ticket holder for 33, and this might be the most dominant defense I've seen. Simply amazing. Yeah, they've been incredible, Steve. There's no doubt about it. It's the big playability for me, Steve. It really is. And just getting those timely stops. If you can do that for 90% of the rest of the season, you're going to win the majority of your games. Look, it's not always going to be perfect. We know that. This is professional football. But for a team that struggled so much to get stops at important times last year and struggled to stop the run, they've done a great job so far this season. So it's certainly been fun to watch, and we'll see if they can keep it going. Another one from Tom here, and this is one that's definitely been talked about off air between the QR Calgary crew. It's so refreshing to have a QB who can move for 15 years. Stamps have been forced to accept that our pivot can't leave the pocket. It's a completely different world having someone who can use his feet. And let's be honest, Tom, and everybody listening, that touchdown to Damian Alford, where Vernon Adams just threw in the little spin and then made the defender bite, thinking maybe he was going to run upfield, and he hits Damian Alford wide open. That's been something we've been waiting to see for a couple years here in Calgary. So certainly a team that is making a lot of fun. Hey, we're having a lot of fun with it tonight. It is early in the season. I do want to keep saying that. But hey, enjoy the victories. This team's got as many victories as they did last season. Enjoy that, Stamps fans. You've been through some pain the last 2 years. Now the question is can they match the combined total of wins over the last 2 seasons, which would be 11. If the Stamps can win 11 games this season, just 6 away from that, they would match their combined total from the last 2 years, winning 5 last year and 6 the year before. We got one from Pat in Stony Plain. Stamps 5-1, the best team in the CFL. Next Thursday, forecast so far is sunny and plus 27. Come on, fans, let's show the team some love with some good attendance. Go Stamps, go, says Pat. We got another one here from Richard. I'm loving it, but I'm nervous about the large number of yards RD has given up, but they're keeping the ball into the end zone. Need to be worried? Hey, Richard, bend but don't break has been something that has worked for defenses as long as I can remember, but bend but don't break only works if you can get those interceptions. And they've been doing it. They've been getting the turnovers. They've been getting the interception. Got the big fumble last week as well. So can you continue to get those interceptions? You can give up yards if you're going to turn the ball over, and especially when the offense is getting points off the turnovers. Maybe a little reason to be worried, but I think a lot of those yards are coming in garbage time. A big thing that I think is a big part of the CFL. You know who's leading the CFL in passing yards right now? Nick Arbuckle. That's because the Argos have been down in so many games. Teams are playing prevent defense, and they're able to throw the ball out and wherever they want, because teams will let you have first downs to get the clock run down there to end the game. Let's go to Jonathan G. Always enjoy Jonathan's texts after the game. Jonathan G. here, that was fun, complimentary football as all three phases outplayed their opponent. Major differences this year is that this team is prepared and plays with energy every snap, rather. That has been the hallmark of the Calgary Stampeders this year. Let's go to Rob's text. It's been a while since the Stamps have been on a heater like this. Anyone want to fire Dave Dickinson now? The major difference over the past few years is this team's ability to bounce back from mistakes. Trevor texts in. He goes, sure as... was it Ed or Garrett that predicted a win by 17? That was Ed. The pick six sealed the deal. Sure as Haiti. Wasn't my expectation. And another text from a different Rob. Pretty quiet in Winnipeg, in that Winnipeg stadium. Yeah, we obviously have to run over here and get to the box, so we don't get to see what the stadium is like, but I imagine it was pretty quiet. And another one from Kirk, because Kirk did have this text, very similar to an earlier text that I read. Calgary, a city of 1.6 plus million. It will be an absolute disgrace if there aren't 30,000 against Montreal. And we call it a sports city. Prove it, says Kirk. There's two things I'll say, Kirk. It's a Thursday night. And at least, this is my 5th year on the broadcast. In my 5 years, Montreal has been a bit of a tough draw for the Calgary Stampeders. So, hey, let's get some butts in the seats for that game between the Stamps and the Alouettes. No doubt about it. The Stamps deserve your support, Calgary. This is looking like a team who could be very, very good. A big difference, this is from Ty, east of Calgary. A big difference I'm noticing this year is the tackling abilities of the defense. It seemed like last year they're trying to punch out the ball. This year they're getting stopped. It's like you guys are listening to us, sitting beside us at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino and listening to our conversations, because we had that conversation again tonight. Massive difference. How many times you see a swing pass thrown out last year and the Calgary Stampeders let that go for 8 to 15 yards? You don't see that this year. You know, maybe a rare one it's going to be 7 yards, but not so much. It's been an excellent job by the Calgary Stampeders in terms of their ability to get tackles. Another text. This guy's missing Tommy Stevens and says fire the coach. Probably just trolling. But hey, if you want to fire the coach of a 5-1 football club, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. I respect your opinion. So that'll do it for the 5th quarter call-in show tonight. We're out of texts. We're out of calls. Looks like I got to go walk out in a rainstorm, because it sounds like pretty nasty out there for those driving around the city right now. Luckily, I'm close to home. Sports on 770 CHQR is how you'll find us on Twitter. The final score tonight, your Calgary Stampeders 41, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 20. The next broadcast, next Thursday night, a 5:30 pregame show, a 7 o'clock kickoff from McMahon Stadium. The Calgary Stampeders taking on the Montreal Alouettes. It should be a good one. The Montreal Alouettes possibly without their starting quarterback in that one. That's the news we've heard so far. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Of course, the coach will join Jock Wilson on Monday night, just after the 7 o'clock news. Dave Dickinson, the general manager and head coach, will be on Sports Talk with Jock for Tom's House of Pizza. Sure, he'll be feeling pretty good. But hey, this team has had the attitude every week this season. Go 1-0. And then move on from that. I think it's a great attitude, and I think that it is an attitude that served them well. Don't get too high, don't get too low. One game at a time for the Calgary Stampeders, and we'll see if they can continue this run next weekend. A huge thanks to our entire broadcast crew. An excellent night down in Winnipeg at Princess Auto Stadium. An excellent night here at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. Big shout out to my guy Steve here, who's sitting beside me, getting us through our technical issues that we had at the beginning of the post-game show. Sean Nickel as well. Renee Kaiser back at our 17th Avenue studios. She was keeping me in check on the phone, off the phone, on hold, not on hold, communicating with me. It was great. On behalf of Mark, Stephen, Greg Peterson, Jock Wilson, I'm Dave McIver. We're back with you Thursday night from McMahon Stadium. Thanks so much for listening. The Stamps win 41-20 over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders and has been for over 3 decades. Thanks for joining us on the voice of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.